with 3 slips and a gully, and the first delivery with a grunt of effort is played out on the leg side by Compton gently. As Fernando bowls, that's something of a half volley, and it's stroked away through the covers by Jaden Denley to open the scoring for the game.
Van der Houten now to bowl to him and clips that off his pads down to the leg side, wide open gap, just backward a square, and Van der Houten bowls to Compton, a little bit short and it's whipped away on the offside. That's a lovely little cut into the offside past the man at point, and that's 4 runs. Looks like Van der Houten is going to come round the wicket to him. 3 wickets and 3 slips and a gully in behind. That's clipped into the offside through the back foot drive through extra cover, and that will go for 4.
This championship game here, as that is punched through the offside by Jaden Denley. I think this one will reach the boundary. It's a slightly laborious chase from Harris.
Van der Houten to Denley, flashing blade, cuts it away. Backward of point there. Not quite sure. That's maybe
bowls. That's a nice drive through the covers by Jaden Denley, and that will earn him.
And bowls to him now. Compton tucks this off his legs onto the short boundary. Will get 4 runs of Harris's first delivery.
Compton for a change, and he's beaten and nicked off, and he's gone 37 for 1. Asitha Fernando has his first wicket.
As he bowls the first ball, Denley drives nicely, past mid off. It's a long chase for Fernando up to the boundary, but in vain, as that is 4 runs off the first ball of the over of the game. Next ball is driven, 4 runs again. It's a half volley wide, and Harris, 57 for 1, comes in, bowls, and this is driven again, and 4 more, and this is not good bowling at all, I'm afraid. Surely you don't want 3 slips for this. Harris bowls, and this is driven and caught at cover, and Denley can't really believe it, and well, having been struck for 2 boundaries, Harris gets a wicket.
Van der Houten to Denley reacted to that one. It's gone through to third. Well, and that's why we say
4 runs.
But it's gone for 4 runs. Reacted to that, Denley.
Then it comes in and bowls, and that's again, he's played that 3 or 4 times, shot down to the long on boundary, which Van der Houten there's no way of going to catch it.
Fernando into Bell Drummond, who's punching that one nicely through the offside, and it beats the dive of Root at cover and runs away, hops over the boundary rope.
Is Leonard bowling to Bell Drummond, and clipped nicely off his pads there through mid wicket. Again, it's timing rather than 60 of them scored in boundaries. Make that 64 as Danny Bell Drummond cuts a slightly short one away from Leonard. 4 now with Danny Bell Drummond. I think there's 2 boundaries. Make that 3. Goodness me. That's guided away. Got closer to the body that time, but Leonard persisting. It's pulled away that time. It'll be 4 more. That was almost dismissive. Danny Bell Drummond warming to his work. Looks at the toe end of the bat. It didn't feel like he'd timed it particularly well, but certainly enough.
Of the session, it's a short delivery that's hit Benjamin, and off they go. 31st over, so it'll be very hard work as that one's over pitched by Callaway, driven handsomely by Bell Drummond through the covers for 4 runs, beating Callaway. Bowls Bill for LBW, given eventually. Callaway bowls, that's floated up and driven. Not a great ball, and Everson taking full advantage to get off the mark and crack it away for 4.
And perhaps that would be some sort of false metric, but Harris to Everson, flashing blade, and that's driven into the offside. I'm not sure entirely where he'd intended. Perhaps a little bit square, Joey Everson, but that's 4 runs.
So far, plays that one through that leg side though, and that one will run away towards mid-wicket. Bisected the 2 short mid-wickets, and no time for the sweeper to get round from square leg.
Bowls, Gone, caught at the wicket. Flush at the wide one. In fact, you could hear it from here, and that's just reward for some very accurate bowling. And Everson departs, caught Cook. Ball Van de Gooten for 14. It's 148.
As Harris is into bowl. Big appeal for LBW out. Playing right across the line was Bell Drummond there, and he's gone for 42. 150 for 5, and the day tilts back towards Glamorgan.
Van Booten bowls down the leg side, caught at the wicket, and another wicket falls. He followed it, he knew it. And this is a struggle now for Kent. 150 for 6. Finch departs, caught Cook. Cook's third catch.
Bowling him out cheap would be
Short
massive
leg
on this.
comes in now as last ball way over. And bowled him first ball. Hit the off stick back. 2 wickets in the over. And now it's real trouble for Kent. So Van de Gooten, his figures, quite incredible. 3 for 26 off 14 overs. But a lot of cricket left today as Hassan bowls. Appeal for LBW, gone. LBW, well, who's the magic man here? It's Carlson.
2-3-1 for 1 against Northamptonshire. Harris to Quinn, and he has gone. He sort of fended at that. It's no sort of stroke. He's looking at his bat, Matt Quinn, but it's definitely gone behind, and the umpire says that's definitely out. 155 for 8, and Grant Stewart is following face first down the leg side. Excitement there from Kent. I mean, a bit of lift and carry. Right arm over the wicket now. Oh, it's played on. First wicket for Kent. It did feel like it got a little bit big on Tribe there. He's chopped down on it. Ball perhaps hitting the top part of the bat.
Throwing on the turn, let alone the accuracy which he did. 5 for 1. Carlson flat bats that one through the covers. That'll be the first boundary of the innings as it pierced the infield. There is no sweeper on the grandstand side away to our right.
Well, firstly, I shall halt that there as Grant Stewart comes in. It's driven through the offside. Lovely shot. Perhaps over-pitching a tad, Grant Stewart there, but that's firmly struck.
Nice steady run up. And he comes short, pulled away 4 runs. As befits little men, they're very good on the back foot at cutting.
Stewart once more from the River Taff end. Carlson drives into the offside. It's eluded Everson and it's run away.
And bowls. And this is played nicely down towards the vacant third man position. It's a long chase. I think the ball will and has won. So his third 4. He's conceded 15 runs. This is his 4th over. Bowls. Short, and he's caught at the wicket. Well, after playing so well, it was a very wide delivery, and he went to cut a very short ball.
As Agar bowls short. Oh, it's caught. Is it out? It is. That's an incredible grab.
Back of the bat, I think.
You're right. And that is Chris Benjamin, I think, at first slip. I'm not quite sure how he's taken it.
Ingram plays in this sort of pitches. Everson bowls to him and he drives. Lovely looking shot, and that'll be 4 runs. A quick, beautiful shot from Ingram. And he's a huge collapse. Everson bowls short, pulled away for 4 runs. Oh, 6 runs. I beg your pardon. I didn't see where it ended. And
but there we are. Here's Agar. Oh, it's edged low through second slip. So it wouldn't have carried to a slip anyway. But 4 runs. Just a slip and a gully in. Ooh, that's a great ball, and he's gone. Goodness me. Well, whatever Harry Finch has said has worked, and it's short, whistling under the nose of Ul Hassan. He's taken defensive action. I think it's come off the shoulder of the bat or the glove.
Stewart in, bowls. Ingram pulls a rare aggressive shot, and as Colin Ingram does, he places the ball perfectly between 2 outfielders on the leg side.
surely tonight if he can.
Ben Galloway, 2 men at mid-wicket for him as well, but he cuts that away almost dismissively. Lovely shot. It's going a little bit over pitch.
Too short. In comes Parkinson this time to the left hand. He was going to get 4 runs, who came down the pitch and hit it all along the ground for 4. Callum Parkinson to bowl. To Ben Galloway goes forward. And that, as the great umpire David Shepherd used to say, that gentleman concludes the entertainment for today.
minutes time. Edward Bevan is also with us during the course of the day, and we'll keep you in touch with the test match as well, where India are batting first after England won the toss, and as previously flagged, Liam Dawson for Shoaib Bashir, who was injured, is the only change to England's team, as India have made 3 changes. Sudarshan for Nair at the top of the order, Thacker for Reddy as the all-rounder, and Kambodge making his debut in place of Seema Akash Deep. So those are the changes in the England side. As I say, we'll keep you in touch with scores, but obviously focusing on what's happening here, which is Matt Quinn bowling the first ball of the day to Colin Ingram, who's defending that one back down the pitch. And Glamorgan confirming last night officially that Colin Ingram would be part of the coaching team for the One Day Cup. David Harrison will be at the helm, as he has been on 3 previous occasions, one of which resulted in the trophy lift in 2021. You may remember that Grant Bradburn was in charge in all formats last year, but he only lasted a year at the club. Quinn is on his way in, bowls, and Ingram's defending up to mid-on, and there is no run. Kent with just 1 slip in the skipper Bell Drummond, but crowding the bat really, making it difficult to get through the infield. Compton just tossing the ball back towards mid-off. He is very close in at cover, dancing around. No particular reason, other than to keep himself amused, I think. And there's also a very tight mid-wicket and mid-on, as Ingram turns the wrists on that and takes the first run of the morning as he pushes it down towards backwards square. That's not a great throw, and the fielder acknowledges it with a half-hand apology to the umpire. 126 for 4. 29 runs in arrears, and Kent's bowling rate, the over rate, is -2 on the board. So I wonder if we will see a bit more of Matt Parkinson, who was in the attack last night, bowled 6 overs, 0 for 18. Quinn has 1 wicket, Wes Agar has 3, the powerful Australian in really good form. Quinn in bowls, forward comes Callaway and defends up towards mid-on, and there's no run. .126 for 4. Callaway 23, Ingram on to 33 with that single. As on his way in again. And there's a appeal for LBW, not given, as Callaway pushed forward, looking towards the leg side, so maybe it was just drifting. Mr. Watts gives no apparent signal as to why he turned it down. May have muttered a word to the bowler in passing. The umpires, as you may notice on the video stream, cameraed up these days. All the information fed through to an ECB computer somewhere. Quinn bowls and Callaway is forward defending on the leg side. That's the end of the first over of the morning, and Glamorgan have added 1 further run. 126 for 4. We're not particularly expecting fireworks here today at Sapphire Gardens.
The substitute fielder for Kent is Will Halby, and to bowl at the Cathedral and Matt Parkinson.
Well, Will Harvey continues to do sub-duties, which is somewhat strange because he is scheduled to be batting in the second 11 game at some point today, although they do play 12 aside, so I guess they can get 11 other guys without him. Where Kent at 62 for 2, requiring a further 235 to win at Abergavenny in the second team game. Jack Leaning and Fulton not out overnight. As there's an appeal from Parkinson, and Ingram stretching the right leg well forward. Parkinson bowling in long sleeves from this Cathedral Road end, flights it up. Ingram drives but doesn't time it at all towards mid-wicket. He's looking to play straighter than that. 126 for 4. Not sure why Kent didn't send down one of the players who was out in their second innings in the second team game. Ingram on the sweep, and gets a single down towards backward square, all along the ground. Plenty of players on the leg side, with Ingram hitting with the spin on that side of the ground, but there's now a silly point for Callaway as opposed to a short leg for Ingram. .127 for 4. Parkinson in, bowls. Ooh, that's down leg side, and bizarrely the ball ends up at silly point as Callaway went on the sweep. Completely mistimed it. So looking a little uncertain, Ben Callaway there, as Parkinson floats it up. It's driven by Callaway, oohs and ahs. It was in the air for, well, milliseconds really. Pressure being imposed by the spinner as Callaway reaches carefully a long way forward and defends. Just a single off the second over of the day as well. 127 for 4. 28 runs in arrears. Have a look at the weather forecast as well. Possibility of a little bit of interruption today. By no means certain. 127 for 4. 2 runs off 2 overs. Matt Cole is back with us.
Oh, indeed. And Matt Quinn bowling from the River Taff end. It's thickish outside edge. Well, actually, with Colin Ingram, you tend to say he's played deliberately for that. He's kept it low anyway through third slip or gully area, and away for 4. Absolutely safe. So 131 for 4. And it looked like a decent appeal from where I was standing watching Matt Quinn in the previous over, just as the ball bounced off the pad more or less back down the pitch, which I expect was the excitement, but I didn't see a replay of it, so hard to tell from behind the batter at third man, you'd have to say, but there we go. Ingram right behind that one into the offside, so I'm by no means calling that one out. It's fielded by Ben Compton. Found myself. I'm in the same hotel as the player, so there we go. Always find it a bit embarrassing. Bleary-eyed, you emerge from breakfast, and suddenly there's a group of finely tuned athletes about to go and do their day's work.
Yes. So. I'm usually eating slightly later and slightly more than the players.
Yeah. It's Matt Quinn bowling to Colin Ingram, turned into the onside. Could ball that one, rising up towards the midriff, but keeps it down. Looks like Will Harvey is still here. Yeah,
that was announced over the public address.
I beg your pardon. Sorry, I wasn't.
While you were next door talking to the radio audience, but I'm just baffled why they haven't sent down one of the guys who's out in the second 11 game.
Yeah.
If Harvey is who opened the batting in the first in the first innings in that match, and it's only about 45 minutes away.
That's a good call. It's Quinn then to Ingram, back at the bowler, and there's no run.
In terms of rain possibilities, just checking the Met Office and the BBC forecast for today. Met Office, no more than 40% chance of rain at any given point. 3-4 o'clock BBC forecast is slightly more optimistic, says maximum chance of rain at 32% at any given time. So it's just going to be a passing shower by the look of it if we do catch something.
Here's Matt Quinn bowling to Colin Ingram on off stump. Yeah, that's good stuff. Good accuracy from Quinn, but not piercing the defences of the experienced Glamorgan middle order batter. 131 for 4. I'm tempted to say that the BBC can also say that there are people who think it's going to rain and maybe snow today. So you have to keep absolutely neutral. All opinions are equally valid on the weather. So 131 for 4, but I won't say that because that would be wrong. Here's Quinn to Ingram, once again defended into the offside. You could hear it coming off the middle of the bat there, nicely middled, not aggressing from Matt Quinn. End of the over. I think quite a few of the players wandered through Butte Park this morning rather than get on a coach, which is completely understandable.
Yeah, it's probably actually quicker by the time you've waited for a coach just to stroll up the road and
it's a lovely walk as well. I did a bit of that this morning.
Join the Glamorgan faithful here at Sophia Gardens, not huge in numbers. On a cloudy day, but we had enough sunny days in April and May. Here's Parkinson twirling away from the Cathedral Road end, and Kellaway plays it defensively to point, and you would have thought the wicket consisted of a nest of vipers, the way Kent's fielders are reacting. Parkinson in. Kellaway on the back foot tries to force into the offside, but no run. It's intercepted at cover by Compton,
who's rarely actually away from those close fielder positions. Usually when there's some man on the helmet it's him, but they've allowed Harvey to do it.
Forward comes Kellaway and defends.
So they've allowed Harvey to do it. Ben Compton's a brave man. We've seen him at short leg at all sorts of dangerous short fielding positions. Perhaps it's he's earned a little bit of a spell in the covers rather than getting peppered at those fielding positions.
As that sees Kellaway stretching forward. Hasn't scored yet this morning, Ben Kellaway. Colin Ingram has got all 6 runs added. There's Glamorgan with a leisurely and painstaking start as Kellaway comes down the wicket, makes it a full toss, as if to prove me wrong. He hasn't got all of it, but he's found the mid-wicket boundary nonetheless. Just spotting a bit more float maybe from Parkinson. Or was it premeditated? Well, he was certainly into it fairly quickly. Turned it into a low full toss. It wasn't particularly over-pitched from Parkinson. It was the footwork that made it a full toss. And probably looking to hit straight, it ended up going to mid-wicket. 135 for 4. Kellaway does get his first runs of the morning. As Parkinson bowls wide outside off stump, Kellaway cuts it away and will pick up a single to the sweeper on the cover boundary. 136 for 4 at the end of Parkinson's over. In terms of the background noise,
it's not a hover cover, is it?
No, the hover cover is very much down the far end and not manned at the moment, not being staffed at the moment, but there may be a cherry picker around somewhere in the stand, because there was a big bright mural of some female cricketers that was 3/4 done. And, to be honest, I didn't notice it yesterday. I was obviously concentrating very hard on getting in quickly, slightly more leisurely on the second day, and thought, oh, where's that come from? So there might be a cherry picker with an artist, a mural artist
well
on
be.
it somewhere.
That's a good point, yeah. Yeah, I saw them paint a bit of that yesterday. It looked spectacular. It's Quinn then to Kellaway. Short ball, he'll go for that. It's up in the air, but bounces before it gets towards Jaden Denley at square leg. And was it? I'm not sure it's quite area enough, was it, for Denley to get there? It's dropped short of him, but he's pretty quick across the ground.
India 10 without loss at what looks like a reasonably sunny Old Trafford.
Sunny Old Trafford?
Well, it looks sunnier than here, to be honest. No, the BBC says it's cloudy, so it must be, but looks a bit brighter anyway. They've got less cloud than here.
No, it's a well-worn joke there, I apologise. There's no slits but a gully in as Ingram defends this one back at Matt Quinn. And there's picked up actually by Ben Compton halfway down the strip. There's no run. So yeah, the field is, well, Daniel Beltran was a gully. He's advanced towards a short point position to applaud his bowler and keep everybody on their toes. At point then is Jaden Denley. Two men in the covers. And it's Joey Everson who's jettisoned the sun hat today. Because it's no sun? Who knows? Quinn to Ingram. Left-hander just clipping that pleasantly out towards square leg where Harvey is. So it's Compton and Everson in the covers. It's a mid-on, mid-off. It's a mid-wicket. Matt Parkinson, square leg and fine leg. And it's always great to describe the field, and then they take a quick single, and with the right and left-hander together, another field has entirely changed. Or, maybe mirroring what it was, but on the opposite side.
Yes, so I was just looking at the dates. This Test match could go till Sunday. All right, not all England Test matches do go to the final day. And Glamorgan in action at Old Trafford on Tuesday.
Yeah.
So there's only one day between games. The ground staff are going to be busy.
Absolutely will be. Here's Quinn to Kellaway. Again fielded by Harvey.
And
Offside.
if Test match special leave any bits of food around, they might still be edible by the time we get there.
No.
If anyone sends a cake to Test match special, make it 2, and then say one of them's for Scott Reed and Nick Webb on Tuesday.
That's a great idea because I mean if you're mixing up one cake worth of cake mix, you might as well make it 2, mightn't you?
Absolutely.
It's easy to do 2 as one. I heartily support this. We should expand this to all the grounds. It's Quinn to Kellaway, driving to the offside off the back foot. Good stop by Stewart. Shy at the stumps. Sorry, by Agar. Done it again. Agar shy at the stumps on the run. Pretty good for a big fast bowler as well. So stopped it on the run. It's been clipped into the offside. Morris at the covers and taken a reaction throw to the far end. If he'd hit, I think Kellaway would have been gone, but it would have taken an extraordinary piece of fielding to do it. So
yeah, I think they set off because it was pretty much halfway between the two fielders, but as you said, it was well picked up and delivered.
So Quinn bowling the last of the 47th over here, just defended by Ingram into the offside. He has 34 Kellaway, so said 47 overs into this Morgan innings, 5 overs into the day so far. They started at 125 for 4. So maths on the radio, that's 14, ladies and gentlemen, I believe, in the opening 5 overs. And they've taken it fairly carefully. I think this Glamorgan pair, you could understand them playing themselves back in, Nick, after last night.
No, absolutely. 139 for 4. Kellaway 30, Ingram 39. And, well, there's still a bit of pressure on from Kent while Glamorgan are behind. If they can nick out another couple of wickets maybe in the next half hour or so and prevent Glamorgan from going ahead with too many wickets standing. Kent need to do that to stay in this match as Parkinson bowls. Kellaway sweeps for 4. Nailed that one. Parkinson wants him playing shots, but maybe started a bit too wide, that one from Parkinson, even if he is turning it, and that one didn't turn a long way, to be honest, and it wasn't a great delivery.
I think he pushed one wide at the end of the previous over. It was after Kellaway had premeditated charge on him. And I thought that was just to try and stretch him if he tried it again, but as you say, that one was just a poor line from Parkinson, wasn't it, outside leg stump.
And that one is pretty much in the same area, but it's well stopped by Stewart at backward square leg as Callaway went on the sweep again, hit it firmly again. Parkinson might not be too worried about seeing Callaway go for these shots, because there's always the possibility of a top edge. That one, though, is not inducing the sweep because Callaway steps back and forces it through the offside for a single.
Yes, threatening Harvey's shins there at silly mid-off. Did a sort of skip rope jump to make sure that he wasn't in the firing line.
Callaway to 35. Left-handed Ingram on to strike. And Ingram going for the sweep. He's hit it quite fine and doesn't get an awful lot of force in it, so it was fielded at shortish fine leg. They're through for the single, but Glamorgan accumulating nicely with 6 in this over already. As Callaway is forward, stretching defensively. Of course, Callaway does have the positive memories of that big innings against a Kent attack, including Parkinson at Canterbury. Delivery. Oh, it's up in the air. It should be. No, it's not quite going to be caught. That's extraordinary, as Harvey had to dash across from Silly Point to a short mid-wicket position. It looked as though the ball was hanging up in the air for a long time, but despite going full length, Harvey just couldn't get to it before it plummeted to earth. 145 for 4. Wow.
Yeah, he's made a good attempt at it, I think, Harvey there. Obviously disappointment from the bowler, but he's saying he had to sprint from the offside position to try and get it. What was your thinking? Are we criticising the fielder for setting off too late? It felt like to me he made up quite a lot of ground to it.
No, I think it was a decent attempt.
Yeah. He's thrown himself at it, but yeah.
You can't really expect a Silly Point to catch one at short mid-wicket.
No, but decent attempt. Flicked into the onside by Ingram. Good length ball from Matt Quinn. He'll just take one. Just putting Matt Parkinson and George Garrett deep in conversation going through Butte Park this morning with their coffees. So, I feel like I'm advertising that, so if any supporters around the ground want to catch the Kent team, I'll give you the exact timings. No, of course not. But it's good to see them there. But it's a lovely part of the city, this, isn't it? And just a walk up to the ground from the city centre. I suppose supporters, visiting supporters in hotels as well, will get that opportunity to come and enjoy the walk in and out, maybe potter around at lunchtime. 146 for 4 then, trailing by just 9 here. Glamorgan as Quinn bowls to Callaway. Forward defensive off stump up to mid-off. It's fielded by Matt Parkinson, and there is no run. But yeah, talking to Simon Cook last night about Joe Denley's injury, and there was almost a sort of half sad laugh when I asked him about, or said it's not been Joe's summer with the breaking his arm before the season started in the nets. Plate in there. Apparently he was carrying an injury through the last few T20 games as well. This one's driven into the onside by Callaway, and there's no run. An adductor muscle apparently was giving him problem. Answers on a postcard there I should have looked at before I went into I think it's in the leg. Is that right? Midriff?
I think it's what? Oh,
back? Arm?
Off the top of my head, I'd said.
Yeah.
I would have said what used to be called the groin area, but
well, there we go.
I'm not sure. I'll have to look that up online now.
As Quinn bowls to Callaway, he's put that away on his toes, on the back foot, rising up towards him, but he's just opened the face and guided it backward of square. Lovely shot for 4 runs. Just going to see a replay of that now. Yeah, just a little bit of width and short, certainly. Back of a length from Matt Quinn, and steered away for 4. And 150 for 4. Yeah, I was thinking top of the leg or near the thigh.
Yeah,
right.
Yeah,
So,
thigh area by the look of it, mainly.
Quinn to Kellaway. That's a bit of an oi from somebody. I'm not really sure that was, not the batter. Let's just clip that backward a square, and it's Denny that fields for a single. So 6 off this over already, so there is an acceleration there, because you were saying with Parkinson conceding runs at the other end as well, this will be a difficulty for Kent. They will need to keep things tight to keep any pressure on these batters.
The muscles of the hip usually are also in the medial compartment of the thigh.
Okay.
Somewhere amidships.
Here's Quinn to Ingram, and he, similar ball, it's no ball in fact. Umpire Watt signals. That one is just worked behind square, fielded by Wes Agar. They do take themselves a single, and they are just 1 behind parity now, Glamorgan, with 4 down. 40 Kellaway, 42 Ingram, and this partnership is definitely, we were quibbling it yesterday, weren't we, because there was a 3rd wicket partnership for Kent, which included Joe Denley going off injured.
Yes, it was either 41 or 61, depending on which way you look at it.
This one's partnership is growing. A bouncer most angrily from Quinn after the no ball. Kellaway just ducks underneath that, and there is no run. So they are at 76 at the moment. Is that right? These two, yeah, would be 78 for 4. So yeah, biggest partnership of the match, and looking to well and truly get themselves going this morning, and accelerating already in the first half hour of this second morning.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a worry for Kent if Parkinson is being milked regularly, but he did produce the near chance in the last over as Kellaway top-edged a sweep. Ingram is down, clipping through mid-wicket. There's a sweeper on the leg side, and therefore it's just a single. And the scores are level, ladies and gentlemen. Glamorgan 155 for 4.
And this is where you need your 6 for 7, I think. Well, that's all Ken have to do.
As Parkinson over the wicket to Kellaway, just watches it carefully onto the bat, knocks it away on the leg side, and the home crowd applauds Glamorgan going into the lead. With 6 wickets still in hand. The batting to come, Chris Cook, who's down at 7 this season, has previously been 6. Down the wicket comes Ingram and blocks when he gets there. Van der Hoogten, Harrison, Leonard, not sure in which order they'll come in. Fernando will definitely be number 11. As Ingram, steps back, looks to turn on the leg side. That looked like a little bit of a leading edge. It was safe, but it didn't look to be where he was trying to play the ball.
It's interesting for Kent once again.
Parkinson bowls. Ingram drives, tries to turn it into a full toss. Oh, it's a misfield from Everson as well as eluding the bowler. So it's 2 runs. It's stopped eventually inside the long on, long off boundary by Agar, but could have been stopped by Parkinson and probably should have been stopped by Everson.
Yeah, it's a double miss if you like. Was it on the full to Parkinson? I'm not sure if it was a catching opportunity, but certainly to try and block it.
As Ingram knocks this one up to deep mid on. It's an easy single up to Agar. Matt will be back in a minute if you can send Mr. Bevan our way if you see him in your travels. Matt Cole updating BBC radio listeners in Kent. 159 for 4. Callaway 41, Ingram 46. Kent listeners may be forgiven for twitching slightly at the mention of Ben Callaway, since he got a marvellous innings of 181 not out in Glamorgan's win at Canterbury in the first block of fixtures. So first change of the morning as Stewart takes over from Quinn from the River Taff end. As Kent organise their field. 159 for 4. Glamorgan 4 runs in the lead as Ingram just turns the bat on it, knocks it away towards square leg. Largely risk-free stuff from Ingram. A couple of sweeps. He hasn't hit any of them in the air. I can't really say chance because the fielder didn't get a hand to it, but the instant from Callaway where he top-edged a sweep is the nearest that Kent have come to taking a wicket, and a good effort from the young sub Harvey, but despite flinging himself full length, couldn't quite get it underneath it. It's looking a bit murky out there. The light is not great.
It's better than you think.
Okay.
I've just been outside, funny enough.
Stewart is into bowl. Callaway punches through the offside. He's beaten the infield. I think this will just be hauled up by Harvey inside the ropes at cover, and they're back for a couple of runs. And apart from that one instant off Parkinson, no real alarms for Glamorgan in the first half hour.
No, good morning, Nick, and good morning, everybody. I'm rather surprised that Parkinson has opened up. I thought they might have given the ball to Agar, who bowled so well yesterday and has taken 3 of the 4 wickets that have fallen. But there must be a plan here somewhere.
As Stewart bustles in, bowls, and forward comes Callaway to defend on the offside. Perhaps he doesn't fancy bowling with this age of ball, 50 overs old. Probably pretty soft by now. And there's also the over rate to keep in the back of your mind. I know that shouldn't be an immediate consideration at this stage.
Also, looking on the other side of the coin, that as you say, 30 overs to go for the new ball. He could bowl now and have a long rest in between.
As Stewart bowls, Callaway forward, defending. Compton intercepts it at short mid on. Yeah, you'd expect a burst from Agar of 5 or 6 overs.
40 minutes,
fairly soon.
There's this cloud above us, hopefully will go away in front of us, and behind it's pretty good. I just had a quick look. And it's brighter, obviously, because you haven't cleaned the windows again.
Stewart in, bowls, and Callaway knocks it away on the leg side to mid-wicket, no run. Well, I'm waiting for the artist who's doing that mural on the side of the grandstand to finish with the cherry picker so I can get up.
It's about time too, Mr. Webb. I wonder how they clean the windows here. I'd be petrified.
Well, I presume well, it's difficult to know where they can put a cherry picker, because for those of you that don't know, the area in front of...
You could get a couple of ladders though, couldn't you?
Well, yes.
If you're so inclined.
Yeah. It's possibly why they get a bit grubby occasionally. 162 for 4. Stewart is into bowl short. Callaway, well, pulls but controls it, gets on top of it, didn't really middle it, but hit it down into the ground towards Everson at fine leg. They go through for the single. 44 to Callaway, 163 for 4. The lead is 8 runs at the end of the over.
Yes, and Glamorgan, building on this excellent partnership between 2 of the best batsmen in the side, Colin Ingram and Ben Callaway. Some would say Kieran Carlson should come into that bracket, but Callaway, as we know, Nick, has come along so much this season. He really looks at this young age that he is a class operator, both with the bat and the ball. Let's not forget that he took all 6 wickets in the last championship match against Gloucestershire, and is developing into a top-class all-rounder. Parkinson to bowl to Callaway. He's got a man at bat pad, close in on the offside, but that's too short, and it's clipped away on the onside, out to deep mid-wicket, and they'll amble through for a single.
I was impressed with his temperament in the match at Canterbury as well, because he got us a maiden century, which is great, but then he reset and went on to 180 not out.
As you should do. Parkinson round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, who sweeps effectively all along the ground out to deep mid-wicket. It's fielded on the boundary edge. And the batsmen now, who last night treated Parkinson with utmost respect, are beginning to play their shots against him. As Callaway on 45 waits and beats him outside the off step with one that turned, which draws applause from our friends from Kent sitting down in front of us. And another friend from Kent, Matt Cole, joins me in the commentary box as Nick takes a break. Parkinson over the wicket to the right-hander, Callaway, who is forward and dabs it away out to the man in that precarious position at Boot Hill. Parkinson goes back to his mark. He is now in his 11th over, 0 for 37, a short cut away out to deep mid-wicket, and they go through for a single. Good morning, Matt.
Good morning. Yeah, you're right, that fielder at short point or silly mid-off, Will Harvey, it's like he's playing jump rope this morning, doesn't it?
Yeah.
The drives go through the offside, but on the leg side from Colin Ingram. But they're going on. Good partnership, this one.
Here's Parkinson in, bowls, tossed up, and doesn't entice the batsman, Ingram, who just pushes it away onto the offside. 166 for 4. Ingram on 48. It's the race to the 50. Callaway's on 46. As in comes Parkinson again and hits him on the pad, surely outside the line of leg stump as the appeal fades away. That completes the over, and this partnership now is worth 90. Very valuable runs for Glamorgan after they'd slipped to 78 for 4. I was just saying to Nick, I was rather surprised to see Parkinson open up because it's quite a long way to the new ball, almost 30 or 28 overs. I thought Agar, who's head and shoulders above anybody else yesterday, had a burst of about 40 minutes and then wait and then take the new ball. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, I'd agree. I would have started with Agar just because he bowled so well yesterday, even if it's a 3-4 over spell just to see.
Yeah.
Because his pace was definitely causing problems
and it's
yesterday.
conducive to a bit of swing. It's a lot of cloud about, which thankfully is moving away. But I was a bit surprised.
Yeah, having said that, Parkinson has forced a couple of false shots out of these two, and we had that looped catch which Harvey couldn't take running from
which is very difficult. I don't think he got a finger on it.
No, I think as I said, I think he set off as soon as he could, basically as soon as he saw it, didn't he, and made a great effort at it. But yeah, but I agree, I would probably from the far end I would have started with Agar at least, but there we go. So Stewart bowls to Callaway. Here a sharp report from the bat as he drives that into the offside. Harvey fields once again. Will Harvey, who was playing for the second 11 up until very recently at Abergavenny, but has come down here to fill the gap.
It's not far for him. For 35 minutes, right?
Yeah, but Nick was saying, Nick's of the opinion that one of the batters that's got out for Kent in that second 11 game should probably be here, and Will Harvey should be batting for them against Glamorgan.
Yes, indeed.
Which makes sense, but perhaps continuity is the thing, and certainly on off stump that one, it's defended by Ben Callaway, who just indicates something to Colin Ingram. Is he saying it's just a little bit of movement in the air there, Callaway?
Yes, I don't want to distress the camp listeners too much, but in the last match, seems an age ago, at the end of June, Glamorgan played Gloucestershire. Ingram made 117 and Callaway 139. So these two enjoy batting. They put on 254.
Deep breath back in Kent, everybody. Here's just clipped off the pads to backward a square, and it's fielded by Jaden Denley. Left arm throw coming into Harry Finch, and a single taken, 169 for 4. As if that innings victory for Glamorgan wasn't enough, Ed, you've got to depress Kent listeners with the news of an even bigger partnership between Ingram and
Not only that, he scored hundreds, Ingram, in the last 2 championship matches, so I'll finish on that. I got many friends down in Kent, and I don't want to distress you.
I looked up his individual record yesterday, a century.
61, you said?
Yeah, averaging 61, a century and 250s in just the 3 games against Kent in the county championship.
Well, he's getting runs for fun last year and this year.
Yeah.
40 years of age. Yeah.
It's a bit of gardening, but he does look.
I'm going to reveal something to you.
Oh, crikey.
I was watching the, just for about 10 minutes, the Leicestershire-Derbyshire stream.
All right, yes.
But you can get any game on NV. Play cricket. Wait.
It's Stewart to Ingram, driving into the offside. It's fielded at cover this time by Jaden Denny. 2 men in the covers. Compton is the other.
And Mr. Tickner, have you come across Mr. Tickner, the opening bowler for Derbyshire, who's, I think he's New Zealand.
Yeah, oh, sorry, yes. Yeah.
Who has the...
Yeah.
He is lifting his knees
Yeah.
far more, and is exactly like a young pony about to take a jump in the Horse of the Year show, if you know what I mean. He's up and down and up and down. Have a look at him.
He was. I was going to say I didn't see him play, but he came and chatted with us in the commentary.
He's
box.
a lovely lad.
Fantastic company, absolutely. Driven to the offside, dot ball that one by the way, end of the over from Grant Stewart. 1-6-9-4, Glamorgan lead by 14.
If you ever listeners and people who do with him, if you have a chance to look at him, and he's up and down and up and down, and then gets into this stream.
Dave Fletcher said when we were talking with him, said, Matt, if you've not seen this man bowl, get on the internet, watch it's quite something. No, really engaging company, and as Dave was saying,
he had a very unfortunate time last year, and thankfully all is well when his wife was taken quite ill.
Sorry, with his
and he was about. He didn't play then, but thankfully all is well. He was telling us when they were down here. Looks a thoroughly good man who smiles. And, he's not a nasty sort of fast. Well, he might be nasty to us over 22 yards in his approach and all that, but he's a character.
No, he was. Dave was saying. He's sort of constant motion. He said 20 minutes in a commentary box. We were delighted to have him, he said, because Blair will not sit around for more than 5 minutes at a time. 5 minutes later, he was out talking to one of the bowlers on the on the rope and chatting to supporters. Yeah, fantastic.
Well, we've got the change that we thought, and from the first ball, Quinn bowls. Callaway nearly plays on as he pushed tentatively forward. An inside edge and just missed the leg stump. So he's on a day like this, he's smothered with sun cream, because what's the old saying? You may think we don't catch the sun this time of year when the clouds are, but it comes through the clouds.
Yeah, it's a lesson to all of us, that.
It's a lesson to me, because I had a small operation 2 years ago on my face, and I'll just finish, and I shall add to what you said there, Matt, a lesson. As Quinn runs away from us, comes in, Agar rather, and bowls, and this is played gently back to the bowler. I had so I thought it was a rash on my face, and went to the doctor. He sent a photograph to a consultant, and he said, yes, I want to see you. And it was a spot of skin cancer. And he asked what I did in all the countries, of course, that I visited covering cricket. Yeah. And he said, you need a little op, which was successful. Thankfully, I'd gone in. So, as you say, everybody watch the sun.
Yeah.
Here comes Agar. He's in bowls. A little bit shorter then, and it's just damped back down the pitch. And there's no run. 169 for 4. Glamorgan, lead of 14. Any lead is grateful.
I remember, way back, 20 years ago, was director of cricket at Kent, Graham Ford, the South African,
Remember him? Yeah.
had also, similar to you, had a brush with skin cancer, and was wrapped up from head to foot after that, quite understandably.
In comes the next ball, shorter, pushed to the offside. They go for a quick single. There's a shy, and had that hit, Ingram would have been out by 3 yards. That's an ill-advised run by the young batsman. He holds his hand up and says some words to the effect. Sorry, Colin.
It was a great net run. But as you say, Wes Agar showing a fine example. You might think an Australian in English conditions wouldn't be too worried about it, but smothered in sunblock today, 174.
And sometimes he said, when you go out, even in the winter, just put a little bit of something on. Wind, anything, when you expose your face. And you don't think about it.
That's true enough. Probably like a lot of cricket supporters, but as a commentator I should know better. Outgrounds, when you're in a tent and you don't think about the sun's rays because you might be in a commentary box the rest of the time.
Round the wicket he's gone away. He got down the leg side and pulled away, and that is going to run away for 4 up to mid-wicket, which will bring up yet another 50 for Colin Ingram. It's been a highly responsible innings, and he's been and faced 86 balls. We'll have the details from Andrew Hignell, the scorer, in just a moment. But he's had his 1 or 2 sort of half chances in the innings. They've been difficult chances, but he's batted responsibly. And he has moved on to 52. And this partnership, 96, just 4 short of 100. As Agar comes round the wicket to the left-handed Ingram, who drives nicely but straight to mid-off, and there's no run. He really looks in fine touch.
Ominous for Kent, but glorious to watch.
Glamorgan's 50 came off 86 balls, including 5 fours and 6.
There we are, 5 fours and a 6 will tell you, because Ingram normally is far more boundaries than that, but he's, as I say, batted very responsibly. Glamorgan's lead is slowly rising, 19, and if these two can bat for most of the afternoon, then it could be ominous for Kent.
Yeah, absolutely. Once again, they're staring down what could be a significant deficit in the first innings,
but we know wickets can fall.
Yeah,
we not only in this game, Matt, but we've seen it in other games here.
Yeah, they've got to generate some excitement here. Kent, Grant Stewart to bowl. It's a gully fielder, Danny Bell-Drummond, but 2 men on the drive on the onside for Ben Kellaway. He's that a little bit late, but not quite as exciting as you might imagine. Around the country, Old Trafford, India 27 for none. England choosing to field in the 4th test there. Looking elsewhere, I thought I saw the under-19s game. Indeed I have. Ben Dawkins from Kent, a tall young opener who likes to attack the ball. We're told similar in mode to Zach Crawley, playing for the England under-19s at the moment.
Right.
As Stewart bowls to Kellaway, straight back at him. I'm saying that because he's batting at the moment against India, England under-19s, 138 for none.
Where's that?
Leading by 168 at Chelmsford. Ben Dawkins in that big opening partnership. Ekhansh Singh from Kent, who Simon Cook told me last night they think a lot of would have been playing in this game had he not been playing for the under-19s. Got a century in the first innings, so certainly from a batting point of view, Kent's future looks exciting, but at the moment it's the bowling that's engaging them, or should be, as Kellaway defends this one into the onside. It's fielded by Compton.
Yeah, I'm just going back to saying about Collapse's Middlesex game here, and Robson and Max Holden put on 95 for the first wicket, and then they were all out for 2-3-5, and grateful that Roland Jones got 57, a bit of a slog at the end of the innings, and that's happened once or twice. So Kent listeners, don't give up hope.
Yeah, 174 for 4. It's been a good start by these pair though for the second day. This one's just worked into the open space behind square on the onside by Kellaway. Off then it delivery from Grant Stewart. Elsewhere in the County Championship Division 1, Durham are 76 for 2 in their second innings at Taunton against Somerset. Still 29 behind, that game well advanced too. Nottinghamshire 289 for 5 against Hampshire at the Utilita Bowl. Sussex playing Essex at Hove. Sussex bowled out for 204 yesterday. It's a lead for Essex now by 8 runs, 212 for 4. Could be an important game for Essex, that one, in the County Championship Division 1. A relegation picture, depending on what happens next year, but that's a sort of asterisk on everything we say about next year at this point, isn't it? Defended into the onside by Colin Ingram. A delay to the start at Scarborough. Yorkshire against Surrey. Yorkshire overnight 282 for 4. And concluding the first division scores at Edgbaston, they are playing Worcestershire 301 for 8. Leicestershire 379 for 4 against Derbyshire. Slight laughter in my voice because they were none for 2. They've done all right since then. Good ball from Stewart. Did it keep a little bit low perhaps on off stump? But
that means, of course, Matt, that they're getting close to 110 overs, and it's just the 1 point for Derbyshire, which will help Glamorgan.
That's a very good point. Yeah, you're right. It's 107 overs up now, so they might even think about going for an extra batting point of their own, but you're right, it's probably as important to keep 5 wickets intact. It's a very good point.
I think they're an odds on now to win the championship. It's awful not to know exactly what's...
We talked about this yesterday, it is,
yeah,
isn't
we
it?
were.
Come on now. I mean, and possibly deny Leicestershire a promotion after the toiling towards the bottom of the county championship year on year.
Yeah.
Just feels...
We better not say too much.
No. It feels wrong. You'll have your own opinions out there. It's the BBC, of course.
Yes, exactly.
Very balanced.
Eager to continue from this end. Bow short, pulled away into the gap for 4 runs by Callaway, who brings up his 50, and that is as good as innings again from Callaway, because he came in with Glamorgan 78 for 4, and the odd false shot, but my word, he is. I keep on saying, well, saw him get that 180 not out, of course, down at Canterbury. I watched it, nearly all of it on the stream. It isn't often I'm in raptures, because we haven't had anybody at this age who's come through the system here at Glamorgan, apart from Kieran Carlson, but this boy has got class. As in comes the next ball, short and pulled again and controlled by one of 3 men on the boundary there. Fields is a fine leg, a deep backward square and a mid-wicket. In fairness, Daniel Bell Drummond trying everything he can. He had a 6-3 field earlier on, 6 men on the leg side to try and manufacture a wicket, and then I think it was Stewart bowled on one outside the off stump, and one of 2 men there had to go and fetch it out of the pickets. If you're going to bowl to a plan, you must keep to that plan. Here you go, in over the wicket to the left-hander, bowls, and this time Ingram just plays it defensively out to the 12th man fielding there at a straightish mid-on. There's an orthodox mid-on and another fielder some 15 yards, 20 yards to his left. 180 for 4, Glamorgan lead by 25. 2 half centuries, and the partnership now is 102. Easily the best partnership of this game. There you go. In, bowls, pitches it up, lovely drive there, beats 2 fielders. They're going to get a couple as it's fielded eventually by who was that number?
Chris Benjamin,
Chris Benjamin. Ingram moves on to 54, as is Callaway on 54. And the day is getting brighter.
It is, yeah. The forecast before this game started suggests there might be some rain today, but it looks better today on the forecast that I've seen.
He got in, bowls, defended this time, pushed away onto the offside. There's no run. 182 for 4, and Glamorgan not even thinking about bonus batting points at the moment. Take it as it comes, I would have thought, because they certainly weren't feeling it, talking about batting points at 78 for 4. 250, of course, and it's second or third year now is the total, not 200 as it used to be. Agar, last ball of the over, bowls, good delivery, pitched up to Colin Ingram, who pushes it away onto the onside, and that's no run. 182 for 4, both batsmen at 154. There we are, 101 balls, 5 fours, the same number as Ingram, and it will be Stewart to continue at the River Taff end. And I think the bowling coach, who was the bowling coach at Kent these days?
Robbie Joseph is...
All right. I think he'll instill into his bowlers, you've got to do what Glamorgan did yesterday afternoon and keep things quiet by not wavering in length, etc., because you could just run away.
Yeah, as you said, Danny Bell-Drummond doing his best with the field, but the bowlers need to do their partners. Stewart bowls to Kellaway, and defended back up the pitch, and there is no run. Just missed out a couple of scores in County Championship Division 2, by the way. Underway at Cheltenham, and Lancashire 350 for 8 in their first innings. Middlesex, big total yesterday, going on at Northwood, 372 for 3 against Northamptonshire, although Kane Williamson is out now for 114. As Stewart bowls to Kellaway, and it's defended up to mid-on, and there's no run. What a fine cricketer Kane Williamson is. There we go. I say it once, I said 100 times, but
yeah, and looks a lovely man, as everybody says, because he's played every game. He might have said, well, look, we're out of the T20 competition, but I noticed he played every single game, and appears to be such a sociable person, and one of the most aesthetically pleasing batsmen, I think, Matt, you could see around the world.
Yeah, just about my favourite cricketer internationally, I'd have to say. I think, as you say, for that dignity and
absolutely,
as you say, for being a good human being as well as a great batter to watch. Yeah. We're not naming names, though. It's Stuart bowling to Kellaway. Takes all sorts to make a cricket team. Driven into the offside. Single taken 183 for 4. But I'd have to say...
I agree with you 100%. And I must tell you, Matt, okay, people call me old fuddy-duddies, but when I saw that piece in the newspaper yesterday that one of the England, was it, somebody said, we are going to go on that field and sledge as much. What? Don't they enjoy the game anymore? Sledge, we've had a meeting.
That's Stewart round the wicket to Ingram, straight back.
Seems rather pathetic to me, I don't know.
Yeah,
why do you do it? Your game you love playing, you're fortunate to spend your life in the open air playing cricket, and okay, it's...
The sympathy I have, I suppose, for England is messaging seems to be such an important, as they call it, isn't it? To send out the right message, and was there a perception that England were a bit too happy-go-lucky with now they need to be seen as a more serious, aggressive side?
We want to be nastiest. Well,
I don't know. Defended up to mid-on. I'm with you as well. I think they've got some fantastic cricketers, England, here, and play an attractive brand of cricket. But
when I was a young lad, it was in the days of Dexter Cowdray and your man Cowdray. Could imagine him as a captain of England telling his side to act like that.
183 for 4. As Stewart bowls to Ingram, and that's a great stop as well. Good shot, good stop by Harvey.
Good bit of cricket, wasn't it?
That's probably why they've not recalled him to the seconds and sent somebody else. There we are from Abergavenny. That's Will Harvey with some good fielding. So good cricket, Richie Benno would say, wouldn't he? Decent ball, good shot, good fielding. 183 for 4. But,
just going back to that point, okay, somebody might email us and say, oh no, we don't agree, it's a different time. this era, as it were. But doesn't wash with me, but there we are.
Mind you, if they come picking on Zach Crawley, who's the one of the nicest men, very surprised to see that coming to a head. But
Well, I think that's social media for you. Some will say, why did internet ever come into being?
well,
That's awful. How does it feel for him and his family to read that?
well,
It's not his fault that he's picked.
Zach isn't. I was talking about the accusations of time wasting and the Indians coming after him, but
Well, that's not him. He's been told. He
absolutely
was
not.
told.
And I would say from Zach Crawley's point of view, he has nothing to do with social media. He's not on any of them, and says, and there's no reason to disbelieve him. He just doesn't pay attention to any of it. He's just getting on with his life. So.
Here's Agar, starts a new over, bowls a good length ball, and forward comes Ben Kellaway, pushes it up to mid-off. I think
Oh yes.
Nick is next door. You've
And
got
Ed, thank you very much.
and
You're
there's a
alerting
lady
me
in
to
there
get the heck
having
out
a
of here.
discussion. I don't know what it's about,
I need
but
to,
we will see Matt Cole just a little later. So unfortunately, you have to listen to me for a few minutes on my own. Still this rather funky field with three men in close proximity on the onside. As in comes Agar. Bowles pitched up, lovely shot, goes backward of square on the offside. They run through for a single, but again, there's only a single as is quickly gathered by the fielder there. 184 for 4, the lead is 29. Kellaway 56, Ingram 54, keeping pace with each other. This morning it was 125 for 5, so they've added 59 runs in the first hour, which is good going. Kent striving for this fifth wicket as Agar in past the umpire, bowls well pitched up, driven, but half stopped by the bowler. Nick's back from his break and will join me as the day brightens. That nasty cloud has moved away down Penarth way or Bristol way. Anyway, it's gone. Goodbye. Don't come back.
As long as it's not.
Don't come back till October. In comes Agar. Bowles. Hits him on the pad. They go for a quick single and safe enough. Not as dangerous as that single when Kellaway called his partner for a run, and had he hit, he'd have been out by 3 yards.
Yes, nearly sawed off Ingram, didn't he, there?
Yeah.
Was that one and the top edge off Kellaway have been the closest that we've come to the wickets. The LBW shouts there's been not much at top volume, I think, from the Kent players today.
Agar, most successful bowler on view for Kent, comes in, bowls, forward comes Kellaway, immovable, and this lead is a slight going up slowly, 30 now, so
what were we, the situation was 30 behind at the start, wasn't it? Now it's 30 ahead for Glamorgan.
Yeah, 60 runs in the first hour is pretty good going against the defensive field. They said the pitch here is on the second day the best time to bat, and it appears so. Last ball of the over, and Kellaway is forward. Playing very responsibly. End of the over, 185 for 4. And this partnership now is worth 109, is it? Yes.
107.
107. Vital partnership as far as Glamorgan is concerned.
By far the biggest of the match, isn't it? Now, even if you count the 3 Kent batters in that one partnership, that was only 61. So Kent really have some work to do to haul themselves back into this game Not impossible, but the lead is building ominously from the visitors' point of view. So Grant Stewart continues. Economical, but Kent needs more than economical. They need wickets. Going at just 2 runs and over, and he's in to bowl to Colin Ingram on 55 not out, and Ingram is forward defending.
So consistent, isn't he? I'm not going to repeat what I said about 10 minutes ago about his record in the last couple of games. I think Kent's supporters have suffered enough, and I've been saying how consistent both these have been throughout the season. Neither of whom are going to be playing in the 50 over, which in a funny sort of way gives a chance to the youngsters.
In comes Stewart again, bowls, and Ingram plays it on the leg side, and there's no run. Yeah, talking to David Harrison about the setup, he said they haven't ruled out Ingram playing,
right?
But at least to start with, then he'll be in a coaching role. Which is good for the long term.
I said yesterday, it's good to see youngsters, because this competition, everybody has been calling it the second 11 competition, and Glamorgan have won it twice in the last couple of years.
As Stewart is into bowl, Ingram drives, but without any run ensuing.
It seems a bit unequal, isn't it, when you play Somerset, who have 21 players involved in the 100. And
yeah, Somerset and Surrey lose all basically their first team, don't they? And sometimes a few more as well.
Glamorgan last year, I think, only lost one, Mason Crane. This Douthwaite's not involved, is he?
Yeah, Chris, he isn't involved this year. No, Chris Cook was on the fringe of the Welsh Fire Squad, but didn't play last year. I think he got injured in training or something. Stewart is into bowl. Ingram plays on the leg side, and there is no run. Kent losing 4 or 5, I believe Matt said, for this year's comp. But as you say, it is unequal.
Yeah.
But
I enjoy the competition as a whole.
Yes.
You can sit back, and it's not bang bang straight away. It's thoughtful cricket.
Stewart is in to bowl. Ingram drives through the offside, beats a diving cover, punched away. Beautiful. In classical style for 4 runs. Ingram moves to 59, the total to 189 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online.
If you think of David Gower, think of that shot. Beautiful shot. His judgment is so good, isn't it? Because he's defended well, and anything resembling a half volley, he's into it immediately, and he moves to 59.
103 deliveries faced, slightly quicker than Callaway, but not much in it as Ingram works that one away on the leg side for a single. Last ball of Stewart's over, and Glamorgan 190 for 4, going at 3.22 runs and over, but I don't think they'll start worrying about bonus points for another couple of hours.
I just mentioned that before you come in. Yeah, just play. Batsmen to come, Chris Cook, who got 78 in the last game, Van der Gooten and Harris, who both got first-class 50s. Ned Leonard can certainly hold a bat and hits a long ball. Fernando, full stop. Do you remember that innings up at, where was it, at Bristol?
Yes.
Well, he kept our first view of him, and he kept running away to square leg and trying to hit it down to third man.
Yes, with Glamorgan trying to avoid the follow-on, it wasn't really ideal, was it?
What are you doing?
He got a few runs, but not many.
Vega will continue to start his 14th over, and bowls. Ingram dries and gets 4 more. This time a little squarer than the one he hit in the last over, and he's really getting into his stride now. He moves on to 64, and he won't like me to say it, but he has scored the last 2 innings centuries in Championship cricket. But it's just an observation. I'm not saying he didn't get it again, but played ever so well. 194 for 4. Hasn't been the threat as he was yesterday when he took 3 wickets, Ager, but here he is trying to make amends. Bowls again down the leg side, clipped away down to fine leg for a single. Glamorgan 195 for 4. Just had a conversation because you'll appreciate this, Nick. I watched earlier on 10 minutes of Derbyshire and Leicestershire.
Okay.
And Mr. Tickner now has taken another high step to add to the 3. It is exactly like a little pony getting ready to take part in the Horse of the Year show. And
Dressage.
Terrific. Terrific. But they're under the cosh are our friends from Derby, with 2 Welshmen in it, and a son of a Welshman. Namely, an Iron Donald David Lloyd, and Lewis, spelt
Spanish
Italian
way
or Spanish?
Spanish way, yeah.
Lewis Rees, father from Llanelli.
Yes, and a brother called Ian.
Yeah.
But went for a Spanish spelling of Lewis for some reason. I don't think he himself could quite explain it when we asked about him. Test match, India 43 for no wickets.
Look at this field then. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on the onside. I'll describe it after this ball. Might be short. It is. It's a bouncer over the left shoulder. He's got a fine leg, if you can picture it. The fine leg then, some 20 yards to his left, is another fielder, just backward of square. 25 yards up the road, there's another fielder who is on the mid-wicket boundary, and go another 20 yards. There's a man saving a single. I don't know quite what he's doing there. He might as well be on the boundary. And then 2 fielders are saving one, a square leg and a mid-on. And he comes in and bowls again, short, and he's taken on, and he's going to get 4 runs. That wasn't very clever bowling. It is a short boundary. And 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
6-3 leg side field.
6-3. It's normally, as I mentioned yesterday, you get that on the start for the offside field, a 6-3 field, but I don't know if it's the right tactic because it's not very far at all.
No, Callaway
short,
swivelled on that one nicely,
yeah,
and hit it fine of fine leg.
In comes Jaeger, bowls another bouncer, and it's left 199 for 4.
The thing is, it depends on the batters being willing to take it on, and they are to a certain extent. But
Very occasionally, though, Nick, you see them holding out unless.
You could just sit there, duck underneath every delivery, and the bowler's wasted all his effort, really.
Or as Callaway showed, that last shot, just play it down.
You mentioned that Derby-Leicester game. Derbyshire are fighting back.
Yes, here you go. Comes in, bowls short again, pulled away. This time it'll be fielded by one of those 3 men on the boundary. And applause for the 200 up. And Derbyshire, did they get that second point? I don't think. Well, the 108th over, there's only 3 wickets down. I can't work that out.
Yes, they did get 2 bowling points, Derbyshire.
Did they?
There were 6 down at the end of the 110. Leicestershire are now 393 for 7, having lost 4 wickets for 30 runs. And Lewis Rees, whom you mentioned, 4 for 55, opening the bowling these days as well, having opened the batting. Ahmed made. It's a lopsided scorecard for Leicestershire at the moment. Ahmed made 115, Hill 151, Hanscom 101, just adding a couple of runs.
2 north before that.
And everyone else is in single figures. So it's either triple figures or single figures for the Foxes at the moment. Not quite sure what Glamorgan are hoping for. Not too many points from Derbyshire, I guess, if we...
Well, that's what I was mentioning, yeah.
So, yeah, they did get the second bowling point as the short version of the answer.
Yeah.
Everson back into the attack to bowl his seam from the River Taff end.
I wouldn't be surprised to see either of these batsmen take Everson on, because he is a medium pace, slower than the other three seamers we've seen, and he's got his field up. And Kellaway is a very strong driver, as is Ingram, of course. Might just fancy hitting him over the top. Anyway, we shall see. Everson yesterday bowled 5 overs for 16 runs.
Here he comes then, with keeper standing up. Hard work for Harry Finch. Have to be on his toes as Everson bowls and Callaway is forward defending. This game very much the outlier of Division 2, because in all the other cases, I'm sorry to inform Kent supporters, the side that batting first is still going. Cheltenham, Lancashire 366 for 8 against Gloucestershire. Century there for Matty Hurst, and Green is 76 not out. Glamorgan play at Lancashire next week. As Everson bowls and Callaway is forward.
Middlesex were piling them up yesterday, weren't they?
They still are. They've just reached 400 for 3. Holden was out for 151. Williamson 114. But they must have had some delays there, because they're in the 97th over of that innings at the Merchant Taylor's school ground. As Everson bowls and Callaway is forward defending. I just feel, I know it's difficult to feel sorry for Middlesex, because they should be among the money bags of the circuit. Their rivals over the Thames, Surrey, are piling it in, doing everything correctly from the financial marketing, developing players, and Middlesex are
it's not their ground, is it?
Not their ground, lords. Everson in, bowls, Callaway leg glances for a single, thinks about the second, but it isn't there.
And they've had problems, Nick. They sacked Richard Johnson. I don't know quite what the story was there. Much respected, former Middlesex player, about 4 or 5 weeks ago, and there's been sort of problems financially. Was it the chairman resigned?
There was a problem with the pension fund that had a mysterious large hole in it.
And then they signed Kane Williamson, and he wouldn't have cost.
Yeah, I think that was largely paid for by the 100 money, though, wasn't it? Because he's also paying for playing for the London Spirit franchise.
Well, I take your point. Yeah, Middlesex in the old days certainly used to be up there with 4 or 5 players playing for England.
You'd think of them as the aristocrats, and they're now almost poor relations. Everson round the wicket, bowls, and Ingram drives.
But he got promoted, didn't they, a couple of years ago?
Yeah. It's a strange situation that they're in without the income that derives from having a host ground.
Yeah.
I mean, Glamorgan's ground here today is got a few hundred people in it, but it's useful for big occasions, a couple of England matches a year.
Conferences for big firms.
Yep. As Ingram drives into the offside, and we'll pick up a single, 202 for 4.
And you get Christmas dues here in the big indoor school. Yes, they get money in commercially, I suppose, which is very important.
And when the 100 money does eventually arrive in the bank, we hope so. Well, there is an area behind the pavilion away to our left that is ripe for development. You could, planning permission provided, stick in a little hotel there and get some more money made.
The money is astronomical for every county, so I don't think they'll have to worry then.
Yeah, but they need to invest it wisely to make sure that it doesn't run out in 20 years and everyone's broke again.
Should they?
You need facilities that will bring in money and develop players, etc., etc.
New over, started by Agar, bowls to 4 runs. He didn't bowl to 4 runs, he bowls to Colin Imbrigham, who didn't hit his bat, hit his pad. 4 runs down to fine leg, just drifting down. And Glamorgan now have the lead of 51, 206 for 4. They will now eye the first batting point, which is 44 runs away. And it's been a good effort here by these two this morning. $128 run partnership. Agar over the wicket, past umpire Baldwin on his way short, pulled away to a man down at just backward of square. Ingram into his stride, moves on to 67. Callaway is on 62. Every commentator, and we have here, Nick, from other counties, always say what they need, and they've said it along, is we must get rid of Ingram early. You noticed? Everybody, well, they haven't, and lots of counties haven't this season or last, and he's flourishing again here. In comes the next ball. May I ask you, because I might have to join, the young lady is now talking to Matt next door and spoke to you. Is she sort of learning the ropes, or is she a BBC lady? Or?
No, she's working on the Wisden Cricket podcast at the moment, and just wanted to come in for a chat, so she'll probably come in and watch myself and Matt blithering away, as I said, for the next half hour. So she's just looking for ideas as to how to develop things. No cricket podcasts in Wales apart from the one done by the museum people at the moment.
No. Short this time, not a good delivery whatsoever, and taken low down on the half volley by Harry Finch, who's feeling Billy no misses, nobody anywhere near him, no slips, no gullies.
England under-19s going well in their test against India. They're 163 for naught in their second innings. That's a lead of 193, and young Mr. Dawkins is 83 not out.
Yes, you were talking about him earlier on, Matt.
Ben Dawkins is on 83, Adam Thomas 81.
Round the wicket comes the next ball short, and Callaway ducks. It goes over his left shoulder.
That's part of the is that Cheltenham or Chelmsford? Yes, Gloucestershire playing at Cheltenham at the moment, aren't
Lancashire.
They? Yeah, so it must be Chelmsford, just half.
Yeah, going back to the podcast, I envy BBC Essex and BBC Northampton who have a cricket hour every week. It must be interesting, not only to the listeners, but the supporters of Glamorgan, to listen to interviews, how things are going. But we can put it forward to our employees. Oh, this is not good bowling, it's just bowling down the leg side, and he has nothing at all to do with it. Well, he's not been at all as effective as Agar. His figure's 3 for 54 now, and Glamorgan are 207 for 462. Callaway, Ingram 67. The lead is 52.
Well, maybe this is why Agar didn't want to bowl early on this morning, because he's finding life a lot tougher than he did last night when he got rid of Tribe early on, and then Billy Root and Zainul Hassan in another spell. So Kent labouring 207 for 4 as Everson is in round the wicket, bowls. Ingram drives into the offside, picks up a single. Matt Cole, well, I'm not sure whether he'll return to the commentary. No, I'm sure he will, but
conversation.
He's
got 10 minutes.
But will he come back, or will he be sitting down in a darkened room and wondering where Kent are going to get a wicket from? Well, Glamorgan's bowlers showed yesterday that they can take wickets in clumps, as Callaway on the back foot forces back to the bowler who gets a hand to it. When the wickets there were sort of late 40s, early 50s overs, so they're past that stage. Reverse swing, Edward, seemed to come into play yesterday. It's not a subject on which I profess to be an expert, but Glamorgan did get a bit of movement from...
I said, you might have heard me saying this before, I said to Steve Watkin, I'll just break off for a moment.
Everson in. Bowls. Callaway looks to turn on the leg side. There's a huge appeal from Everson, but from the shot being played, it might have been going down leg side. The replay on the screens in front of us will show what happened. It was going down leg side, probably hit leg stump. Mr. Watts wasn't interested.
Steve Watkin, fine bowler for Glamorgan and England, of course. I asked him some years ago, what is a reverse swing in swinger?
As Kellaway plays that one off the back foot to mid-off, no run.
Yeah, but it is shine one side. Basically, it's, the ball that comes in, which you think is going down the offside. That's all I can describe it as.
If they can keep any shine at all on the ball at this stage, because this Kookaburra ball is meant to be particularly difficult.
I sympathise out there now with the bowlers.
Everson in bowls. Kellaway drives on the leg side to one of the two short mid wickets, and there is no run.
I mentioned yesterday, Nick, how many hundreds were scored in the last round.
Yeah.
Let's have a look today. We've got that mammoth score.
All big scores elsewhere in Division 2. Yeah.
And Glamorgan could get a big score, but surely. But I see that Duke's having a good look again.
As Kellaway drives into the offside, he's got this one past Bell Drummond, the close cover fielder. It's being pursued hard towards the boundary, but the fielder gave it everything there, and just had to pull up at the last minute to avoid crashing into the boards. Nicely timed from Kellaway. That was one that just teased the fielders all the way through. Kellaway has 66, Glamorgan 212 for 4, and they lead by 57 runs here on BBC Sport Online and BBC Sounds.
The fielder there was very wise. Instead of going headlong and trying to... Now this could be interesting. Parkinson is coming back, and the way that these two are playing, they might think, yes, now is the time. Perhaps we can attack Parkinson. They've defended him all yesterday evening. And to his credit, he did bowl a few good deliveries this morning. But we know how down the pitch Ingram likes to come, and also Kellaway likes to hit straight. But I'm sure that he'll have a man, as I'm speaking, he does move mid-on right back to the boundary edge, because I think he was struck a few times down at Canterbury when he went for 149 or 41 overs, and he knows how these two play him. So it's a deep mid wicket and long on, and a deep backwards square and a deep extra cover. Those are the outrunners, as Parkinson is coming round the wicket and bowls, and Ingram drives for a single down to the man at long on. Now the single takes the score to 230, and the lead incidentally is 58.
Good afternoon to Paul.
Oh, bit of shabby fielding there. Well, Parkinson is not happy. Agar apologises profusely. Terrible throw. And that gives the batsman Ingram a run that he didn't expect. So 2 runs. A glare from the bowler. Down the pitch. He's going to the same man. Be careful how this...
He's just lobbed it underarm very gently this time, Mastraker. Don't know if that was a pointed response to the glare that he received. This one's not going anywhere other than straight back to the bowler as Kent throw helmets and caps around the close fielders coming. One of the close fielders coming out.
There's no outriders this side, mid-off, mid-on. Let's see what Kellaway will try and do. He answers me by pushing forward. He's played with a lot of responsibility this morning.
He likes hitting straight back over the top, doesn't he, Kellaway?
Yeah, but if he gets a bit of turn, he might just nick it to slip. He is on 66 as Parkinson over the wicket, bowls. This is driven nicely, but equally well. Fielder there by was that Ben Compton? Yes.
Yep.
The famous name.
Indeed, famous family.
Dennis, the old man, Nick. No, Ben. Oh, that's drifting down leg side. It's swept by Kellaway. There is a man down in that area, and they take a single to 1-6 for 4.
Good afternoon to Paul Pinger, who messages on X that he's at his first Glamorgan game since before COVID. Well, he's picked a good day to watch Glamorgan bat at the moment.
Round the wicket comes the next. The reverse sweep will go for 4. So Ingram has taken 6 runs himself and another for Kelly. So 7 runs off that expensive over. 220 for 4. Ingram is on 75 and the lead is 65. Growing in confidence. Well, he's been there for some time. And this is another typical Ingram innings.
Parkinson looks somewhat dejected for a guy who's played Test and other forms of international cricket. He looks to be struggling a little bit in the games that he's played against Glamorgan this season.
Yes. What is the pitches that he's played? I don't know, but it's going to be hard for the bowlers here with these two in fine form. Callaway on 67. He will face Everson, who was to bowl his 8th over.
Indeed, going just over 3s at the moment is Everson. No slip. 1 cover on the drive, 2 mid-wickets on the drive. Crouching for catches as Callaway drives nicely into the offside. He's got that one wide of point. It might not reach the boundary. It's hauled up just inside the ropes. And they're comfortably back for 222 for 4. 1 leg off the ground, please. Still Nelson. Freddie Jones says, good afternoon. He's just about recovered from the mumbles against Glamorgan celebration game on Sunday. Mark Wallace, Mike Powell and Matt Maynard rolling back the years with the bat. Simon Jones unfortunately unable to bowl these days, as that one's turned off his legs by Callaway for a single. 223 for 4. And thanks to Mike Cann, says Freddie, for arranging that celebration game at Mumbles against the Glamorgan Masters side.
Mars Pool ground. Yes, lovely ground.
Afternoon to Peter Woodward, who says the sanity of County Championship cricket has returned. Different pace, yes, we're enjoying it. Certainly this little block of Championship cricket. 3 more in the final block in September.
Yeah.
Everson around the wicket to Ingram, who turns it to mid-wicket for a single. 224 for 3.
Yeah, there's just the 1 more game at home this season, sadly, for Glamorgan spectators. Northampton away, Derby away, and the
Lancashire at home.
Lancashire's the only game here. I can imagine now if they want to take 2 fixtures off, we'll be getting near the end of the season.
Everson is in to Callaway, and he's on the defensive. In terms of that debate, obviously there is some momentum, and some counties are sympathetic to the players' argument that there ought to be fewer matches. There seems to be, I think, at least half a dozen who have come out opposed to a reduction in Championship cricket.
More than that, I think, Nick. Yeah.
As Callaway drives, but it's fielded by one of the covers, and there's no run. So I would be surprised if anything actually got through, because they do need a 2/3 majority. In other words, at least 12 of the 18 have to agree.
Surrey have changed their mind, because they're adamant that they don't want a reduction, and 6 months ago it's complete opposite.
As Callaway drives with a flick away backward of square on the leg side, single taken. 225 for 4. There seems to be some degree of agreement that the blast could do with a little bit of tweaking here and there, and I think 1 fewer day's cricket, and therefore hopefully for the players a little bit less travelling for back-to-back games. I do have sympathy with the players there, because even working on them, it's difficult to say work an evening game here and a day game in Bristol or wherever, Taunton, the next day.
Yeah, but they do have the coach these days.
They do have the coaching, but there is a degree of intensity to the players' performance.
Parkinson to continue. He's going over the wicket and bowling to the right-handed Callaway, who leans into the drive and will get a single, because Ben Compton should have fielded that and hits the ground in anger as he misfields, and they cross for a single.
The height of insanity, I think, was a couple of years ago when Glamorgan finished a championship game in Durham at 5 o'clock on the Wednesday, and then we're playing in Chelmsford on the Friday, so most of the day in between was in the coach.
Yeah,
Not sure how that one got through.
I remember it wasn't, in fact, as the next ball is driven for a single by Ingram. It wasn't, in fact, Chelmsford, it was Colchester.
No, I definitely went to Chelmsford.
Well, I went from Durham to Colchester.
Must be on a different occasion then.
Marcus North came in the car with me.
Yes, that was
before.
That was longer ago. Yes.
Was it really?
I had a Durham to Chelmsford, and my car nearly blew up on the path.
Never. The next ball was just swept for a single down to fine leg. 2-8, and that's the 150 partnership. You hear the applause, and the lead is 73.
I spent 500 quid on a new radiator. It was worth more than the blooming car, I think.
Should have had the higher car now. Is it that wonderful car that you've still got?
Yes, 20 years old, still going.
Round the wicket this time, and it's swept down to backward square leg for a single. The run's coming quite easily at the moment. 73 to Callaway now, and 78 to his partner Ingram. They do like batting together, these two. The lead is 74.
Wickets are not coming easily for England, or indeed at all. India 58 for naught after 20.
Oh, tosses this one up, pushed to mid-on, short mid-on, and there's no run. Yeah, there's a meeting here on Friday night, isn't it?
There is.
No, I'm a life member here, but I can't come to that meeting, sadly. Here's the next ball, shorter, and this is defended. Matt is back. You'll be delighted to hear, because I'll take a break and see what we're having for lunch. And 2-9 for 4. Callaway 73, Ingram 78. The lead is 74.
Don't eat all the chips like you did yesterday, Edward.
Me?
Otherwise I won't clean the windows. Edward Bevan will be replaced on the BBC commentary by Matt Cole of BBC Radio Kent, to see if he can summon up a twinge of optimism of any sort from the Kent point of view, but it's been in hard labours, and he'll run out and a top edge off Callaway, off Parkinson, that didn't go to hand, and that's been about the closest.
Yeah, looked a bit ragged in the field, and there was a throw from Wes Agar which went wide on Matt Parkinson, and the two of them just staring at each other.
Everson is in to bowl, and Ingram is forward defending. Well, we've seen the funky field placings that we've got used to, particularly with the Kookaburra ball.
Yeah, absolutely. But nothing working so far. 150 partnership up, leading by 74. 104 runs put on for the loss of no wickets today. Sorry, the case for Kent, you were asking? I'm not quite sure at the moment.
Yes. Answers on a postcard, please, to D. Bell Drummond, care of the middle of Sophia Gardens somewhere.
Stay patient, I suppose, is the only thing they can do here.
Emerson bowls, Ingram forward and defends. 2 short mid-wickets, 1 short-ish cover. Men out, backward square leg, and deep point for Ingram. Mid-on is quite a way back, so a bit of an in-out field, but Kent labouring in vain so far today, as Ingram works that on the leg side, and there is no run. It's been reasonably plain sailing for Glamorgan so far today. Well, they had to work hard for it, to be fair. They've had to work hard to keep the run rate going. It's 3.44 at the moment, so it's just about crawling upwards as Ingram works to backward square leg. They go through for a single, and the fact that we're describing all these shots being played with not too much drama around at the moment, and Kent want to create a bit of a drama because Glamorgan are just milking things, milking the bowlers, keeping the scoreboard ticking over. And new ball is still 13 overs away, so that'll be after lunch as Kellaway turns on the leg side. Glamorgan finding the gaps fairly easily at the moment. Single taken, both batters in the 70s.
Going pretty well at Abergavenny, Glamorgan as well, I think. Looking at the second 11, you've done your...
I haven't checked that one recently.
So, Kent 160 for 4 in their second innings. So,
all right. Well, they're still in with a chance.
Yeah,
then.
137 to win with...
Ingram drives to cover, no run.
Yeah, 137 to win. I mean, they'll need to be the biggest scorer of the match so far for Kent to do that. But there is plenty of time, of course, isn't there? I keep forgetting with...
it's only day 3.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, it's meant to be a 4-day game, but it won't be.
Been flying through that.
Fulton's going well by the look of it.
Yeah, young Fulton.
Accompanied by... He's on 63. Mo Rizvi, who took 7 wickets. The leg spinner who's been playing for Glamorgan seconds recently, as Steve Grant noted on X. Was playing for Kent seconds before.
Yeah.
Before that. I think Glamorgan might be a bowler down in that game.
Okay. With Parkinson bowling to Kellaway. Notice that into the onside. Fielded by Will Harvey, who I notice is down at number 9 at Abergavenny. So
strange. Well, I think they've got 11 other players, so they can have Kashif Ali batting and,
okay.
and not.
Oh no, you're absolutely right.
They play 11 out of 12, don't they, in
gotcha.
seconds.
So that will certainly work. Down the pitch comes Kellaway. It's thrashed past Will Harvey at mid-wicket. Shout of catch. I mean, he's thrown himself to his right. The ball's going a bit too quickly for me to pick that up, I'm afraid, Nick. I'm not sure how
I was
close
looking
it was to him.
straight over mid-on, to be honest, so it's something of a miss-hit.
Where he was, expected to play it.
It's come off the inside edge.
Rehearsing that shot again. Not sure if we're going to see a replay, but certainly anything that's looked like happening has looked like it's happening off Matt Parkinson so far, but none for 53 off 12 and a bit overs, 13 and a bit overs rather. Swept away, that'll be 4 with it, diving attempt by Grant Stewart behind square, but very nicely played indeed by Colin Ingram. I'll move on to they put the runs up already. He's on to 70.
Fairly quick on it usually.
Yeah, and so no time to dwell on whether that was a chance, the previous ball. I would say only a half chance at most, the way the ball was flying around. But Parkinson round the wicket then to Ingram. Quicker ball, a dot ball as it's turned into the onside. These are hard yards for Kent, and they are very much they have time in the field to think about how they batted, I think, unfortunately, and that's the way that cricket works on the mind, isn't it? Parkinson to Ingram, turns behind square, single taken. Chris Benjamin comes into field, and obviously looking at the Kent card, there's players there that made starts yesterday. Argument will certainly be, looking at this now, that it's all very well making starts, isn't it, I suppose, from a Kent point of view. These two are showing exactly the way you should bat on this. Swept away by Ben Kellaway. He'll get himself a single. Ooh. Good work in the field by Jaden Denley, actually, and that reaction from Nick Whale tells you everything about trying to take a second run.
Yeah, Colin Ingram was feeling a bit frisky there. He's usually the less adventurous of the batting partners, but Ingram set off and was rightly set back by Kellaway. Steve in a damp and drizzly Newcastle says, any thoughts on Ben Kellaway on the England squad radar? With Dawson being drafted in for the test, indicates a shortage of options in the spin department, and Kellaway is also a talented batsman. Well, yes, he has been apparently, we understand, to Loughborough for a bit of England Lions training, as Kellaway defends the first ball of Everson's over on the leg side. And I'd be surprised if he isn't involved somewhere if he continues his development and progress, because he only had his maiden 50 in first-class cricket at the beginning of this season, which he quickly turned into a maiden 100 and consistent performances.
Yeah, now Rian Ahmed has decided he's a batter and
Yes.
not a bowler. Well, I suppose he can do both, can't he?
I'd be surprised if Callaway doesn't get some sort of Lions. Makes you wonder why he wasn't in the England under-19 setup. As Callaway is forward, pushing down into the offside, and there is no run.
Leads me to say, so I'm going to divert this towards Kent, but Ben Dawkins.
Yeah, we did mention him
He's on
briefly.
91 now in a
All right.
partnership with Adam Thomas as England under-19s are 177 for none at Chelmsford against India. Akansh Singh got a century in the first innings.
Callaway plays this one to mid-off, who is set well back, and therefore it is a comfortable single.
I feel like when I mention those batters, I'm begging a big question of the Kent audience, with a batting collapse here and two young players in the England under-19s who are going great guns. Simon Cook did mention Akansh Singh, said he probably would have played in this game, the middle order batter, had he not been playing for the under-19s.
As Everson bowls, Ingram plays gently on the offside, and there is no run. For some reason, someone's giving us BBC Radio Wales programme feed around about 20 minutes early, which is a little on the excess side. I'll try and
Well, make sure you're ready.
for a lunchtime hit.
But I've got to drag it back to Ben Callaway. It's all very well making runs in under-19 side, but this is very different.
As that's turned away on the offside by Ingram. No run. End the over. 2:39 for 4, with Callaway on 77, Ingram on 84. And if Kent listeners are just tuning in, I'm afraid I have very little consolation for you, with the home lead already 84 runs and still 6 wickets in hand.
Yeah, it's been a chastening first hour and 3/4 for Kent. 239 for 4. That's announcer Andrew Hignell in the background. 77 Callaway, 84 for Ingram. Edward Bevan earlier telling us the stats for Ben Callaway and Con Ingram batting together against Gloucestershire, both scoring centuries. Well, it's Jayden Denley for his first bowl. Talking about England under-19s. I think he would have been playing for them if he'd not been here. Crikey, it feels like a revolving door, doesn't it? 239 for 4. Callaway 77 is facing the young left arm spinner. They take a quick single. I have to say, perhaps the most jeopardy for Glamorgan this morning, and there hasn't been very much, has been the running between the wickets. If you're going to be critical of anything, Nick Webb, and it'll be hard to. With these two.
Yes, can't be bowling for run-outs though, the old joke.
You would say.
Oh, here we go.
The only glimmers.
Bowling change with Jayden Denley.
Sorry, yes. Yeah.
And
he's bowling over the wicket now to Ingram, back at the young left armer. Yes, so I was mentioning him, as I say, connecting the under-19 dots with.
Denley. Yeah.
I thought you were excited by the sound of. I think it's Martha and the Muffins in the background.
Beach,
there we go.
Very fine single, yes.
Driven up to long on. There we go.
They've lost
241 for 4. Callaway 78, Ingram 85.
Much as I love the Jason Mohammed show and Martha and the Muffins hit single.
We'll try and concentrate on the cricket now. Callaway doesn't get quite all of this, but drives it gently along the ground out towards the offside boundary. Grant Stewart throws the ball in.
Steve Grant on Xing, hope they bring North East back in for the One Day Cup if Ingram's not going to be playing on top of Callaway and Crane missing.
This is next delivery. There's some excitement. I'm not entirely sure why, but Colin Ingram has played it into the onside. Oh, you're saying a little bit of bounce, maybe a bit of grip A little bit of mime to Ben Kellaway. 242.4. It hardly exploded off this pitch, though, it has to be said. Just keeping his batting partner aware of what's going on out there. Kellaway 79, the junior partner, just in runs scored, and certainly in age. Colin Ingram, 40 years of age. That's supposed to be old these days, isn't it? 85. Doesn't look like he's in any mood to stop.
Here comes Everson then from the River Taff end, and bowls to Kellaway, who's playing that one on the leg side, and there is no run. So Glamorgan not losing a wicket in the morning session so far, or indeed in the final hour last night. So Kent must be looking towards the new ball like a thirsty man towards an oasis in the desert, as Kellaway tries to flick on the leg side. A bit of an appeal, but nothing much. So these two came together at 78 for 4 in the 26th over of the innings. We're now in the 71st over of the innings, so it is looking like a match-defining stand at the moment, but Kent have got 2.5 days to do something about it. Everson bowls, and Kellaway plays defensively to Bell Drummond, the man who will be determining the exact shape of those efforts to do something about it, but as he stands with arms folded at cover, it must look quite a difficult scenario in front of him.
Yeah, it does definitely feel like this is out of Kent's control at the moment, and these two have batted very well this morning.
Everson bowls, and Kellaway's forward, defending to Compton, who seems to be keeping his morale up anyway, bouncing around in the field. 2-4-2 for 4, so Morgan should get an extra bonus point before lunch, you would have thought. The first batting point coming up at 250, and then every 50 runs thereafter. As Kellaway drives, hit that one rather too firmly to risk a single up to Quinn at mid-off.
Yeah, just looking at Ben Compton's runs scored this summer, and he's a long way away from second place, if you like, in terms of Kent's performances. He's 71 away from 1,000 runs for the season. And in second place, it's Daniel Baldwin with 648.
As Kellaway drives, didn't quite keep that one under control, but nowhere near a fielder. No run, 242 for 4, Kellaway 79. Ingram has 85. The lead for Glamorgan is 87, and there are 9 overs to go until the new ball. 3, say, before lunch, 6 afterwards, so new ball somewhere around 2 o'clock-ish, I guess, will be Kent's next major reason to be cheerful. Part 3.
Absolutely. Yeah, maybe they're keeping Wes Agar for that very occurrence. He's semaphoring to somebody who's ignoring him. This is defended to Ben Compton at mid-wicket. He's just indicated to Will Harvey he ought to come finer. Harvey refers to his captain, unsurprisingly, and goes back to where he was. So Wes Agar doesn't get his wish. He is Jaden Denley bowling once again. He may be just saying that he was too in line with Ben Compton at cover there, so they've just moved him slightly out. Harvey's at mid-wicket, the sub-fielder. Jaden Denley once again driven back at the bowler, fielding off his own bowling. Diminutive young opening batter for Kent. Bowling his left arm spin here. Down the pitch comes Ingram, but not aggressively, just to play the ball up to Wes Agar at long on, as the sun threatens to break through the clouds here at Sophia Gardens. It's an attractive sight from this Cathedral Road end, looking at the trees framing the River Taff. This one's a sort of cut by Ben Kellaway. Looked a little bit ugly, but he's not in any great jeopardy. out towards point, deflecting the ball. And there's no run. Jayden Denley round the wicket to the right hand. He comes down the pitch this time and does try and aggress this one. Wes Agar moves round at mid-off. Big Australian to take the ball, throws it back into Harry Finch, who leaves it at the far end for whomever is bowling the next over. It'll be Joey Everson to continue. So Denley none for 5 from his 2. Economic enough. Everson 2 is going at under 3 and over, none for 31. But really, they just need a wicket from somewhere.
Yeah.
2 4 4 for 4, he said, obviously.
Economy is not quite cutting the mustard for Kent at the moment, is it? Because sometimes you think that putting the screws on the run rate will induce a wicket. Well, it hasn't really looked like that very often this morning rather. Callaway on strike. Everson bowls. Callaway drives into the offside. Well fielded at cover, and there is no run.
I was wondering with Colin Ingram, just was attempting a second, or thinking about a second, to the arm of Jayden Denley a couple of overs ago. And I wonder if players just get used to the sort of gun fielders, and whether Jayden Denley's just a bit too fresh for everyone to realise that when he's honing in on the ball, it's not a great idea to take a second run to him. But, as you say, it may have just been, he's feeling a bit frisky today.
Callaway again drives nicely on the offside off the back foot, and again Jayden Denley is in play as Bell Drummond, who's the closer of the cover fielders, went full length on the turf and probably wished he hadn't. 244 for 4, 6 runs away from the first batting point. The bowling points are at 3, 6 and 9 wickets. So Kent have one of those. As Callaway looks to turn on the leg side, I think that's just come off the pad, but it'll be a couple at least. As that's a good effort from Agar. Go back for 3 runs, and Agar just touching his cap to acknowledge the crowd's applause.
And then goes into a slight limp. I mean, I was wincing of him throwing himself to the ground because a shoulder injury last April cut short his spell at Kent, doing exactly that same thing. So
there's a bit of bat involved there. I thought it might have been just off the leg, but Callaway's moved on to 83.
Yeah, through the bat.
And Ingram defends the next ball. You do wonder about that, the wisdom of fast bowlers, don't you, on the boundary, because you have to applaud the fact that fielding standards are so much higher than they were before the introduction of T20 a couple of decades ago. But on the other hand, if you knacker your shoulder and you're out for the season. Ingram on the defensive again, with lunch in his nostrils.
I feel a little bit that they're damned if they do, damned if they don't, really, because if he'd let that go,
people think, oh, he's just watching it
I
go.
mean, commentators might say, well, that's an indication.
These commentators, they're right so-and-sos, aren't
they? They are. But you know what I'm saying is, you might think, well, perhaps, they think this day is already gone. Wes Agar can't be bothered, or.
Ingram turns on the leg side. Grunt of effort, you may have heard from Everson in the process. Ingram practices a pull shot that he didn't play. 247 for 4 here on BBC Sport Online. As we'll see Denley continuing. Kent's over rate -3, another factor for DBD to worry about. The skipper. Can Glamorgan get the bonus point before lunch?
Jayden Denley then bowled the first ball of his 3rd over, driven into the offside by Callaway with very little fanfare. Procedural single taken.
Procedural single. By mutual agreement.
I mean, it feels like it's almost an autopilot at quite at this juncture, but it does take some concentration, I'm sure, from Ben Callaway. Ingram faces this one from the left arm spinner. Slow left arm orthodox. As it beats Compton on the dive at mid-wicket, and a single more taken. So we just had to rush off there because my laptop is the neediest thing in this commentary box, and that includes me, which is saying something. So one turn behind square. And that'll be a single and the 250 up, and that's the first batting bonus point for Glamorgan. And they'll be looking for many more. It's come off 73.5 overs, this 250 for 4, Callaway 85, Ingram 87. And going on very nicely indeed. Denley bowls once again, defended this time by Ingram.
Yeah, run rate is 3.4 at the moment. They're going to have to accelerate even to get to 350 slightly. I think 350 is probably a realistic target for Glamorgan.
Certainly imposing themselves on this game. How quickly they want to bat, how important the batting bonus points are. The ball's pushed into the offside, there's no run. Then he fields off his own bowling, jogs back to the next delivery. Will Harvey, sub fielder, is it a short mid on? Is it a catch or is it grounded? No, it's catch. It's taken by Harry Finch as a flow of bat from Ingram. It's the first wicket for Kent just before 1 o'clock here, 12:59. There was a big puff of dust as Colin Ingram hit that. Question of whether ball hit ground first, and it's gone straight. Sorry, it's Daniel Bell-Drummond who's taken it, beg your pardon. Harry Finch was celebrated so much. It's Daniel Bell-Drummond, that slip, that's taken it. For some reason, Finch got the first congratulations from Jaden Denley, or it's the other way around. But there we are. There's a puff of dust, and Colin Ingram doesn't look entirely enamoured of that decision. And it will be lunch now. They go off with Kent just taking that one wicket, and Ingram is going off with a very fine innings of 87 under his belt, but looking very disappointed, and he's not going to take it any further if not disgruntled by the decision. 250 for 5 then to end the session. It's a wicket for Kent. It doesn't hide the fact that Glamorgan have absolutely dominated that session. They started at 125 for 4, so it's effectively doubled their score, 125 for 1 in the session. Callaway 85, Ingram goes, caught Bell-Drummond, bowled Jaden Denley, and well, we go to the break with a little bit of controversy, Nick, and a wicket for Kent nonetheless.
Yep, big wicket, big moment for Kent to break the stand. Has it come too late? We'll see in the afternoon session. Ben Callaway will resume on 85 not out. Kent have got a wicket before the new ball, which is 6 overs away. So they have just a little something to cheer them up as they head for their salad and muesli bars. 250 for 5 at lunch. Commentary resumes at 1:40 here on BBC Sport Online. Update for BBC Radio Wales shortly.
I've got some lunchtime scores from the other games taking place elsewhere today. We'll start at Old Trafford. The 4th Rothesay Test match where England won the toss, invited India to bat first at the interval. India are 78 without loss. It's lunch as well at Avenue Road to Africa. It's the 3rd day there of the second 11 championship match between Glamorgan and Kent. In their second innings, Kent are 177 for 5, still requiring a further 120 runs, or Glamorgan a further 5 wickets. 2 wickets apiece this morning for Romano Franco and Mason Craig. In the Rothesay County Championship, Day 2 at the other ground, starting in Division 1, the Utility Bowl, where Nottinghamshire have moved on to 384 for 6. That's against Hampshire. At Taunton, Durham in their second innings are now 145 for 7. So Durham are leading by just 40 runs. The game between the Pears and the Bears at Edgbaston, Worcestershire dismissed by Warwickshire for 333, and the latest score from Edgbaston is that Warwickshire in their first innings are 12 for 3 in reply. Lunch and home, Essex are 301 for 4, leading Sussex by 97 runs, and at Scarborough, Yorkshire are now 282 for 4. That's against Surrey. Moving into Division 2 of the Rothesay County Championship at Cheltenham, Lancashire have moved on to 411 for 8.
An excellent first session for Glamorgan. They've moved on to 250 for 5. That's a lead of 95 already over Kent. And Colin Ingram and Ben Calloway batted almost through the session before Ingram was caught at slip off Jaden Denley for 87, the ball before lunch. Ben Calloway is still there. He's played a mature innings, the young all-rounder. He's at 85 not out. Glamorgan well placed at 250 for 5. We resume at 1:40.
And so you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop run by Missouri Sports is also open today. It's situated opposite Gate 2. It will be open until about 5 o'clock this evening. It's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items, including replica Glamorgan kits, plus a range of recently published cricket books. Now, as far as refreshments are concerned, a full range of food and drink can be purchased at the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. Don't forget, if you're a Glamorgan member or a season ticket holder, you have a 10% discount on all food sales. Drinks and snacks can also be purchased from the mobile unit beneath the Castet Howell stand. That's at the Cathedral Road end of the stadium. Snacks can also be purchased from the vending machines situated at the rear of the indoor school, and there are many water refill points around the stadium where you can refill your water bottles and rehydrate. Don't forget that on Friday at 6:30 there'll be a special general meeting held in the Pyramid Lounge. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is open today. It's situated on the first floor of the National Cricket Centre, and together with the Glamorgan Cricket Heritage Gallery has recently had refurbishment, thanks to a very generous grant from the Welsh Government. Now, in addition to many brand new displays for you to look at and enjoy, there are some archive films, and that includes the memory match for this game, which is the contest back in September 1993 at Canterbury, when Kent played Glamorgan. It was Viv Richards' last ever game, and it was the game when Glamorgan won the Sunday League title. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, which, together with a range of other items and souvenirs, are on sale to raise funds for the running of this facility. And also on sale are copies of new research monographs, which the museum staff have put together, including issue number 1, which looks at the fascinating history of women's and girls' cricket in Wales, and issue number 2, which looks at cricket in Wales before the Victorian era. The museum will be closing at the end of tea today. Tea, of course, will be taken when there are 32 overs remaining. Finally, a reminder that we stand against all forms of discrimination. There is no place for it in our sport. We will embrace and celebrate differences everywhere, knowing that, together with diversity, we are stronger. Here at the Glamorgan County Cricket Club, we are dedicated to raising the game. So, if you witness any form of discrimination, you can challenge it and call it out by contacting, in strictest confidence, your nearest steward.
What you one died, the buzzing tried to save it, and the little player tried to stop it after it, and kicked over the run. I remember. I put it in.
What's the memory match? It have to be 93.
Yeah.
What the
One day game. Yeah.
Hello. Hello. Well, nice.
To resume the Glamorgan first innings after lunch. Ben Calloway and together with him the new batter, Chris Cook. And to resume the bowling for Kent, the River End, Matt Parkinson.
I've told Dr. Hindle that he's not getting a broadcaster's fee, no matter how much announcing he does over the effects microphone. Good afternoon, welcome to the BBC Sport commentary box here at Sophia Gardens, where Glamorgan resume 250 for 5. The weather is somewhat gloomy, and Kent's morning was somewhat gloomy, alleviated only by Jayden Denley dismissing Colin Ingram caught at slip off what proved to be the last ball before lunch. And it looks as though we're going to be a bit of double spin, because Matt Parkinson is now bowling from the River Taff end. The new batter is Chris Cook. He's the non-striker at the moment. Matt Cole and Nick Webb with you, with Edward Bevan along in due course. Here comes Parkinson then to bowl. Flurry of arms, and Calloway drives to cover amid a rather pointless howl from the Kent fielders, just to prove that they're still awake and fighting.
Yeah, absolutely. Firstly, fee, you say? But yes, excitement there from Kent.
Calloway on 85, moves on to 86 as he works that one away on the leg side. 251 for 5. The light is not brilliant at the moment, but I don't think it's getting to the stage where it will cause the umpires to get their meters out. Chris Cook on strike. 473 runs at an average of 43, including 4 half-centuries or more. He's been an ever-present in the Championship side, lost his place in the T20 side for the second block of matches to Alex Horton. As Parkinson is in to Cook, who pushes forward. And what on earth was Daniel Bell-Drummond asking for there? As Cook just pushed it routinely to silly point.
Well, yeah, the ball definitely bounced.
Parkinson in, bowls. Cook plays it with a very soft bat down to Bell-Drummond at slip.
Trying to get in Chris Cook's head, saying, goodness me, it's like an unexploded device, this ball, coming in after lunch.
Parkinson into bowl to Cook, who's forward driving back to the bowler. And Chris Cook's been around in county cricket since 2011, so this is his 15th season. He's not going to take any nonsense, really. Fairly mild-mannered chap off the field, anyway. As Cook watches that one very carefully on the back foot, defends it to silly point. Entirely false impression of drama that you may have been given by the fielders from Kent in that over. It's 251 for 5, 25 overs to go in terms of bonus points, and Glamorgan will be hoping for 350, you would have thought.
Yeah. Well, Jaden Denny resuming after taking a wicket with the last ball before lunch. And I'm just glad that terrifying over is over, to be honest, for all of us on the edge of our seats. But 251 for 5, Callaway 86, Cook yet to score. Lead of 96 as Jaden Denley bowls to Callaway. Studiously sends that back to the bowler. A defensive shot. Daniel Bell-Drummond has sprinted from slip to talk to Jaden Denley. Is this all part of the... No, he's seen something. Mind you, when Harry Finch did that yesterday and had a word with Wes Agar, and I thought it was slightly ridiculous, he got Will Hassan out the next ball. So there we are. Jaden Denley, not this time, defended off middle stump, and there's no run. I'm trying to keep the energy up. You've got to admire them for that, I suppose, Kent, because they're in a bit of a hole here. Not quite fully submerged, but 96 behind already. Oh, it's a cut shot. It's hit the pads of the wicket-keeper. Was that a chance? From the reaction, it may have been.
Mind you, the reaction has been so overhyped for virtually everything. It's difficult to tell off reaction at the moment.
Might be. It's a play and a miss anyway outside the off-stump. We've not seen very many of those so far, as the Denley bowls a flatter one. And it's worked into the offside by Kellaway. He goes on to 87 from 167 balls. And Cook comes to face and naturally spinning away from the right-hander. So the left arm spin of Jaden Denley. Certainly bowled at Blackpool against Lancashire. Just looking at his stats here. Yeah, and against Northants as well. This one's dead batted by Cook, and there's no run. So 2 for 25 in towards the end of Lancashire's mammoth 639 for 9, and then 2 for 148. And they're shellacking by Northamptonshire. Good drive into the offside by Cook, and that'll be 4 runs off the bowling of Denley, who takes his cap. 4 overs, no maidens, 1 for 13.
It's a nice way to get off the mark from Chris Cook.
Yeah, nicely done.
Just a little bit back of a length from Jaden Denley and thrashed away through the offside for a boundary. Must say thank you to the Balconeers, and in particular to John Williams for sending me a copy of the book Heroics and Headlines at St Helens, a collection of articles celebrating the history and legacy of Swansea's famous ground. And that's available from the Balconeers website, thebalconeers.co.uk. As forward comes Callaway and defends that one out on the offside. So I look forward to reading that when I have a little more time. I had a little flick through. I'm impressed by the production standards. Kellaway drives but is beaten by that one, by the turn, and a rueful grin on Parkinson's face as he marches back towards his mark. Not very often Kellaway has been beaten, but he's still there on 87 as he's punched that one through the offside, and we'll pick up a single out to the sweeper Matt Quinn on the cover boundary in front of the virtually empty grandstand. It is a sideways view. It's a reasonable view for this match, given that the pitch is towards the grandstand side of the ground. As Parkinson busy in, bowls, Cook defends. Harby, the subfielder, jogs back down the wicket to pick it up. Skipper Bell Drummond is crouching at slip. Mid-wicket and cover are close in on catching positions. As Cook pushes forwards, that sounded like bat from this distance. Yeah. Parkinson is down imploring for an LBW decision and looks really, really disappointed that it wasn't given. Maybe the bat was tucked behind the pad, but it didn't sound like pad first from this distance, albeit we are some way away at fine leg, or looking over fine leg. Parkinson is into bowl. Cook is beaten by that one with a bit of turn, and Parkinson gives it the full amateur dramatics, hands on his knees, and a very rueful smile on his face as he takes his sweater from umpire Watts. 2:57 for 5. Glamorgan lead by 102, but with the dismissal of Ingram just before lunch, it's a very different feel to the game at the moment.
Yeah, but a turn and lift, and that final delivery from Matt Parkinson. Just looking at the replay on the stream there, but not sure we're getting live replays, as it were. This just slightly delayed the stream on my laptop here, watching that, but thumped into the ground outside the off stump by Kellaway. Not a particularly graceful shot, but it's stopped by Ben Compton in the covers. No close fielders now as Kellaway drives this up to Wes Agar at mid-off. Big Australian stops the ball there and tosses it back to Jaden Denley. As Cook just marks out his guard, as a quick look around the field. He's got Danny Bell Drummond as a slip for company. Pushes forward. Blocks it up to Will Harvey. At mid-wicket. There's no run.
England still wicketless in the test. India 86 for naught.
As Denley to Cook. Back foot again, trying to push it past Harvey, but can't beat him. 258 for 5. Glamorgan here. Overcast day at Cardiff, mostly overcast. This one is deflected into the offside, fielded by Ben Compton. And a ball to come, trying to get through these overs fairly quickly as they're one behind the prescribed over rate. And he's blocked away, so just one off the over. 258 for 5. Glamorgan leading by 103 now. Ben Kellaway 89, Chris Cook 4.
Well, they're also, of course, Kent speeding towards the new ball, which is just 2 overs away now, and which they'll be depending upon for further breakthroughs. Jaden Denley, the second spinner and the 6th bowler used, providing Kent with their only wicket of the day so far. If you want to email us, kentcricket@bbc.co.uk or glamorgancricket@bbc.co.uk, and I'll try and separate them from the many other emails that I get on my BBC account. 258 for 5. Parkinson thought he had his first success in the last over when he's really seemed to believe that Cook should have been given LBW. He wasn't. It's Kellaway on strike on 89. And Parkinson bowls, and Kellaway forward, getting a thick edge, runs down towards short third man. Harvey Fields, single taken. 2.59 for 5. Callaway to 90.
Harvey grabs the helmet. He's going to go in that silly point position. Very short cover or a very silly mid-off, whichever you prefer.
As Parkinson gives it air and Cook comes forward and drives it down the ground for a straight 4. Pass mid on, up towards long on, up towards the river Taff end, and that one wasn't going to be hauled back in. Cook timing that one quite sweetly as he doubles his score to 8. Glamorgan 2.63 for 5. Batting to come, Van der Hoogten, Harris, Leonard and Fernando. As Cook pushes forward, Harvey dives to intercept. There's no danger of a run anyway. As the gulls are getting excited about something. Parkinson bowls and Cook is pressing forward. Not quite the same length of reach as Callaway. Doing his best to keep everything under control. Chris Cook. Parkinson in half a dozen steps, and that one's poor delivery down leg side. Just gently turned away by Chris Cook. Didn't really lay into it. Made sure he placed it into a space. Ambled through for the single. 2.64 for 5. Silly point disappears and becomes a conventional backward point. And Callaway drives and is caught at cover, and Parkinson has his wicket. Callaway's gone for 90. It's a double breakthrough either side of lunch for Kent, and Glamorgan at 264 for 6.
Yeah, hit firmly at cover. Good catch that one, and wickets either side of lunch for Kent. Really important for them. Ben Compton it is, who's made the grab. 264 for 6.
Ben Callaway was called by Ben Compton.
And diving to his left, Ben Compton. It's a
For 90.
decent catch from that one, hit with some force. Ben Callaway goes for 90. And Kent will be hopeful, having opened up both ends perhaps, with Ingram gone just before lunch and Callaway just after it. They might be able to grab some momentum back, but still that lead at 109. Glamorgan have done a great job so far today.
If Kent can limit it to 150, I suppose, then they can think about batting big and possibly setting Glamorgan some sort of testing target in the final innings of this match. The applause for young Ben Callaway. He may have a slightly disgruntled air at not reaching 3 figures, but it has been another fine demonstration of his talent, really. Faced 174 balls and struck 7 boundaries. Strike rate of 51 compared to Ingram's 61.
The incoming batter for Glamorgan is Tim van der Hoogten.
So Van der Hoogten is at 8, averaging just over 20 this season. A couple of half centuries. And a question of what Glamorgan can scramble together for the remaining 4 wickets, having lost the 2 set batters either side of lunch.
Yeah, last ball of that over, wasn't it? So he'll be at the non-striker's end to start. I think the Gulls got very excited by that, I think, as well. Just maybe it was the voice of Andrew Hickman on the public address, it could be, but Tim van der Hoogten making his way in. Chris Cook greets him with news of what's happening out there. I imagine the analysts are all over it now for Glamorgan, aren't they? We're studying ball by ball what's been going on, how it's bouncing, how it's spinning. Nothing like real life experience though. So 264 for 6, Glamorgan. A lead of 109. Jaden Denley, left arm round the wicket to Chris Cook. Defends that, very much blocks it out off stump, and there's no runs. A slip in there. Daniel Bell Drummond, they've got backward point and a backward square leg. Actually Quinn is now running a circuit of the ground. What the heck's going on? He was a backward square. Oh, there we go. He's gone to mid-wicket now. Curling run, and deep backward square is Matt Parkinson. Mid-off, mid-on, cover. Boundary right on the offside as this one's worked into the onside. Quinn most comically scampering after it, throwing it back to Jaden Denley. There's a silly point as well. That's Will Harvey. Just reaches the left hand down to try and stop that one. Goes past him, but they don't take a run. Cook on 9. And yet to take strike. Denley once again to Cook. Quick delivery to him. Harvey's changed side, so he's now at forward short leg. Jaden Denley once again. Cook studiously blocking that one out. Head over the ball. No swing of the bat, just moving forward towards it gently. Oh, it's a great delivery. Has he got an edge? Well, there's a shout, I think, as much for how good that delivery was. It was quicker, and it got bounce and turn as well, which Glamorgan spinners might be interested in. Yeah, that's definitely beaten him outside the off stump. Great delivery to finish the over. 264 for 6 at Glamorgan. It's a maiden from Jaden Denley, who hoped that he got a wicket with the final delivery. It was not to be. Getting slightly lighter here at Sophia Gardens. After lunch it did look fairly ominous, but clouds blowing away pretty quick. I can even see patches of blue sky there, Nick Webb.
Yeah, so Glamorgan might be wishing they'd picked Mason Crane for this game, given that Parkinson and Denley are getting a bit of life already, and there'll certainly be a bit of work for Ben Callaway to do again in the third innings rather of this game, having chipped in or led the way really with the bat. 90 for him, as that's driven back to Parkinson by Van der Hoogten.
It's a new ball available now, but
yes,
they're keeping Parkinson on. So they've just seen that delivery from Jaden Denley, and obviously the wicket falling have changed Daniel Bell-Drummond's mind temporarily.
As Parkinson tossing the ball from one hand to another, and then in bowls, and Van der Hoogten punches it well off the back foot, but it's well intercepted by Ben Compton at cover, and there's no run. Takes a little while to get back up off the turf.
It looks like he was taking the 8 count on the floor there for a second, didn't it, and got himself up. Is he just rubbing the shoulder or the arm on the right hand side?
Maybe the ball hit him on the arm. Dived well to block it from going through. It's a fairly thickly populated offside field there, and I'm surprised Compton can see the ball behind Silly Point.
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten back on his stumps, hits it to young Harvey, the sub-fielder, and there's no run. 264 for 6, the lead is at 109 still. Nothing added for this wicket, as Van der Hoogten looks rather uncertain at that one and prods it towards short leg. Harvey goes diving down to his left, and there's no run. So Kent's wickets either side of lunch. Van der Hoogten hits it hard at Harvey, who gets some part of his anatomy in the way of it. Hopefully a padded part. As Van der Hoogten is a man who can hit the ball hard on occasion. Presses forward that one to smother the spin. So Kent looking encouraged by events either side of the lunch interval. Matt Cole will be back with us in a couple of minutes, having updated radio listeners in the Garden of England. As in the second 11 match at Abergavenny, Kent now need 98 to beat Glamorgan, with just 3 wickets left though It's been the spinners that have been the 4 again for Glamorgan. Mason Crane with 4 in the second innings to add to his 5 in the first, and Romano Franco with 2 in the second innings and 3 in the first, as Cook presses forward. The first ball of the over from Jaden Denley, as next delivery turned away on the leg side, and that'll be a single to Cook to go into double figures. He's on 10. It's 265 for 6 here on BBC Sport Online. For Kent seconds, Fulton hit 69, Jack Leaning 52. As Kent getting very excited, and Van der Hoogten just steered that one to backward point. And I'm sure listeners of a Welsh nervous disposition that most of this chirp is entirely unwarranted. Shorter, flatter, punched away by Van der Hoogten into the offside, and they will go through for a single to get the Flying Dutchman off the mark. 266 for 6. In the test at Old Trafford, Indian 94 for 1. Denley bowls and Cook is forward defending, no run. Rahul the man out, caught Crawley, bowled Wokes for 46. Jaiswal is 45 not out, just been joined by Sudarshan. As there's a loud appeal for LBW against Cook. He was a long way forward there, and there was bat involved as well. Jaden Denley obviously trying to persuade umpire Baldwin. No, it was maybe no bat involved, but he'd got so far down the wicket, and it would have been very difficult to give him out. James Harris watches unperturbed from the balcony, indicating that he's likely to be next in, ahead of Ned Leonard and Sitha Fernando, the Sri Lankan paceman, rejoining for the last 5 games, including this in the Championship. That's on leg stump from Parkinson, noodled around the corner by Van der Hoogten for a single. Don't forget your email address, Glamorgan cricket at bbc.co.uk or Kent cricket at bbc.co.uk, depending on whom you wish to contact more immediately. There's Parkinson in, bowls, Cook turning it into a full toss, but driving to mid-off, and there is no run. 267 for 6, the lead. 112 on first innings, 4 wickets only left now for Glamorgan, as Cook is forward defending once more. A cautious start from him. He's already faced 29 deliveries for his 10 not out, with a couple of nicely struck boundaries. Parkinson bowls, Cook is forward, shouts catch it. Reverend Gareth Hill messaged from Cumbraen. Very good day to you, sir. Joy and I are watching the live stream, half hoping it rains to justify our decision not to make the trip to Cardiff. Sorry! Well, you don't have to apologise to me for not turning up, but it'd be nice to see you over the next couple of days if you have at the time. As Cook defended that one. Only about 14,500 seats to choose from here at Sapphire Gardens, as Cook ignores that one as it turns away from him outside off stump. 267 for 6. Van der Hoogten has 2. Cook has 10. The lead is 112. If you're just joining us, the wickets today: Ingram caught Bell Drummond at slip off the bowling of Jaden Denley just before lunch for 87. Just after lunch, Ben Kellaway caught covered by Compton off Parkinson for 90. And although we were heralding the new ball, it hasn't been taken, even though it's available.
It just getting a bit out of this old one with the spinners. Harby and Beldrum are the close fielders. Harby has to jump as a reaction to that one being driven past him by Tim van der Hugten, and he goes on to 3 with a single. So England have taken a wicket. You probably already told the listeners about that.
Yeah, I've done that one.
And Zach Crawley striking. Sorry, Chris Wokes striking.
Crawley with the catch.
To the catch. I'm taking what I can from this game. Well, from other games at the moment. From a Kent point of view. Cut away this one. It's a rushed single, but Compton can't get to to throw the ball in quick enough to put the pressure on. It's good running in the end by Chris Cook. And Houghton coming to the danger end now. Again, 2 right-handers. So Kent's spinning pair of Matt Parkinson and Jaden Denley actually spin the ball away from them. This one's driven into the ground, straight back at Denley.
Thought keep one of them on and take the new ball with spin?
That's not a bad idea. You can then rotate the spinners, I suppose, as well as the seamers, can't you? And see if, as it's left outside the off stump through to the wicket keeper. Yeah, I wonder what Danny Baldron would choose to do. As Denley bowls, flatter delivery.
So
no ball.
What's he doing, the
I
young
think it's
man?
the 3rd or 4th time we've seen a spinner in this match. Then Kellaway bowled one. I think Matt Parkinson bowled one yesterday. Jane Denley there. That's not helpful, is it?
Oh.
Down the leg side. That was not the greatest delivery, I think it's fair to say. And Tim van Hugten will be a little bit disappointed he missed out on that one.
Cricket was not the winner there. Poor delivery, poor shot.
Yeah, Harry Finch, well, to be fair to him, did what he could with the ball coming at him down the leg side. Straight back at the bowler, end of the over. 2 off the bat, and no ball as well. Denley has 1 for 20 off 8. Yeah, it's a good point you make about the new ball, is that if it is turning and bouncing a little bit, you might think, put a seamer on one end, have one of your spinners on the other end to take advantage of the pronounced seam as well, if it's going to do anything. Or maybe this ball is just soft enough that it's difficult to propel the ball away quickly, but has enough in it to get something out of the pitch.
Yeah. I haven't seen that many firm shots. A couple from Cook to get him underway. But he's playing out a lot of dot balls as Parkinson bowls. Cook will nick a quick single to mid-off that. The customary practice of taking one to one of the large fast bowlers who's maybe less fleet of foot, Grant Stewart in this case.
I'd like to say it's a long way down to the ball as well.
Down, yeah.
Takes a minute or 2.
Parkinson bowls, Van der Hugten drives. This one is also to Stewart, but rather more firmly hit. Top of the table game, Derbyshire 26 for 1 in reply to Leicestershire's 398 all out. David Lloyd, I'm afraid, has fallen early for 2, former Glamorgan captain. Bowled by Holland. Now mid-off has retreated to long-off in case Van der Hugten can be tempted, and Van der Hugten pulls away because there's still a bit of fidgeting in the infield. There are 2 short covers as well as a silly point. That's down leg side. Oh, Van der Hugten misses it, Finch misses it, and they'll go through for 2 byes, leg byes, something or other. Byes, says umpire Watts.
Yeah, that's on no one's highlights reel either, is it?
No. It is a bit of a risk for leg spinners, most of them, that you get the odd rank delivery down leg side. Parkinson bowls, Van der Hugten goes to the big hit and is caught at mid-wicket. Well, Kemp's persistence pays off as Van der Hugten decided he had to try and do something to break the stalemate. Not sure that he needed to at that point without really getting himself in. Looked to hoik over mid-on and was caught at mid-wicket instead. Joey Everson taking the catch. Van der Hugten goes for 3 and Kent keep on plugging away.
Yeah, both raising eyebrows at the new ball not being taken, but They're taking wickets at the moment. Something's working out there for Kent, trying to keep pressure on with the spinners. There goes Tim van der Hoogten for 3. Parkinson takes his second, and it's second in a row, isn't it? 6 overs between them, so 3 overs for him.
Yeah, 24 runs for the last 3 wickets over the course of 11 overs or thereabouts. So very much Kent getting themselves back in the match after Denley made the breakthrough, ending that big stand of 172. It really has been the outlier for this game. Harrison at 9, averaging just 12.5 this season with a high score of 13, so has not really excelled with the bat. Second 11 game at Abergavenny. Kent are now 9 down for 210, and Crane has got a second 5 of the match. Mason Crane omitted from the squad for this one, and it seems bowling Kent for victory, Glamorgan to victory over Kent. Cohen and Kashif Ali are Kent's last pair, with Will Harvey otherwise engaged here.
Yeah, I was going to say they need to send a motorcycle courier for him at this point, wouldn't they, or a helicopter to get in there quick enough. He's not batting, but at the moment, Kent bowling okay. 274 for 7. Interesting this post-lunch.
Yeah, they've slammed the brakes on since making the breakthrough, ending the partnership. Difficult for everyone else to get in as Parkinson bowls to Harris, pushes forward. There's an appeal for something. LBW are caught behind, anyone?
Well, Harry Finch didn't know, so he took a while.
You don't have to state. You don't have to say what you're appealing for. Anything.
Just excited.
274 for 7. Parkinson to Harris, who gets a firm defensive bat to that to shout of catch it. 274 for 7. They're an excitable lot, these visitors.
It's, as I was saying yesterday, this is, I wouldn't say entirely uncharacteristic, but certainly the volume of it. They've raised their game in that respect.
You said they were a quiet lot.
Well, absolutely, yeah, they have been most of the season. They're not known for their...
Someone's put a rocket up their ears there.
Well, I'd give you one guess for the former Surrey captain in the dressing room who that might be. With the greatest respect to Simon Cook, he's a fine man, director of cricket. I don't think this is necessarily his doing. I think it might be Adam Hollyoake behind this. It's deflected out into the offside by Cook. And it's guided into the covers. It's fielded by Compton. He's got that man at short leg, forward short leg, and Beltram at slip for company. Is that Quinn on the drive at mid-wicket as well? That's squirted away to slip. It's actually taken the edge, I'm presuming. Lack of reaction, probably not. Is that a play and a miss by...
Fell short of Beldrum, didn't he?
Yeah, by Cook. Quick delivery from Denley. It's driven to mid-wicket. I think, Nick, just every ball is of incredible quality at the moment.
Oh!
That's a middle lap defensive shot. One hand, one bounce they're appealing for there, but no, Harvey couldn't quite get there. And the volume certainly going up from Kent at the moment, but they've taken 2 quick wickets after lunch, exactly what they needed. As Denley bowls, it's driven by Cook.
Just listen, you can hear from here, the bat on ball, it's a soggy thunk, isn't it?
But that's true,
it's
actually.
It's not a crack at all.
I think it's, as you say, soft ball at the moment, and he pushes forward as Cook, end of the over, and there's no run. And to an extent, as I said, I think that might be where they're keeping the old ball going. 274 for 7. It's difficult to score runs with at the moment, and the spinners are getting enough out of the pitch to add some jeopardy, if that's not added by the vocal range of the Kent fielders at the moment. 274 for 7.
Yeah, to be honest, this is not Maximising entertainment for county cricket supporters is at the Kookaburra Ball, and we have yet another match to put up with it again next week. Parkinson from the River Taff end bowls to Harris, who's forward defending into the ground and bouncing up for Will Harby.
Are you suggesting that sport in front of spectators should be interesting in some way? It's a strange concept.
Parkinson bowls, Harris lobs it back to the bowler. Parkinson has his third as it took the leading edge, and the simplest of chances for Matt Parkinson. And Glamorgan are falling apart rather in the same manner that Kent did just about 100 runs later. Harris didn't even bother to look back at the umpire or indeed the bowler, as that one lobbed back towards the bowler. And you couldn't wish a simpler catch if you were trying to lob one to a 5-year-old on the beach.
Well, as we've been saying, the Kookaburra Ball, the problem with it is it's just impossible to play. And as we saw from Kent yesterday, if you're outside the top 3 or 4, it seems. But yeah, there we go. It was just a lobbed catch, as you say. Parkinson has Harris caught and bowled for none. 2-7-4 for 8. As Ned Leonard comes in.
Yeah, Parkinson's suffered enough at the hands of Glamorgan this season, so I guess he is due some sort of retribution, and he is eventually getting it. Now the lead is only 119. That could be really significant in the course of the match, but it does give Kent some sort of consolation.
And a former Somerset man comes in to join Chris Cook, and you may have mentioned this already, but just giving a fanfare for Ben Dawkins.
How is your under-19s man
He's
doing?
128 not out now against India. 266 for 3 there. He's been joined by Rocky Flintoff, who I think looks like he hit his first 2 balls for 6, but certainly close to his. He's on 16 already of 8 balls. But yeah, Ben Dawkins doing well there.
Chip off the old block.
Yes, absolutely.
Be rejoined by Edward Bevan, unless he's in a sausage and mash coma after lunch.
Well, it was substantial. I can't string 2 words together. Here we are. It's
Looking for an appropriate adjective.
I very much enjoyed it. There we go.
69, 3 for 69, Parkinson. 274 for 8, Glamorgan. Lead is 119. How will Leonard approach things? Oh, he gets a full toss that, for some reason, he tries to defend and misses. Well, he probably should have tried to put that one away.
Yeah, almost got himself into more trouble by leaving it there, didn't he?
And Leonard averaging 24 so far in the championship with the bat. That's on leg stump and clipped away down towards deep backward square, where Grant Stewart is the fielder, and Leonard is at least off the mark. Now Cook, I think, will be happy as long as Leonard is at the other end, but if Leonard is out next, then Cook is going to have to open his shoulders and may well try and farm the bowling to protect Fernando. As Parkinson bowls and Cook is forward defending. There's no run.
Yeah, from what I remember of the Sri Lankan at Canterbury, it was enjoyable.
Yeah, brief
Brief but enjoyable. Yeah. Yeah.
There's Parkinson bowls. Cook works that one away on the leg side. That should be at least a couple, maybe 3. They're running the second one hard. They'll turn and have a look. Oh, Cook wanted it and then is sent back rightly by Leonard as the ball arrives at the non-striker's end. Cook moves to 14, 277 for 8, and having discussed really how Glamorgan might aim for 3 batting bonus points, they're now going to have to scramble to get 2, you would have thought. Another 23 runs needed for for the second batting bonus point, and it's 4-2 on the board in terms of points, and Kent will have high hopes of getting their third bowling point. They only need one further wicket. The lead is 122, and Jayden Denley will continue the 88th over with this ball.
Yeah, the over rate's now +4. There we are. It's shot up from -3 just before lunch. I have no idea how they do it, to be honest. It's session by session, period by period, but that's going okay. Denley to Cook. As he slammed that into... Is that into the short leg or into his own pads?
I think it was into his own pad.
Yeah, I was going to say, it deflected out in a strange way. Yeah,
thick bottom edge onto his pad.
Certainly aggressing that one there, Leonard. He's not going to be caught wondering. He said that defends that very stoutly to the offside. Fielded off his own bowling by Jayden Denley. 2-7-7-4-8. Round the wicket comes Jayden Denley, defended once more by Ned Leonard. It's an interesting theory, this with the Kookaburra ball, is that it becomes less playable later on because it's so soft. And again, I'm not entirely sure, as Leonard goes the back foot very near his stumps and defends that, how that helps anybody in this experiment.
No.
Answers on a postcard, please.
To the ECB, Rob Key.
Yeah, totally. The ball is so bad, it's almost impossible to bat against. So left outside the off stump. Is that the idea? Is that what's going to happen in Australia, do you think?
I doubt it very much. Leonard's now being given the single.
He's indeed. Then he bowls to him. Leonard defends that off middle stump. Some great keeping up here by Jayden Denley on the return there. Puts it up for himself off his knee. Nick Webber's going to take a break. I'm going to be joined by Ed Bevan with the score at 2-7-7-4-8. Kent taking wicket immediately before lunch, and 3 since the interval. Chris Cook has 14. Ned Leonard has won the highlight of the day, 172 partnership between Colin Ingram and Ben Callaway, who went before and after lunch respectively. Matt Parkinson has 3 wickets in a row. He has 3 for 72 now. The new ball has not been taken as yet. 88 overs on the board. Welcome back, Ed Bev.
Thanks, Matt. Parkinson then the bowl from the river end, and he is bowling to Chris Cook, who is on 14. A slip and a silly point, and he bowls the first ball, and I turn again. I've been sitting outside just behind Parkinson, and it's turning absolutely square. So I think if I was Glamorgan's captain, I'd consider opening with Ben Callaway against 2 left-handers. I haven't seen this turn as much here for many a year.
No, to be fair to Parkinson, he will give it the opportunity, won't he? He's not a quick flat spinner. So,
and he is a leg spinner.
Yeah. Away from the right-handers.
Here he is bowling to Leonard, whose job there.
Good point.
I haven't had a word with the captain there. I think it's for exuberant appealing.
Right.
Whether that'll count.
They have been vocal. We were just talking about that, Nick and I.
Here's Parkinson then, in again, bowls to Leonard, and Leonard comes down the pitch, and he's run out. Cook, is he run out at the bowler's end? No, says the umpire, and they go through for a single.
Is Chris Watts in a position to be able to give
Let's
that?
have a look. No, it's touch and go.
Yeah, very close as it comes back.
Decision goes in the favour of the... And Parkinson has been remonstrating quite a bit there with the umpire.
Oh, he's
I think he'll find himself, he might be...
He's histrionic, to say the least. Big smile on his face now. I think that's maybe is the way that he manages to charm the umpires after those things.
Anyway, there's a single from that aborted run-out appeal. 279 for 8 as Cook faces with a long off, waiting for the lofted shot, but Cook is not to be tempted as he prods forward onto the offside. And as much as Glamorgan will be disappointed to have lost these quick wickets, they'll have the comfort of knowing that they're 124 runs ahead, which in the context of this pitch is quite a fair amount. That's left by Cook. It's got a bit rather cloudy all around, and might have a shower or two, but nothing extensive. So it's hurried the game on, Matt. These wickets falling. As Parkinson in again, and bowls, and Cook goes and plays it into the knee of the man at Silly Point.
That's Will Harvey.
Will Harvey, who's done a lot of fielding since he came on. And that's the end of the over. 2 to 7, 9 for 8. Leonard 2, Cook is 15. And the lead is 124. And the over 8 has rocketed.
Yeah, it really
since
has.
these plus 4. No, I'm quite serious, because Callaway bowled extremely well, and he was going to get turn as well as bounce and the odd one keeping low. How they must be wishing they had Mason Crane bowling.
Yeah,
Taking
Nick
10.
was mentioning that as well. And I think, I mean, they're staying with the old ball here, which suggests that it's getting very difficult to score with.
Yeah.
Because we were
It's
Nick and
difficult
I
to
chatting
score.
about whether you would have bring on the seamer at one end, bring Agar on at one end, and a spinner on the other. But as you say, difficult to score with the softer ball, but also it's producing enough, isn't it, off this pitch?
Denley is bowling quicker, much quicker
Yeah.
than Parkinson, and is not getting therefore as much turn.
Yeah, round the wicket to Ned Leonard, straight back, defended at him. Had just right at the end of that over, something that's very cricket, whether it's professional cricket or village cricket in my mind. I'll go back to that in just a second as Denley bowls to Leonard. He defends it. So Will Harvey, the ball's hit hard at him at forward short leg. It's hit him on the inside of the knee. He goes down, clutches the inside of the knee. It's the end of the over. All the Kent fielders just walk past him and get on with the game.
No sympathy.
No, absolutely not at all. Down the pitch comes Leonard, but along the ground to Everson. I thought that was no matter where you go, that would be the same thing. Just get up, lad.
Yeah, get on with it.
Feel lucky that you're playing. You're the youngster. Here's Denley, back foot again from Leonard. It's gone quite deep in his crease. Ain't getting excited, but they have been since lunch, to be honest. And I said, a very vocal side in this match. Here's Denley round the wicket, going wide. Leonard's come down the pitch. He's trying to smash that over the bowler's head. He's
He
missed it to mid-wicket.
certainly can hold a bat. He made 47 at Lord's earlier on in the season, coming in at number 9. And they've given him the single.
Yeah.
And they might as well take it because they could use for a lead.
So
He
defended into the offside. Harvey fields at short point and City Point, and that's the end of the over. It's another maiden. 279-for-8. Robertson 3 for 74. Denley has 1 for 20 off his 11, and as you said, that turn and bounce on this pitch has changed the game after lunch.
Yes, it'll be very interesting for the rest of the day. Either Kent are going to be in deep trouble, or they're going to get a useful score, but it won't be easy, I fancy. Well, Glamorgan have picked 4 seamers, but the seamers did well for him in the first innings.
Yeah,
so
absolutely.
It'll be interesting to see what happens. Parkinson obviously is going to continue. He's bowling to Cook, and field is spread far and wide, and to give a single. 279 for 8, and Leonard has made his intentions clear. As he's been jumping down the wickets, he might just walk past one if he faces Parkinson. As he comes in from that river end and bowls, and this is played just past slip, and they go through for a single. As far as Glamorgan is concerned, there's no point really in playing defensively as far as Leonard is concerned, because you can just add if you get a bit of luck. Another 20 runs and you're well in front, and there's the bonus point looming. 20 runs away, they'll think of that obviously. Leonard, what is he going to do this time? Anyway, here's Parkinson. Is he going to toss it up? Yeah, he does, and it's driven back down to the bowler.
Yeah, still
We might have a 6:15 finish tonight.
No, I can't. I don't believe it.
Parkinson bowls. Leonard is going for the big one,
Yeah.
and hammers it down towards long on. and is going to get 3 runs. Yes, he must run. No, it's not great running that. So 2 more runs takes the lead to 127. Leonard is on 4. He's given license probably by his captain and his coach. Yeah, go lad, go out there and play your own game. He's on 4. As in comes the next ball, and this time he plays defensively. Well flighted delivery from Matt Parkinson. He was taking 3 for 77. I see the West India have lost their first wicket.
Yeah, it's Chris Wokes getting that one. Catch by Zach Crawley.
Kent quite willing to give Leonard the single, which I find a little bit puzzling, because if he stays there for 10 minutes, quarter of an hour, he's going to get some runs. 282 for 8, 127 lead. Cook being very patient on 16. Leonard is on 4, and the 3 wickets to fall since lunch. Van der Gooten, who's caught Evanson, bowled Parkinson 4 wickets rather. Callaway caught Compton, bowled Parkinson at 90. Van der Gooten caught Evanson, bowled Parkinson 3, and James Harris did not contribute, caught and bowled Parkinson without scoring. There's Cook will face a deep cover, long on, long off, a deep mid wicket, deep backward square. As Denley comes in and bowls, and this is driven, and where did that go? Man at bat pad stopped it.
Yeah, it's into the
Rather
ground.
him than me, Matt.
Yeah, it's close enough in there, Will Harvey, that's for sure.
Here's Denley wide of the crease, inside edge. He might get a couple here. Runs the first one. Yes, they'll come back for 2.
Yes, Parkinson doing the fielding there.
The delivery came in with the arm, as opposed to the one that drifts away from the left arm spinner. 284 for 8. Cook waits. In goes Denley, tosses this one up, driven up long on for a single. Long on is going for it, but it's intercepted by the man from deep mid-wicket. Now, I can't understand. The field is coming in now for Leonard, who is using the long handle. Anyway, we shall see. Dandy bowls, drives it up to long off for a single.
Yeah, they're definitely targeting Leonard, aren't they? They feel that he's their best chance. So Chris Cook's on 19 from 51. Leonard just 5 from 21 at this point.
You'd think they'd perhaps try and stop Glamorgan scoring.
I mean, they're not going at any great rate, these two. I have to say, are they, though?
No, singles.
But, yeah.
But everything mounts. And runs are crucial now for both sides. As Denley comes in, bowls to Cook, who defends. And Cook has obviously got faith in his partner. Here's Denley rushing through the over the last ball. It's jabbed away on the offside. And the score has moved on to 286 for 8. The lead is 131.
Yeah, Matt Parkinson just takes off his jumper at the far end, gives his cap to Chris Watts as well.
At least we'll have the delights, Matt, of seeing that's not Fernando.
Yes. As I said to Nick Webb, we saw him for a short time at Canterbury, and it was a
joy.
It was a good time. It really was. I mean, it's a bit of a throwback, a proper tail ender, isn't it?
Yeah.
So
absolutely, it's good for the game, good for everybody.
Spinner of Matt Parkinson, the leg spinner, has the wrong one as well. That's Harvey at short point. Danny Beldown at slip. They're just moving Wes Agar around at deep square leg. Should Leonard miss-hit a shot there, and it's given plenty of air by Parkinson, and just with soft hands played through the gully position by Ned Leonard. They come through for a single.
You did not see him bat earlier on in the season. He did not bat.
Did he not?
5-4-9 for 9 declared.
Oh,
Fernando did
Where
not
have I
bat.
seen him bat though?
For Sri Lanka, possibly.
Possibly, yeah. Trying to think. Parkinson to Cook. He's given that a lot of air, and Cook Everyone's taking cover on the offside as he drives that past Ben Compton up to Wes Agar on the long off boundary.
No, then.
So Grant Stewart is at a deep square leg now as a mid-wicket, mid-on, mid-off.
Straight though.
Yeah, they're coming in closer for Leonard, that's for sure. Parkinson bowls, Leonard comes down the pitch, up in the air, he carries Chris Benjamin. It's over the Kent fielder's head. He wasn't far away from that, but it's coming over his shoulder there, and they'll come
That's
back
why
for two.
I couldn't understand why they bring mid-off and mid-on up.
They're just trying to tempt him perhaps into that shot. He's looking at the toe end of his bat. He's got 2 for it though. 3 for 81 for Parkinson. Comes over the wicket. More given straight back at the bowler. Parkinson reaches the left hand down, takes something off it. It's a dot ball.
He's not going to die wondering, is he, Leonard?
No, he really isn't. Kent certainly tempting him here, aren't they, to swing from the fences for the fences. So Parkinson over the wicket to Leonard outside the off stump. Quicker delivery through to the wicket keeper, and it's left.
Cock is normally an attacking player. This is a bit strange to see him push him for one, and Leonard
Watching Leonard at the other end,
yeah.
Parkinson, does he need to move the field? He's asking Danny Beltran.
Yeah.
No, over the wicket now, bowls again. Leonard's down the pitch.
Great
That's over
shot,
Chris
yeah.
Benjamin. That will be
6.
6 runs. Straight down the ground. Benjamin goes off to fetch it, and as you say, that tactic. They might be questioning that now, as they've had 10 off the over from
Strange.
Parkinson, and 296 for 8, 141 the lead.
Yeah, and they brought everybody in when they knew that he'd have that's the way he plays. And he's taken Glamorgan up to 296, and this partnership is worth 22 already. And Glamorgan now should get another batting point here. Their second. As Denley will continue bowling to his silent partner, Cook. Here he is then. In he comes and bowls, and Cook goes back and cuts out to deep extra cover. You think that Denley perhaps is bowling a little bit too flat and fast?
I think he's more in a sort of one-day mode in that respect, isn't he? But yeah, might be encouraged, as you say, just to give the ball a bit more air.
This is cut backward of square, but there is no run. 297 for 8.
I mean, it's a question of whether you might, at this point, with 20 on the ball from these two, reach for the new ball, perhaps keep Parkinson on at the far end.
There's Denley bowled, and this is gone, and that's nearly played onto the stumps by the bowler, sensing a run out, but
it's a no ball.
Was it?
Yeah, he's second as well, Jaden Denley, in this spell, which is
299 then it should be. Denley bowls, played up towards mid-on. 274. I didn't expect Glamorgan to get the bonus point, but fortune favours the brave. Then comes the next ball, is too short, and it's clubbed away for a single. And there is the 300 coming up for Glamorgan, which is a pretty good effort by them. And brings the bonus point 5-2. As Cook waits this time and plays defensively. Rushing through the overs, which is good to see.
It's a question for Janwell Drummond now, though, as you say, is Jaden Denley as effective as he was?
And he comes a bowl, and this is played up to mid-on, and there is no run. And even if Leonard is out now, he's done a useful contribution here.
Yeah, to Parkinson and Denley not exerting the control they had certainly
But you would
a couple
back.
of hours ago.
I back Parkinson against Leonard.
Yeah.
But things haven't worked out, and I honestly feel I'm carping on. If he put one mid-off and mid-on back, well, he certainly would have had him caught in the over before last down there.
Well, argument being, would he have gone for that shot? Would he gone?
Well, that's the way he plays.
Yeah,
He doesn't. He's sending him back now.
You trust his instinct? Yeah, absolutely.
The horse has bolted.
That's
whatever.
indeed. He's asking Ned Leonard to obligingly smash it down to...
Yeah, he doesn't know quite now. He's
Chris
talking
Benjamin.
to Bell Drummond.
Yeah.
Parkinson.
I mean, they've got time to adjust the field. They're well
Yeah.
ahead of the overlay,
yeah.
so it's their privilege to do it. Still, Harvey is under the helmet at short point. You've got there we are. Taking your advice, you're on an earpiece to Daniel Bell Drummond there, or he's listening to the commentary. They've put
Both man. It's a
long
bit
on
too
and
late.
long off. I suppose 2/3 of the way to the boundary, the two of them. As Parkinson comes in, then Bell Drummond's at slip, and
Now-
it's back in his crease, back at the bowler.
I always say that. Why they're going to get one there to mid off and mid on, who are deep. Why not put them right back? You still only get to get a single or a catch.
Good question. Again, I feel it's in the captain's mind here. Going to tempt him to hit over the top, as he does.
It's a great-
And guess what?
Great shot.
He's hit it over the top, and that'll be 6 runs. So I think it'll be 6 runs. It dropped just short of the...
Yes, it
Yeah.
is.
Look, 6 from here. Chris Watt signals the 6. So, well, that is the question, Ed, indeed.
Well, this is very
because-
useful runs for Glamorgan.
Yeah, 6 more. 306 for 8. The lead now 151. As Parkinson comes in and bowls to Leonard. He goes to that. Oh, it's just past the right hand of Harvey. Would have been
Just going at some pace.
quite the catch if he'd taken that. Yeah, it was absolutely blistering past him, and ends up with Agar at mid off, or long mid off, short long on. Who knows?
You name it.
It's
We know
one of
it
those-
was.
he's halfway there. I feel like I'm halfway there. Here's Cook then facing. Parkinson gives a lot of air. Cook just gently placing the offside. He, as you say, Ed, he's just playing within himself, and
He's 21 of 58.
He's hitting
Leonard is 22 of 53.
he's hitting the ball very well. He's just not attempting any aggressive shots here, and letting Leonard do it at the other end. As Parkinson comes in, Cook on the back foot, works that out towards the into the offside to point, fielded by...
He's probably
James
telling
Leonard.
Leonard, you're the shot player here, I'll give you the
Well,
ball
it
here."
seems like he is, isn't it? As you say,
Yeah.
Chris Cook is not
He's not slow.
no, he's not at all. He's a stroke player himself. So Parkinson bowls to Leonard, goes for this one. It's up in the air. Will it be
Be out.
caught by Everson? He's underneath it and catch. Oh, he's dropped it.
Dropped it.
Got both hands to it. Adjusted the feet. It was up in the air a long time. Ball
Nasty
spinning.
catch, but
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, Joey Everson knows he should have caught that. That should have been the end of Ned Leonard. Gets the jeers, but
down goes the cap with Parkinson.
yeah, as it was, he's thrown it to the floor.
Yeah,
there we go.
it's swelling,
Up
yeah.
in the air, and
I suppose a professional cricketer.
never really got himself set,
Not
did he?
easy.
He's not under the ball there. Presumably spinning in the air as well for top edge off the leg spinner. Parkinson thought he got his 4th, but instead it's 309 for 8.
It's
Leonard
just been
survives.
infuriating for Kent, with
Yeah.
Leonard just. But I do think they've misread the situation with Ben Leonard. He'll know now, again, that mid-off and mid-on. Sorry to harp on about it as he bowls the first ball, Denley, pushed away on the offside. I suppose he's not chucking it up in the air, he's bowling flat. They've heard me. Back they come. Mid-off and mid-on coming back. I think Bell Drummond is between the devil and the deep here. Didn't quite know where the next ball is forced up. And well fielded by Denley. Scampers across. 309 for 8. The lead is 154.
On the other hand, he may just be playing with Ned Leonard here, pushing him in, forward, back, doing the okey dokey, trying to put something in his mind.
Yeah, he's running a bit too quick, isn't he? For Leonard. Leonard really fancies Parkinson. He's
Yeah.
hitting for a couple of sixes.
And that's the duel, isn't it, which Kent think might get them a wicket here. Oh,
Down he comes, and this time does drive the long on. It's just as well he put him back there, because that would have been 4. But he's striking the ball very cleanly, isn't he? 310 for 8. 155, which was the Kent first innings total. That's the lead. As Denley comes in, bowls. This is driven, and again is fielded at mid-on.
and even at this point, it's a 36-run partnership, which is doing
very
further
quickly.
damage. It's great news for Glamorgan, damaging for Kent.
Denley bowls a full toss. That's gone the distance, I think. Well, not full distance, I don't know. Yes, it has.
Yeah.
And I think, as you say, that might be the end of Denley's spell. 3-1-6 for 8. And the lead is getting 1-6-1.
Yeah, I think from Denley's point of view, he's not bowled very much in first-class cricket, although spin bowling doesn't take it out of you as fast bowling does. It's about consistency, isn't it? And through this spell, just seen towards the end, he's perhaps getting just a little bit tired. A drink for Chris Cook. Ned Leonard declines. It's not been quite so long. Matt Parkinson
You
continues.
notice now how the field has changed immediately for Leonard. They were all in on the ones. Now they know that he's not going to stop here.
Yeah, they've got long on, back on the boundary. Oh, long off goes back now as well. 3/4 of the way is where's Agar. Parkinson to Leonard, leaves it outside the off stump. Some good bounce and turn, but not threatening the batter who leaves it through to the wicket keeper.
Gone for 96 in his 26th over. Captain and bowler have another little chat.
Yeah.
Bonus points 5 to Glamorgan at the moment, 2 to Kent, who looks quite certain they got plenty of overs left to get their maximum bowling points.
Yeah.
Anyhow, it's
One more wicket needed for that. As Parkinson comes into Leonard, Leonard's on the back foot, plays it back to Parkinson.
not tossing him up.
There's no run. Just
I'd agree with you. I'd bring a pacer or a fast bowler back now.
Parkinson bowls to
Oops.
Leonard. He really has it, given that some air looping towards Leonard, who just declines to play that at all outside the off stump and spinning away from him.
He's going to bowl wide outside the off stump to try and negate the runs by the looks of it.
So 2 men on the drive now at cover. They brought in the mid wicket in as well for Leonard. Fourth ball of the over. He knocks onto the back foot. I'd say he almost overbalances, but just on 1 foot playing that off middle stump there. So ball not moving quick enough to worry him in that respect. 2 balls to come from Parkinson. His 26th over. Bowls again, plenty of air given to the ball. Leonard blocks that back at the bowler.
His partnership worth 42 at the moment.
Yeah. So it's a really damaging one from a Kent point of view. Parkinson just turning around. He took chatting to Harry Finch, maybe even trying to chat to the batter. Ball to come. 5 dots for Parkinson so far, and it'll be a 6th one. It'll be a maiden as Leonard plays that into the onside. As you said, just trying to cut off the runs there, trying to put some pressure on in a different way. End of the over, 3-16 for 8, and
Yeah, got a bit of
it is
pace.
going to be Wes Agar. He's taken his cap off, which presumably, let's not make assumptions, but as the ball's tossed back to Paul Baldwin, the umpire, he takes the cap from
Right,
Wes Agar.
And the umpire takes
He gives the old
new
ball to
yeah.
Chris. To
New ball
Chris
has been
Watts.
taken.
The old one is disappearing. Watch out, George Garrett. No, he's going to be fine. The 12th man. So Ben Compton throws the ball off, hits the cover, sitting off the plate surface.
And what we always say, Matt, the new ball could make a difference, or the new ball, if it's not projected properly,
Yeah.
can go a long way. Whether this lump of kookaburra will go a long way, I don't know.
And does feel in this partnership, as you say, it's 40 odd now.
42.
And they had to do something, didn't they? They need to take a wicket early with the old ball to justify.
I have to confess, my money was on Parkinson getting Leonard out, stumped or bowled or caught in the deed, but it didn't work that way. Bell Drummond back and forth, talking to his bowlers, and
Fairly defensive field at this point.
I would say to Bell Drummond and your thought, just bowl as if you had the new ball at the start of the innings. Don't try these funky fields. What do you think?
I'm just wondering, is he going to have 2 slips in here? Chris Benjamin's come up next to
2 slips, yeah.
Harry
Well,
Finch,
that's
yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's more or less an authentic new ball field, anyhow. Here comes Agar. Ball short, has cut away and fielded at backward point. There's no run. The lead is 161. Lovely blue sky away to our left, where the weather comes from. And Glamorgan could today have about 30 odd overs tonight, unless this breaks all records. 316 for 8. Agar hasn't added to the 3 wickets he took last night. 3 for 54. This is his 16th over. As he bowls to Chris Cook, who plays it away down to deep backward point and will get a run.
It'd be interesting to see what, if they keep Parkinson at the far end, what this Kookaburra ball does for him. A harder ball, slightly more pronounced seam.
I think I would keep him on.
Yeah, I think I would definitely try it to see if, because he's getting bounce as well as turns, isn't he? And a bit more of that might be interesting. The Kookaburra balls, I understand it that the seam is slightly more pronounced this year than it was last year. But
is it? That's the talk.
And having said that, we've seen 500 scored as a matter of course.
This will be interesting. Agar coming in to Leonard, bowls to him. Leonard off the back foot, plays it into the covers for a single. No pace there, was there? A real pace. No movement.
This is again another thing about, we go on about the experiment, but how does this benefit English quick bowlers in county conditions? If you're saying we want to prepare them for Australia, exactly. But where's Agar? He's capable of bowling very quick. He's bending his back here. Nothing coming from the ball whatsoever, and it's a new one as well. So how does that help?
Exactly. Agar bowls, nudged away for a single. It was easy to play. He just stood on his back foot, Cook, and glided it down. No evasive action. Yeah, it must be soul destroying really for the bowlers to have to bowl with this. 319 for 8. Going on like this, they'll think of another batting point. 164 the lead. Leonard is on 25. Cook is on 30, but it's Leonard to receive as he waits there, right-handed. In comes Agar, bowls. Oh, bowls him. Fourth wicket for Agar. A very useful partnership there between Leonard and Cook. Leonard's gone for 25.
Yeah, so the Bales flying, 319 for 9. And well, perhaps that was an argument for bringing the quicks and getting a new ball on earlier, but it's easier to make the decisions from here than it is from the middle, but there we are, 98.
Very useful runs there.
Yeah, absolutely, as you say, and 23 for him in a
big question now, Matt.
Yeah.
Can Fernando survive one ball?
I've no idea. As you said, I thought I'd seen him bat, and I haven't. It must have been another I wasn't going to say terrible tail ender, but as I've not seen him, I shouldn't judge.
I have seen him play a correct defensive shot.
Okay, there we are.
When we played at Bristol earlier on in the season, and Glamorgan were battling to save the follow-on, he just ran away and tried to glide everything to third man. But ever since then, somebody's taught him how to play forward. I think we'll see Cook deciding to attack if this ball can be survived.
The
incoming batter for Glamorgan is Asita Fernando.
Here he comes then, Asita Fernando. Looking forward to seeing. I've heard so much about him now.
His batting prowess, obviously.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, seen him bowl now. The full wonder.
Where is he? Oh, here he comes.
Yeah. He has taken his time, to be very fair, but on his way in now. He's the Sri Lankan. Much expected of his batting prowess, from what I've heard. But there we go. I'm making a joke light of it. It won't be when he's got 50, I tell you that.
That is not going to happen.
I'm assured.
Yeah.
So,
yes,
on its way out.
with Cook, it says, "What is this man bowling?" Cook just says,
Fairly fast.
"Just get on the front foot and play straight."
Yeah, I was just looking up his stats there. So he's played scored 58 runs in Test cricket, an average of 3.2. But this is first-class cricket, of course, so his average will be better. It's 4.78. So Agar to bowl the final ball of the 98th over.
Nick is rushing back to see this one ball to Fernando.
Agar bounds in, bowls to Fernando. Great shot. It's a defensive shot.
Beautifully played.
Yeah. I'm very encouraged by the way he rehearsed that a second time. Just gave us a bit of a replay of the defensive shot, but I think Agar did the right thing. Bowled it fairly full up near the toes, but Fernando equal to it. 319 for 9, and I'll be on my way to go and do an update very shortly for
Kent have had their full quota of bonus points in the bowling department, but
yeah.
and we'll
Good
end
point.
up with 3. Glamorgan have 5. They need 20. What are you in? 31? No. So Parkinson will take the new ball, and he will be bowling to Cook. And this might be a case of no, you stay there for 5 balls, because there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 or more on the boundary.
Just checking out Cetha Fernando's stats. He has batted against Kent before.
Didn't bat this year.
Okay, so I must have seen him in
Yeah.
a previous year. Well, there we are. Casting my mind back. Not could be. Oh, could be. Yeah. His stats not quite as good as Colin Ingram's, it has to be said. He's got 14 against Kent before this, averaging 14.
The old cat and mouse is starting here, I think.
That's 2. That's Parkinson bowling to Cook, drives it into the offside.
Yeah, they're just going to hang on. Hang on for the 4th or 5th, have a crack, get 4 runs.
Just going to swing for the fences here. Is Cook to get what runs he can, presumably. As rather a mow into the offside there, reaching for the ball from Parkinson.
I always find this a bit tedious.
No run. Or was that a bit of griping from the faithful there that he didn't take a single into the offside? They're desperate to see a Cetha Fernando bat as well. It's on the back foot. He'll take
Okay,
a
we
single
go.
off the 4th ball.
You have your wish.
There we are. Have I got time? Yeah, I've got time to watch the machinations. I'm not sure I've got time for Kent to change the field this much, actually, to be honest. Is he going to be besieged by close company?
I have absolutely no idea how he's going to play.
Fair enough. Well, he'd be dreaming of his 14 not out against Kent in a previous life.
How many balls left?
Incarnation.
2.
2. Here's Parkinson over the wicket to Fernando.
Oh,
It's a no ball and a drive. There we are. So he's got his team 2 inadvertently. There's nothing wrong with that drive, is there? What's a mid-off? It's a nice looking shot. And so we'll get 2 more. Fernando just drops on that one, plays it into the offside with soft hands. He needs to survive 1 more ball. 3-2-2 for 9.
might just have a dart here. Never know.
He's holding Kent up at least. Slip and a silly point in as Parkinson bowls. Fernando beats him outside the off stump with some bounce as well. Not quite sure what they're claiming for. Must have been quite away from the outside edge. End of the over. 99 overs gone. 3-2-2 for 9. Glamorgan, they lead by 167. Nick Webb will join Ed Bevan.
Yes, and Glamorgan very much the boss seat at the moment. Because they have this lead of 167, and secondly, we have seen Parkinson especially turn the ball appreciably. Now we know that Callaway is developing into a fine spinner, and I did mention, Nick, to Matt, I would open with Callaway against 2 left-handers when Kent bat in the second innings.
Interesting thought.
Whether it'll be done, I don't know. And that Carlson might well be featured. But it will be Agar bowling from this end, and he'll be bowling to Cook. In he comes for the first ball, and Cook goes back and is beaten with one that hit the seam of the Kookaburra ball and flew up. Well, Harry Finch had to take it more or less in front of his face. Movement from the Kookaburra.
Yes, and Fernando with his bowling hat on, watching from the non-striker's end, will be happy to see a bit of life in the pitch still. From the new ball, which Kent took after 97 overs. I wonder if anyone's ever bowled 97 overs with a Kookaburra before.
Yep. There you go. Turns, comes in, bowls to Cook. Cook clips this, or tries to clip it down the leg side, but doesn't get anything on it. Patient innings from Cook, but he was for 31. And that partnership was very, very useful. 45 for the 9th wicket. Remember him, Nick at Lord's getting 47, of course. And he hits a long ball, doesn't Ed Leonard? And he did his job.
Absolutely. A couple of sixes either side of hoisting the 300.
Here you go to Cook. In he comes, bowls, and Cook gets a thick inside edge and declines a run down to fine leg. He'll probably take the next one or the one after.
Yeah, it's 3 balls gone. He doesn't run off the first 3 balls, but is happy to take a single off the 4th or thereafter.
Isn't it awful for Fernando that his batsman doesn't trust him to get up at the other end? Poor chap.
I don't think he'll be psychologically damaged by that at this stage of his career. He's used to it.
Here you go, halfway through the over, comes in and bowls to Cook, gets a short ball. It's sails down the leg side. That's your one for your over, mate, says umpire Baldwin. I think I'll start calling him Brigadier Baldwin now. Have you seen this twirling moustache that he's got? The
Brigadier. Well, it hasn't been heavy on the shaving, but I didn't particularly notice the moustache.
Oh yeah, you have a look at the moustache. It's a piece of art. A work of art, I should say. Agar, and this is the 5th ball. In he comes and bowls and
Not taking the single off the 4th
No.
ball. Well, it's not.
no. Oh no, of course the new ball, isn't it? Yeah.
Oh no, that was the 5th. Sorry, you're right.
That was very odd, wasn't it? Was it a shot play?
Well, I thought so. It looked like a shot to me.
In
And
the
looking back at the picture of umpire Baldwin, it's a moustache and beard. It's the whole. This whole works. It's not just a
You have
tash
a look,
sticking
yeah,
out.
but it's a very impressive tash. Look at them. That. Look closely. In comes Agar, it's bound to be short. No, it isn't. It's pushed away, and he's going to get the single that he wants. No, he declines an easy second, and will steal the strike, which is infuriating for the opposition. We're going to have a scenario like we had yesterday, I think. Tea early and 30 overs a ball.
Oh, yes, it's good going, the over 8 today. I can show you photographic evidence that Mr. Baldwin has a full set of whiskers.
Look at him, it's going up to his cheeks.
It's a full set of whiskers.
Like Windsor
not
Davis
just-
in that wonderful series, it ain't hot, half hot, man.
Anyway,
Yeah,
we
so
will
much
leave
for this-
Mr. Baldwin's facial arrangements alone because it has of very little relevance to his performance as an umpire, and Matt Parkinson will continue to try to get his 4th wicket and to wrap up this innings.
Crack a 10, doesn't he?
3 for 99. No bowler likes that sort of turn. As Parkinson will bowl to Chris Cook, who steps back and hammers it into the offside, and they won't take a
I think they
a
should
run.
know, because is he going to be fallible? I don't know.
At the moment, we're looking at 1 run and over taken by Cook off the 4th, 5th, or 6th ball, and that's about it. Unless Cook can find the gaps. Comes down the wicket, hits hard up towards deep cover, but he hasn't found the gap, and it's another dot ball. There are 7 on the boundary, plus a slip and a shortish mid-wicket to prevent them running 2 on the leg side. Parkinson in, bowled Cook with a cross-bat slog towards deep extra cover, no run. Cook's doing his best to find the gaps, I think, but he's not able to place the ball very well.
He's a very, very long hitter straight, and he's not getting the ball to hit straight. They're pitching it outside the off stump.
Now 3 balls have been bowled of the over.
Vultures
Cover is coming in, point is coming in. 3 saving the single plus the slip. 5 still out on the boundary. Parkinson bowls. Cook tries the reverse sweep and gets this one away for 4 runs.
Very effective.
Nicely played by Chris Cook to break a little bit of cat and mouse.
Yeah, he's probably saying if you're going to bowl there, I'm going to reverse sweep you.
And limited over shot coming out, and played nicely by Cook despite the presence of Bell Drummond there as slip if he had mishit it. 327 for 9. The lead is 172. As commentators, we always like a nice round number as a lead.
Yeah.
172 on the board at the moment, but at least they keep us informed on the electronic scoreboard. You don't have to work it out constantly. But we'll change to trail by rather than lead by when Kent get to bat.
Now the gaps here.
Well, Cook try and hit over the top. Parkinson bowls. Cook does try and hit over the top. He's skied it towards mid-off and he's caught. Chris Cook goes for 36. Matt Parkinson has his 4th wicket, and Glamorgan are all out for 327 with Asitha Fernando not out, naught, and Parkinson's persistence pays off. Cook, as you said, looking to hit straight, didn't quite get to it. And his unenviable job is at an end. Agar it was who pounced the catch. 327 all out. Glamorgan lead by 172 on first innings, and that should be enough to put some pressure on Kent in their second innings.
Especially on this pitch, Nick, you're absolutely right. There's a lot of pressure on Kent because this is not an easy wicket, it's a free scoring. You see that because Glamorgan only managed to go at 3.2, and they've got 2 days of sunshine, and the rest of today they will probably, what do you reckon, 35 overs, 34 in that area?
Well, there's 37 on the board at the moment, so that'll be -2 for the changeover. 35.
A lot of bowling tonight.
Wow. Yeah, but presumably, I don't think that's tea, is it? Because we're going to 10 past 3 for 3:19. Yeah, we'll probably have 20 minutes play before tea or thereabouts. So we shall join you when that happens. Ben Callaway 90, Colin Ingram 87, 4 wickets apiece for Parkinson and Agar. The bowling figures will be informed by Dr. Hignell in just a moment once he's got his coloured pens out. 327 all out, Glamorgan here on BBC Sport Online. Back in around 7 or 8 minutes.
So Glamorgan 327 all out, Asitha Fernando not out, and in that total of 24 extras, comprising 2 byes, 4 leg byes, 2 wides, and 16 no balls. Here are the Kent bowling figures. Matt Quinn 15 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 57. Wes Agar 17 overs, 3 maidens, 4 for 58. Grant Stewart 15 overs, 2 maidens, 0 for 34. Joey Everson 12 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 34. Matt Parkinson 27.5 overs, 2 maidens, 4 for 103. Jaden Denley 14 overs, 4 maidens, 1 for 35. I've also got a result from Avenue Road in Abergavenny, where Glamorgan have beaten Kent second 11 by 74 runs. Kent all out for 222. Romano Franco took 3 for 51. Mason played 6 for 66, giving Mason match figures of 11 for 88. Currently batting in Kent's second innings, Ben Compton and Jaden Denley. Total bowling for Glamorgan at the river end. Tim van der Gooten.
Good afternoon and welcome back after that brief pause for the change of innings as Jaden Denley and Ben Compton start Kent's second innings with 172 runs deficit on the board against them. As Van der Hoogten will come in and bowl, and Jaden Denley blocks the first ball to Fernando at mid-on. 172 looks pretty significant, Edward Bevan.
Certainly does, Nick, and talking in the interval, I think that's on a quicker pitch, a truer pitch if you like, that didn't spin and coming on quicker, that you think that's a lead of about 250, and I think it's going to be hard work for the Kent batters.
Here comes Van der Hoogten to Denley, and he's defending that one out to mid-wicket, and there's no run. It's possible to stay around, isn't it, in this game, but it's not really possible to press on to any significant degree.
And on this pitch, you can stay around, yes, but you might just get one, and then you think to yourself, well, why didn't I score quicker?
Yeah.
You've got to score runs and cut this deficit, and it's a big deficit of 172, especially with 2.5 days left.
As Van der Hoogten is on his way in from the river end and bowls, and Denley plays that one to mid-wicket. And there is no run. Already just the 2 slips posted. Ingram and the captain Kieran Carlson, and players on the drive looking for catches on either side of the wicket. So you can tell Glamorgan aren't expecting much to come off the edge. As Van der Hoogten is on his way, 3 wickets in the first innings, and Denley playing that one back to him, and there is no run.
Fernando giving an impression of the Tiller girls at mid-on, kicking his legs up in the air. Remember that famous dance routine back in the day? There he goes again.
I think that's a little before my time, Edward.
Is it really?
As Denley faces up to Van der Hoogten, and he defends it again to the said Fernando.
Oh yes, they were quite famous on sort of Saturday night show. There he goes again, although he's bowling now. So I think you'll find that he'll be opening the bowling again.
Yes, you're querying whether he might have been more effective first change.
But he was before he went away. I think we both made the point then.
As Van der Hoogten in bowls, driven to mid-wicket by Jaden Denley, a maiden over to start with. And the amazing fact for today's play is that we will go to tea at 3:40 because there are only 34 overs remaining. You take tea usually when there are 32 remaining.
No, we usually take 2 at 4:10.
Yeah, when there are 32 remaining, but it's going to be actually fewer than 32 remaining today. And we'll go at
6 o'clock
3:40. Exactly. Oh, steady on, steady on.
Well, I think Callaway should be bowling before long, put it that way.
It was about 5 to 7 yesterday with all the wickets falling and the injury delay and so on.
We were sitting down to dinner at 8:10 in the Bevan household. Didn't do anything for my digestive system this morning. Bit too late for
Some
me.
of us were still working after a quick sandwich.
Were you?
Yeah, I was writing up the story about David Harrison and Colin Ingram
All right.
coaching in the Windy Cup.
Here's Fernando then from this end, and he is bowling to Compton. Bowls the first ball to him. Is he caught on the leg side?
No.
Not so, says the umpire. And Compton, and well, not so much Compton. Fernando has a word, and Compton has shown his heel as if it might. Here we go. Let's have a look.
The replay shows, well, that it probably flicked something on the way through.
Certainly did. I'm not sure. Well, it's a huge appeal by Fernando. Okay, we don't know.
If we don't know watching a replay, then the umpire is probably fair enough not to give it
I
out.
think he might have been unsighted too by Fernando running down more or less in front of him. So there's the start, and he put a little bit into that delivery. Fernando over the wicket, in past the umpire, bowls. Oh, good delivery outside off stump, which is left by Compton. So, an encouraging start for the Sri Lankan fast bowler. He's got 2 slips, 3 on the offside saving single, and then a square leg, a mid wicket, and a mid-on, all saving a single. The other fielder is lurking down on the fine leg boundary. 5-4. 5 on the offside, 4 on the onside as Fernando bowls. And that's short, cut away for 4 backward of square on the offside. Got the treatment it deserves. And this is how they started in the first innings yesterday morning, of course. There's a flurry of boundaries. The first 20 runs, I think, came from boundaries.
Yep.
And then the seamers settled down and started taking wickets.
Yeah, we didn't have a single, I think, until about 24 minutes
Nope.
into the game.
Of course, as we mentioned, anything loose or offline here gets punished on this slowish pitch. Here's Fernando again. Comes in and bowls. It's a better delivery, which played in front of his stumps by Compton back to the bowler, and who lets it trickle to Van der Gooten at mid-on. We're going to have an extra over here, or 2.
What excitement. More bang for your buck. As they probably don't say anymore in the marketing department.
Fernando, longish run, turns, nice, easy run up, comes in and bowls. That's defended on the back foot by Compton. I was looking at doing some work the other night at some old yearbooks. 1991, I think it was. You were fined if you didn't bowl 19 overs an hour in county cricket, and the best bowling rate of that year was Glamorgan, who bowled almost 20 overs an hour. So that just shows, if you put your mind into it, you can bowl quicker than some are bowling these days. Fernando bowls. That's played away on the onside, very well fielded.
Who would the spinners have been for Glamorgan at that period then?
91.
Yeah.
Croft.
Was Croft playing by then? Oh, right.
Oh yes, he made his debut 89.
Okay.
Koska hadn't started. They didn't start until 97. Who was bowling? We might have had Neil Kendrick who joined the slow left armour.
Yeah, Shastri around that time.
Shastri was
But
around.
then he didn't bowl much for his
Didn't
part
bowl a
this
lot,
time
but,
for Glamorgan. Did he get the yips at one point, Ravi Shastri?
Yeah. He worked with Don Shepherd, who put him right, and it was mentioned in the book written about that Shastri wrote.
Here comes Van der Hoogten to bowl, and the first ball is prodded back towards him. Towards mid-off by Jayden Denley. 4 without lost, Kent. 168 runs in arrears.
Yes, during that season, Don and him at the close of play would be out there for anything up to an hour, and eventually got him right. He was ever grateful.
As Van der Hoogten on his way. And that's turned off the legs. It's flicked off something, bat or pad. Just a bit of bat down towards fine leg. Beats fine leg on the inside. And the Kent score is doubled, and Jaden Denley is off the mark.
These two put on 37 in the first innings before Compton were nicked off, quickly followed by Denley, who drove straight to cover.
Van der Hoogten bowls, and Denley covering up, playing to try but mid-wicket. And there's no run, 8 without loss, 164 runs in arrears. Glamorgan second will be pleased with that performance, notably Mason Crane's 11 wickets, 6 in the match, 3 in each innings for the young left-arm spinner Romano Franco, and some runs for Tom Bevan and Will Smale in the second innings, as Jaden Denley plays that one to mid-off, no run, and for Henry Hurl with a century, and Tom Norton 62 in the first innings. So some good individual performances, and
He's probably the next man on the block. What do you think of the youngsters? I haven't seen him play, but I've heard good reports.
Hurl.
Hurl, yes, may have jumped in front of Tom Bevan, who's had championship cricket appearances, but haven't really made the most of it, has he?
No, just
no, one day is for that matter.
As Van der Hoogten into bowl, and that's steered on the leg side by Jaden Denley, no run. Yeah, talking to David Harrison, he said that obviously they have yet to firm up their plans for the One Day Cup, but you would have thought it'd be a mixture of a couple of experienced guys in the batting lineup, and
Carlson will play, won't he?
Carlson's captain, so
he's got to play.
He's got
Root
to
will probably play.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. Bevan, Smale,
Hurl in the
Hill
mix.
possibly, as Denley plays that one to mid-on. Just the one scoring shot, 4 runs with a leg glance off the over. It's 8 without loss.
Yes, and survival is the prime objective for Kent, especially before lunch. Well, let's have a look. There'll be another 2 overs possibly bowled, and afterwards Glamorgan will be striving to take a couple of wickets, and Kent will be hoping that they'll be denied.
Yeah, Kent have got a bat long, really, haven't they? They've got a bat for
2 and a bit days.
Yes, they're not realistically going to be in a position to declare, you wouldn't have thought.
No.
But we shall see, and we may be saying something different in...
It's difficult to score
that.
quickly, you see.
Yeah, that's the problem, isn't it?
Fernando to start his second over. He was hit for 1 boundary in the first, and here he is, coming in and bowls to Compton. Compton plays it out into the cover region, and Ben Calloway turns his head away in his face, because that was landing in an old pitch, which could easily have bounced up. So he very wisely turned his head the other way, but he kept his hands down, and there's no run.
Yeah, in terms of the bowling attack, Van der Hoogten may play some of them. I'd be surprised if he played all in the One Day Cup, having been so
How many? 8 games.
heavily worked. 8 games, yeah, in the group stages.
Here's Fernando in past the umpire and bowls, and this is with a dead bat push from Compton.
Last season, Root played all of them, Douthwaite played all, Smale played all of them, Carlson, Gorvin and McIlroy played all the games.
Yeah, I suppose they'll give McIlroy the game at 2. Leonard will play, give him experience. What do they bowl? 10 overs in that, isn't it? 5?
Yeah.
Yeah. Here's Fernando in and bowls. Again, that's blocked out into the offside by Compton. Already, Ben Calloway is twirling his arms I might suggest a tee over, and possibly bowl after tee, because there are still 31 overs on these 3 balls to be bowled. Fernando turns in over the wicket and bowls, and this is played for 4 runs backward. Oh no, backward of square. Very much the same shot as Compton played in Fernando's first over. Short, and he laid into it backward of square. Despairing diver Ben Callaway, and he has to walk into the thinly populated, well, there's nobody there, at backward point, just in front of the scoreboard. For those of you who know who this ground, which used to be near to our old commentary box, you'd walk 30 yards and you were by the dressing room. You'd nip over for a quick interview down the line, and that was done, Nick. Not like you have to traipse over with your machines. Times have changed. Fernando bowls, and that's played late into the covers. No run.
Yeah, times have improved some ways in putting out interviews, because you don't have to wait to listen to a clip on the radio the next morning. You can pick him up straight away on social media, on X. And a few quotes on the close of play online report. Which
not many counties do, Nick, to your credit.
Thank you.
Some people you don't bother to interview, do they? In comes Fernando and bowls, and I know up in Middlesex way that completes the over. 12 without loss then, and there's a 159 run deficit. Up in the London area, Kevin Hand, who runs the show up there, was saying, especially this time of year when the footy starts, and you've got, oh, goodness knows how many football sides in that in the huge area of London, that you just don't have time. Well, they don't have time in the studio to play. I suppose you could put it out on social media, but
yeah, things are changing. You have to get your outlets when you can, don't you?
Exactly.
These days, in some ways, things have improved, of course, because this on ball by ball service didn't exist until 12-13 years ago. Van der Hoogten is into bowl, and Compton is forward defending. I think overall, for people who want cricket, who want county cricket, there's more coverage available, but on the other hand, less of that coverage is getting to a general audience, so it's getting a more specialised, concentrated audience, if you like.
More people are watching, apparently, because of streams and the ball by ball, which is good for the game.
As Van der Hoogten is into bowl, and Compton squared up by that one, defending back to mid-off. And when I'm talking to people and they ask about my work, people are quite often likely to say, oh yes, I listen to you on YouTube, which is one of the most popular ways of accessing the commentary, as well as, of course, a BBC Sport website and sounds.
NV playing, you can see any game.
Yep. As Van der Hoogten into bowl, Compton is defending. Yeah, I'd recommend that one, livenvplay.com, for lots of
it's good.
Coverage of the non-first class game, the second team games,
everything,
the under 18s games, the minor women's games, etc., etc.
I can watch any club in the leagues that I watch.
Van der Hoogten bowls down leg side. Compton makes no contact. Cook takes well.
As we spoke about yesterday, I can watch most of the club sides on the streams that the clubs have got at the ground. Okay, you don't get commentary and it's pretty stilted, but you can just watch the whole game if you want to. The only thing there is, on county cricket, it might sort of, if you're preparing to go to the cricket, you see clouds, I think I'll stay at home.
Yeah.
It doesn't reflect how people are watching at home, though.
Swings and roundabouts.
Yeah.
Van der Hoogten round the wicket, and Compton plays defensively to mid-on. He has 9, Jaden Denley has 4. The deficit is 159 for the visitors. And with this being the last ball of the Van der Hoogten over, they should be able to squeeze.
Oh, they will, easily.
One more in, 15:38 on the digital clock on the scoreboards, which is what they tend to go by, I believe. Van der Hoogten bowls, Compton defends. Who's going to field that? The stumps are, as it trickles into the stumps at the non-striker's end. Glamorgan hurry round so that they're in position to start.
Let's have a bit of Callaway.
The 6th over.
Oh!
Well done, Edward. Well called.
The ball at the Cathedral Road.
Yeah.
Callaway, one of Glamorgan's heroes, with the bat alongside Colin Ingram. Now can he break this opening stand for Ken to have 30 further overs to bat out tonight, and who knows, there might even be 1 or 2 extra overs bowled in the day's play, but I think Kent will probably call for drinks and tie bootlaces and try and avoid that.
And the day is brightening as we go along. Here's Callaway then, and he is bowling to Denley. Denley goes on the back foot and forces it back down the pitch. It's the ideal time to bowl because you've got 2 left-handers with the ball spinning across them, or should be, if there is turn for the off-spinner here. He's coming around the wicket and bowls to Denley. Denley's forward this time and glances it backward of square on the onside for a single with Fernando Fields.
Is there any circumstance in which cricketers at any level will not shout "catch it" as the ball goes anywhere more than a metre in the air?
The obdurate Compton on 9 will face Callaway, who bowls to him. He pushes it away and is fielded by a sprightly Colin Ingram there at cover. Isn't often you see him out grazing. He's generally at slip for most of the innings. Here's Callaway then, as the sun threatens to come through. Bowls, last cut away, but straight to backward point. Would as well save that.
R.J. Evans on X says Mason Crane taking 11 wickets for the seconds. Personally, I think he should have stayed with the firsts, with Parkinson taking 4 wickets. The leg spinner for Kent.
Callaway bowls, good delivery, and brings the batsman forward. Sorts of squares him up, but not to great effect.
But from what David Harrison was saying, they expected a bit more pace and bounce and carry in this pitch.
Could be the last ball before a cup of tea time, as Compton pushes forward, and it is. Tea interval, 14 without loss, and the deficit was 172. It's now 158. 9 to Compton. Denley is on 5. And after we have our cup of tea, there will be 29 overs remaining. Plenty of cricket, the sun blazing down. It'll be an interesting couple of hours, Nick.
It will indeed. We look forward to it. Kent 14 for naught, trail by 158.
I've got some latest scores from around the country. We'll start once again at Old Trafford. The fourth Rothesay test between England and India, where it's tea time there, with India having lost 3 wickets, and their score is 149 for 3. In the Rothesay County Championship, day 2 in all of these other games as well. First of all, at the Utility Bowl, Nottinghamshire 542 for 7 against against Hampshire. At Taunton, Somerset have dismissed Durham for 190. So Somerset require 86 to win. They're currently 55 for 4. At Edgbaston, Worcestershire were dismissed for 333, and reply Warwickshire 115 for 6. Warwickshire still trailing by 218 runs. At home, Essex are now 439 for 7, so they're leading Sussex by 235. And it's raining at Scarborough, with Yorkshire 376 for 5. That's against Surrey. In the other Division 2 games, starting off at Cheltenham College, where Lancashire were finally dismissed by Gloucestershire for 557. In reply, Gloucestershire are 43 for 1. Middlesex, though, are still batting at Merchant Taylor School. They're 595 for 8. That's against Northamptonshire. And at Derby, Leicestershire, if you may remember, made 398. In reply, Derbyshire for 115 for 2. Don't forget that score sheets for this match are available free of charge from reception, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion. That's where you can also purchase a copy of the 2025 Glamorgan Yearbook. The Glamorgan Club shop will be open until 5 o'clock this afternoon, run by Missouri Sports. It's selling a wide range of cricket equipment and other items. It's situated opposite Gate 2. A wide range of refreshments are available in the Pyramid Lounge, situated on the ground floor of the Thatcher's Pavilion, and if you're a Glamorgan member or a season ticket holder, there's a 10% discount on all food sales. Drinks and snacks also available from the mobile unit beneath the Castet Howell stand, and snacks available from the vending machines at the rear of the indoor school. The Museum of Welsh Cricket is still open. Don't forget, it's recently been refurbished. Lots of new films and also information boards for you to enjoy looking at. The memory match, Kent against Glamorgan, Canterbury 1993, when Glamorgan won the Sunday League, and Viv Richards played his final innings. The museum also has a number of second-hand cricket books and old Glamorgan yearbooks, together with a range of other items and souvenirs which are on sale to raise funds for the running of the museum. The museum also has on sale copies of the research monographs which have been produced. Number 1 looks at the fascinating history of women's and girls' cricket in Wales. The second issue looks at cricket in Wales before the Victorian era. The museum will be closing at the end of the interval, and it will be reopening tomorrow during lunch. And finally, don't forget that on Friday at 6:30, a special general meeting will be held for members in the Pyramid Lounge.
used to be in the health department weekly chemicals.
To resume the Kent second innings after tea, Jaden Denley and Ben Compton. And to resume the bowling for Glamorgan at the River End, Tim van der Goep.
Good evening and welcome to the final session of day 2 of Glamorgan against Kent. With Kent 14 for naught, 158 in arrears, and Van der Hoogten bowling to Jaden Denley, who plays that one to mid-on, and there is no run. There'll be an update for BBC Radio Wales fairly shortly. Denley on 5, Compton on 9. They saw out 6 overs before tea, and 29 overs to be bowled in the evening session, or potentially more, of course, if Glamorgan can get through them. Van der Hoogten bowls, and Jaden Denley punches that one to mid-off. Leonard does the fielding, and there is no run. Two slips. Van der Hoogten conceding just 4 runs so far. Kent are 14 for no wicket in their second innings. That's still 158 runs in arrears, so Glamorgan well placed in this game. They made 327 all out thanks to Colin Ingram's 87 and Ben Callaway 90. They put on 172. That was exactly the stand of Glamorgan's lead as the tail ends rather fell away. But Glamorgan with a very useful advantage at the halfway mark in this game. Kent are 14 for naught in their second innings, trailing by 158. As Van der Hoogten is in to bowl, and Denley gets the first run of the evening session as he works one away on the leg side. They'll be 2, I think, possibly 3 as it's hauled up just inside the midway boundary. And they will settle for 2 runs. Kent 16 for naught, 156 behind. So good solid start for these two as they try and ignore any scoreboard pressure. And just realised in the interval, looking back at the figures, that the stand between Callaway and Ingram was exactly the size of the gap between the two sides, 172. Denley plays that one to mid-on. Fernando fields no run.
Yeah, that just illustrates, Nick, how well the two of them played. Because if they'd got out cheaply, then it would be even start again. Having said that, nothing has beaten the bat in these first 6 or 7 overs, and in as much as the work that Kent have to do, Glamorgan's bowlers probably find it a bit tougher second time round.
Van der Hoogten is in to bowl. Jaden Denley pushes to cover. There's no run. 16 for naught, Kent. 7 overs bowled. 28 remaining on the boards tonight, but if we see a bit of Callaway bowling,
which we should,
then it was just the over before tea from Callaway, so Fernando is back as we might have expected. But if we do see a bit of Callaway, might even get More than the regulation overs in a day's play, and can't remember the last time that happened in a game I've been watching.
I'm driving home at 6:30. I can't believe it. Anyway, it's going to be Fernando after that. You mentioned if we see a bit of Callaway. I certainly hope we do see a bit of Callaway, because I think he'll be the threat. And just to repeat myself, bowling against two left-handers. Compton then is facing, and it's Fernando from the Cathedral Road end. Comes in and bowls the first ball of the over, which is defended on the line of off stump.
And a quick recap, because we've just been joined by 5 Sports Extra 2 listeners that came to 16 without loss in their second innings. They're 156 in arrears. Today's main men, well, 2 main protagonists on either side. Colin Ingram made 87 and Ben Callaway 90 for Glamorgan, and there are 4 wickets apiece for Matt Parkinson, the leg spinner, and for Wes Agar for Kent.
Fernando turns at the end of his mark, accelerates into his run and bowls. Is met with the defensive bat of Compton, who is renowned for his patience and his long time at the crease, very much an accumulator. You wouldn't have thought that in the first innings, but he dealt exclusively in boundaries. I think he had 4 fours out of his 17, and it is essential now that they get off to a solid start, not so much scoring quickly, but denying Glamorgan the chance to take wickets. But there's so much time left, and a good weather forecast for the next 2 days. As Fernando comes in and bowls, and Compton is forward again, nullifying any sort of chance of movement, if there is any. As I mentioned, we haven't seen any up to now. And Kent on 16 without loss.
In the Test match, India 150 for 3, with wickets for Wokes, Dawson and Stokes. Stokes trapping former Glamorgan player Shubman Gill, just played a few weeks for them, and the Indian captain out for 12.
That would have pleased the England captain, as the next ball is too short, but it's very well stopped there in the deep gully or the cover position by Ben Callaway. Not only is a fine off spinner and batsman, he is also a very good fielder in that cover or gully position. An all-round cricketer. Shubman Gill showed his class when, do you remember when he got 100 down at Hove? We were down there.
Yeah.
I think he got another one somewhere as well. Destined for honours, as he is top of the class at the moment. Fernando bowls. Compton is forward.
I understood, I don't know if it's apocryphal, that he was slightly bemused by the Glamorgan players choosing to walk into the ground at Hove, because it wasn't far from the team hotel, and the players chose to walk in, and do you know, such things are probably not known in India.
Do you know, that morning they'd all gone, the players, as they do. They vanish about 8:30, and I was just finishing my breakfast, and he was there, and I just said good morning, and he sat down, and at the end of it all, it's Fernando coming up to complete the over, bowls, and this is again pushed back to the mid-on, and it remains at 16 without loss. And we both got up at the same time, and I said, have a good day, or something. Yeah. Where is the ground? It was the first morning. Where is the, well, I think, where is the taxi? I said, well, it's, I'm sure you'll get to an asset reception, and they'll get you a taxi. So it's typical. Obviously given license by the coach, and said, yeah, you come down whenever you want to, don't worry. And off he went.
Yeah, talking about getting places late, there's a story on the BBC News website about apparently thousands of spectators were late getting into Old Trafford this morning. Van der Hoogten bowls and Jayden Denley blocks.
I heard on the Radio 2 traffic news at about 10 o'clock when I was on my way, that on the M60, Worsley, where that hotel is that Glamorgan always stay on, that there had been a bump there and a lot of traffic, and I thought, well, yeah, a lot of traffic going to Old Trafford, so that might have held them up.
Van Hochten is in to bowl, worked away on the leg side. That's a nice little flick from Jayden Denley with no apparent effort whatsoever. He's picked up 4 runs through mid-wicket up to the scoreboard, and Denley goes into double figures on 11, Kent 20 without loss. Lancashire have apparently apologised and said they'd be looking at increasing the number of gates for the rest of the match, but also pointed out that thousands of fans had arrived, quote, very late. 9,000, they reckon, of the crowd had arrived, what they saw as very late, with all bags subject to searches on entry. I suppose that's the issue, isn't it? The security searches. Van der Hochten bowls and Denley defends. But you do wonder, they're looking at increasing the number of gates. Well, it's a test match, the ground's at capacity. Why haven't they got all possible gates open to get in there?
Same sort of thing happened. I was up at 2005, that famous Ashes series. We happened to be playing at Colwyn Bay, and my superior said, well, it's only an hour up the road. We've arranged a ticket, and I remember it was bedlam there trying to get in. Many people, they had to lock the gates that day.
Van der Hochten bowls, and that's a nice punch off the back foot by Jayden Denley, who's batting well in this second innings. He may pick up another 4 as Ned Leonard has to eventually give up the chase up towards the advertising hoardings in front of the sight screen, and Denley moves to 15 and the total to 24 without loss. 148 is the deficit. Glamorgan at Old Trafford next week. I think despite the many joys of county cricket, I think it's fair to say there won't be much in the way of queues.
I wouldn't have thought so.
Van der Hochten bowls, pulled away by Denley on the onside, and it's out towards mid-wicket. And Billy Root doing the fielding, and they go through for a single 25 for naught.
Beautiful day here, Nick. Clouds have gone. They did say we're going to have some rain. Haven't had a drop. But there we are. They did get the old adage out. You might have some rain, you might miss it. Cover yourself.
The weather people covering off all exits. 25 for naught, Kent. Second dig. Van der Hochten in to bowl, and Compton on the back foot and defending. And for the benefit of our 5 Sports Extra 2 listeners, I think we have to say that we have been somewhat grumbling about the effect of the Kookaburra ball upon the entertainment levels of this match, because run rates have been fairly low throughout, and Glamorgan were unable really to accelerate, and Kent, well, they had some decent defensive tactics, and they eventually paid off with Parkinson taking 4 wickets.
Yeah. Well, it is that events have moved on, and it's pretty certain, I think, there'll be a result one way or the other in this game. So Fernando to continue, and we'll be bowling to Denley. He's bowled mostly to Ben Coppington. But here he is, comes in over the wicket and bowls. Is that a catch at the wicket? No, again, a huge appeal. It was an attempted bouncer, and Denley went for the hook. And it wasn't, in my mind, Nick, and not 100%. It seems to sort of, yes, catch it, and each fielder follow the other. Yes, yes, yes.
It's flicked something maybe on the way through, but maybe shoulder. I think the replay shows.
I think he hit the helmet, didn't he?
There must have been off the helmet then, because they are going for a check, the obligatory check for Jayden Denley.
Good decision.
A good decision from the umpire, Mr. Watts, it would appear. Regulation check for Jayden Denley, who took an important wicket for Kent today when he had Colin Ingram caught it slip the ball before lunch to break a huge stand with Ben Callaway. Callaway dismissed just after lunch for 90, the first of 4 wickets for Matt Parkinson, and then Agar picked up a couple more at the end.
Glamorgan 12 man is on with a drink. for Fernando. Tee having finished about a quarter of an hour ago. Every opportunity, but it doesn't waste time because it's the same time as the check was made on Denley's helmet. He's okay. We will commence, and Fernando now has had two big appeals turned down by umpire Watts. That was the correct one. The other one was a flick off his legs by Denley, which probably hit the pad, although a lot of them thought that it had hit the bat. Here is Fernando in his fourth over, 0 for 9, bowls, so that's short and that's well controlled as it's played down to fine leg, and they go through for a single, which draws a lot of support. One gentleman, obviously from Kent, clapping away for that shot, probably saying, well done, you got hit in the helmet and you played that shot again.
It's been a sparky start from Denley in both innings, isn't it, really?
Yeah.
19-year-old, England international at that level, under 19s. You can see why.
Fernando's pitched it up a lot to Compton, who's going to face him now, so he's played him easily. Perhaps he should just pull his length back a little as he bowls. He does then, and it's played watchfully by the batsman out to short extra cover. 26 without loss. They trail by 146.
Important game this for Glamorgan in particular, given that they're third in the table and that the top two, Derbyshire and Leicestershire, are playing each other at Derby.
They did well to bowl them out afterwards, didn't they, for under 400. Derby. Here's Fernando. Comes in and bowls, and that's played for a vacant third man, or it would have been squarish third man for 4 more. And the runs coming quite easily at the moment. They're scoring at just over 3 runs and over. So Glamorgan will be wary they don't get a 100 partnership or something, because the runs soon mount.
Reminder, there's been an early result in the First Division with Somerset just about getting home by 5 wickets against Durham.
Day and a half.
89 for 5. It's a low scoring game.
Taunton. Yeah. Well, Fernando in bowls, well pitched up, played into the cover region, and there's no run. 30 without loss. Denley on 17 and Compton on 13.
In that other leading Division 2 game then, Derbyshire now 123 for 3 in reply to Leicestershire's 3-9 all 8 all out, 398 all out. Half centuries for Caleb Jewell, who's still there for Derbyshire, and for Harry Kame, who's out for 56. The Leicestershire innings are statistical quirk, treble figures or single figures, all round.
Fernando in bowls, Compton pulls and gets it out to deep mid-wicket. They go through for 1, and we've seen already there's nothing much in it for the seamers. There's little or no deviation at all, and I think spin must come into it before very long, and gave the opportunity for Callaway to bowl with 25 overs left, a dozen or so overs, because I think spin will be the key. But of course you've got 2 seamers in Leonard and Harris, so you might as well use them. I'm sure they'll ruin the decision not to play Mason Crane.
Yeah, 11 wickets in a second 11 victory over Kent. If you are just joining us, for Mason Crane, the former England leg spinner. Van der Hoogten in to bowl to Compton, who's defending to mid-off. So at Derby, Leicestershire had centuries from Rayan Ahmed, Lewis Hill and Peter Hanscom. No one else got to double figures. There were 4 ducks on the card. Lewis Rees finished with 6 for 56. And altogether remarkable proceedings. I'm sure statisticians are being asked if that's happened before. Van der Hoogten bowls and got Compton plays that slightly uncertainly towards mid-on. No run.
Are you due or me due for a
Possibly me, I think, due for a little
break?
Matt Cole of BBC Radio Kent is lurking, champing at the bit to make sure that 5 Sports Extra 2 listeners are not subjected to an entirely partisan point of view. Van der Hoogten into Compton, who defends back to the bowler, and there is no run. In the test match, India won 6-3 for 3. Sudarshan 35, Panties on 8.
Or 2 fours? In that last test at Lord's, it was amusing and very enjoyable the way that he runs down the pitch and hits the seamer over his head for 6.
Here's Van der Hoogten running in from the River Taff end, and Compton again defending back to the bowler. A few patches of blue sky overhead. The cloud has returned. It did grow dark at certain points in the late morning, early afternoon, but thankfully we missed the showers, and the forecast for the rest of the game is quite favourable. If 4 days are needed, I'll be heading for Northampton for BBC coverage of the League 2 Women's Finals Day. Van der Hoogten bowls, Compton squared up, jabbing the bat down, playing to cover, and there is no run.
He's bowling very straight, is Van der Hoogten, and the batters know that if they miss that delivery especially, they'd have been absolutely plumb, because Compton's feet didn't go anywhere. He's putting everything into it, Van der Hoogten, at the moment, getting very little assistance, but relying on accuracy.
Here he comes again then to finish his 6th over. Bowls and Compton defends. 31 for no wickets at the end of the over. Kent have reduced the deficit to 141. And before we go, just a little plug for that women's game that you'll be able to hear on one of the 5 extra services on Saturday. Middlesex against Leicestershire is the first semi-final at 11 o'clock. Glamorgan in action against Yorkshire at 2:30 on Saturday afternoon. The final following then at 6:45. Edward Bevan and Matt Cole will take you forward.
Thanks, Nick, and Fernando will continue. And he has conceded 15 runs off just 4 overs. An attacking field, and anything offline, there's no man on the extra cover boundary, no third man, so Glamorgan looking to part the openers. In comes Fernando, bowls, and that's pulled away down to fine leg for a single by Denley. This takes the score up to 32. And Matt is back alongside me. Steady start by the openers, and they have to, because they know that following the debacle of the first innings, that they can't rely on the frail batting, which you've seen from Kent, Matt, not only in this game, but throughout the season. And probably Denley, Joe Denley that is, will not bat all unless he goes in to save the game, or if somebody's on 100 and he bats at number 11 just to stay there.
I gather he did a lap at tea, but a pretty slow one. But yeah, I don't know sign of him springing to action, I don't think.
Fernando goes round the wicket and plays into the covers, and yet again is a brilliant stop by Callaway. Dives away to his right, saves a certain boundary. Compton's on 14, Denley is on 18. Very similar to the start they had in the first innings.
Yeah, and I noticed that straight off they were dealing in boundaries, weren't they, as well, for the first 20, 30 runs, as you say, almost mirroring what they did in the first one. But it's, I spoke to Ben Compton, he was saying it's up to batters who get a start to go on. And you could say that about both of them, I suppose. Neither of them disgrace themselves, 17 and 29 respectively, but it's about taking it on.
Fernando again bowls. So that's short, that's cut away 4 runs. Nobody out there. Perhaps Glamorgan will be thinking there's 3 boundaries gone in that area that might better suited to have a man, because instead of being 4, it's going to be just a single.
Also, from Jaden Denley's point of view, it's a chance to try and pin down that opening place, perhaps for the rest of the season and maybe even to next season as well. Kenta, there's a vacancy there when Zach Crawley's not around. Wanda Miyeye's been played there. Joe Denley's opened this summer, but they're really looking for a regular partner for Ben Compton now.
It's the same with Glamorgan, who've played Hussain most of the season, and he's getting there slowly. Fernando in bowls, and that's a quick delivery that went over the shoulder of the batter. And that's your one for the over, says umpire Chris Watts. 36 without loss.
And there's a left-handed partnership as well, or a left-hander within your top 6 important as well for rotating the strike, making it slightly more difficult for bowlers. So again, it's an opportunity for Jaden Denley. Sam Billings was saying the other day, an opportunity for him in the T20 Blast side as well, which is mostly right-handers. Obviously he bowls left-arm spin, he's a great fielder. If he can kick on...
How old is he now? 21?
He is 19, I think, still. Has he reached 20? He may well have done.
Fernando is in bowls, and this time he's played into the covers. The slip has gone away and reinforced that cover region. And Compton stays on 18 and retains strike to face one more ball.
Yeah, he's 19 and a half at this point. So, yeah, he's still eligible for the England under 19s, but obviously not playing because...
Can't need him.
Because he's playing here. Yeah, to take primacy, absolutely. So...
You would have thought they pay his bills.
Yeah, no, and he'd want to as well, I'm sure. He'd love to play for the national side, but establishing himself as a professional cricketer is...
Especially if they start releasing staffs, because if they want to play less cricket, that's up to them. Fernando to complete his 5th over. Comes in and bowls. He kept a little bit low, but defended up to mid-on. That's the end of the over. 36 without loss, and 18 to Denley, and Compton's on 18. Deficit is still 136. And I suspect there might be a change somewhere in the next over or so. But Van der Gooten is going to have another one. Of course, he's had a break for tea. So his first 3 overs were before, and he's only bowled 3 overs since, so he'll continue. He's striving hard to get something out of this pitch. But noticeably, Matt, the pitch had a touch of greenness in it, and that's slowly disappearing.
Yeah, Nick was saying that up close it's a lot less green than it looks from
It always
from here,
happens,
but yeah.
And 2 fine days to come.
Sure, yeah. If not going to be absolutely baked, certainly will take something out of the greenness. But Van der Hoogten to Denley. Very correct back foot defensive. Both players have 18, it's 36 for none, no extras so far. The over 8's going pretty well for Glamorgan as well, actually. They're getting through their overs fairly quickly.
Yeah.
Talking to a couple of Kent supporters at tea, and they're pointing to Jaden Denny's breakthrough, and they were saying, well, they brought him on ostensibly because he bowled his overs so quickly, and quickly, as you said before, he were quickly into the plus overs, but a very nice byproduct of getting Colin Ingram just before the interval. That's driven into the offside. That's a lovely shot, actually, by Jaden Denny all the way along the ground.
He waited until he came on to him and then hammered it through the covers.
It's a lovely shot. 40 for none. He moves on to 22. And I said he's certainly quicker than Parkinson. The Kent supporters, well, I have not put a watch on Matt Parkinson, but they're saying he bowls his overs as slowly as some seamers, so it's not a given that they'll get through quicker.
Yeah.
40 for none. Denley has 22. Compton has 18. And here's Van der Hoogten to Denley, straight back at the bowler, very straight bat. Van der Hoogten just reaching down to his toe there. I just wonder if he's dragged his toe on his follow through there, on his delivery stride. I try not to think about those kind of things as fast bowlers, but it does happen, doesn't it?
It does.
Cutting a hole in their boot so it's not slamming against
on the
it.
Drag, yes.
Yeah.
He's bowled a lot of overs this season in all sorts of competitions, as Tim Van der Hoogten. He'll probably have a break for 4 or 5 games, if not more, in the 50 over comp.
He bowls with such accuracy, doesn't he? And that's a lovely drive again by Jaden Denley. If anything, more attractive than the 2 balls before. And that's hitting exactly the same area. It's not given much width, but driven away for 4.
Yeah, lovely shot again. He looks in good nick, does Jaden Denley. I think this will be a change after this over. Probably have Harris on Ed Leonard on that far end, or possibly Callaway. Still 22 overs left this evening.
Yeah, sun's out at the moment.
Lovely day, isn't it?
It is, yeah. It's been it started nicely. Bit of cloud in the middle, and we're going to get a good finish as well. Good for the crowd out there. Really pleasantly warm in the sun. As Van der Houten
something's gone.
Yeah, I was going to say,
Oh.
he stopped. Yeah, I said he thought he had a problem with one of his feet. I think he's just
striding
indicating
off.
one of his toes, as it may be.
He's striding off, you know,
Yeah,
hobbling
yeah.
or limping. It's just, he might have cut a toenail or
Yeah.
a bit of plaster on it. Yeah.
Yeah, we wouldn't know what happens to toenails under pressure, but yeah, he goes off, obviously in discomfort. But you say it's not one of those where you feel like he's pulled a hamstring or anything.
No,
he's moving easily enough, but obviously can't complete the over. Ben Kellaway will do that, so something different at least for Kent to think about.
That's the end that he bowled well, Galloway, in the first inning.
And we saw both Parkinson and Denley getting a little bit of purchase, particularly Parkinson giving the ball more opportunity to spin, bowling slower with more air, and Kellaway's capable of that as well, isn't he? He's a tall spinner. This will be interesting.
Might see him bowl left arm spin if he doesn't get any.
So,
2 balls to bowl.
although it's a blow to lose Van der Houten for the moment, this will be interesting to see how Kent cope with the change of pace. Ben Kellaway to Jaden Denley, backs away from it, outside his leg stump almost as he plays the back foot defensive, and there's no run.
Eddie Byram has come on at cover.
Thank you very much.
That's the 12th man.
It's Carlson at slip and try, but forward short leg. Last ball of the over. Quicker one. It's whipped away by Denley into the offside. Cut away to offside boundary. Zain Al Hassan fields. I thought that was the end of the over. It is.
Yeah, should be.
I got very confused by the change of bowlers, but it was only the 2 remaining. So yeah, it is the end of the over. No one looks quite sure out there, do they? But I think they're caught into the rhythm of the game as well. It's just the 2 from Ben Kellaway to finish that over. 45 for none then, Kent. Still trailing by 127. Glamorgan with that 172 lead at the end of the first innings for both sides. 3-2-7 they made. 87 for Colin Ingram, 90 for Ben Kellaway in a stand of 170. It was exactly 172, the difference between the sides. Parkinson with 4 wickets, Agar with 4 wickets.
And we're going to have a change at the Cathedral Road end.
Yeah.
And after Fernando's bowled his 6 overs for 20 runs, it'll be James Harris. And it was Harris who made the breakthrough with the opening pair at the start of... he had Jaden Denley caught at cover. Correction, it was Compton was the first to go to Fernando, but then Harris got a wicket in his first over. And he is going to be bowling at Jaden Denley on 27, and looked in pretty good nick. That was his first ball is round the wicket and played up to mid-on. There's no run. He made 29 in the first innings. He has to go on now. He's looking good. He hasn't missed the delivery, hasn't been beaten. And
again, I think this is the challenge for him. Is
change of pace and change of bowler.
He's made some decent scores for Kent, some decent starts, but still waiting for, I suppose, that breakthrough innings, you might say, for them.
Yes, Harris running away past the umpire and bowls down the leg side, and is pushed out to Eddie Byram fielding on the drive and the on side. There's a short mid-on and then an orthodox mid-on, more or less directly behind him. They do think out, don't they, the captains and bowlers, these funky positions.
Yeah, just trying to make something happen at this point. And we've had a couple of slip catches now, haven't we? But, or is it just the one, the Ingram one to Daniel Bell Drummond? But not much going behind there.
Here's the next ball, and that's flicked away. Nice working it with his wrists out to deep mid-wicket for a single by Denley. Takes the score up to 46 without loss.
Yeah, we've had catches behind, but yeah, there was the one from Chris Benjamin which looked like came off the back of Billy Root's bat. I'm not sure that really counts in what I'm saying. But
well, Kent innings there were 4 catches, I think. To Cook.
Yeah. But as I said, just one orthodox one to slip, I'd say, to Daniel Bell Drummond of the.
Yes.
It was off the spin of Denley, so yeah, that's why we're not seeing a cordon of slips at the moment, just the one in. And Harris is round the wicket.
And goes through to the wicket-keeper, as he has nothing at all to do with it. So we have 21 overs left, and we are going to finish on time, I think. 6 o'clock. It'll be almost an hour less than last night.
It'll sound like a joke when I say I think it's only happened once this season for Kent.
Well,
I mean,
Glamorgan the same.
No one expects, do they? To
No.
Which is, well, there we go. We talk about this every year, and no one comes to a conclusion.
Harris round the wicket, bowls. Good delivery, which is pushed forward by Compton. What's good about this opening pair now, even though they're defending well, they're also picking out the poor balls and getting 4, because they have to keep the, I know that scoreboard moving. I know that Compton loves to defend and accumulate throughout the day, but he is conscious of the fact that they've got to try and get this deficit down of 126 as it stands now. Harris bowls, and that's played up to mid-off. That completes a tidy over from Harris, just a single off it, and it's 46 without loss. And is Kellaway going to continue at that far end, or are we going to see a bit of Ned Leonard? It's going to be Kellaway, I think.
He's striding purposefully towards the far end.
He bowled 2 balls over that over, and he bowled them very quickly. But I think he'd be better off bowling with a little bit of flight and control.
Yeah, Jaden Denley looking around the field. He has 28 from 37. Compton 18 from 47. Compton certainly doesn't get antsy if he's not scoring at any great rate. He's a crease occupier. Denley perhaps will go for his shots a bit more. 46 for none as Kellaway bowls round the wicket, the off spinner to Denley.
Why is he bowling so quick?
And just presents the bat to that, doesn't he? Pushes it back to mid-off the back foot. There's a short leg and a slip in. Messrs. Tribe and Carlson for Glamorgan. Get away. Yep, it's very much quicker, darting in towards the pads, trying to get the edge, spinning away from the left-hander. But question if he's bowling this quickly, how much turn he'll get. He knows better than we did. On the leg side, that's helped into the onside by Jaden Denny. They'll come back for a comfortable 2 in the end. But he's very deliberately bowling into the pads there, isn't he?
Yep.
Ben Kellaway. I'm not sure how much that's helping the ball or how much it's allowing the ball to spin, but he knows much better than I do. Round the wicket comes Kellaway again to Denley on the back foot. That back foot drive ends up with Byram. Is that 97 you were saying?
Yes.
The sub-fielder. He just claps his hands after fielding the ball. 48 for none, Kent, trailing by 124. Round the wicket comes Ben Kellaway. And Denley driving that one off the back foot. Will it go for 4? It will do. Asita Fernando makes an attempt at stopping the ball, but in the end dives rather over the top of it, and it's 4 runs off the back foot. Nice shot from Jaden Denley.
Out at sort of mid-wicket area, there's Glamorgan's Richard Dawson, their head coach, and the assistant David Harrison. Now Dawson was, as we all know, a former Yorkshire and England bowler, off-spinner. Now whether he's had a word with Kellaway about bowling a little bit quicker.
Kellaway to Denley, sees that off middle and leg, and just as Kent did, they saw something they really liked in that, but I don't think Denley did anything wrong. He's just played that away on the onside. 52 for none. There certainly was a time with England spin bowlers when all of them went to these clinics, didn't they? And were told to bowl quicker and not to hit the ball so much air. But
which wasn't popular with a lot of county coaches.
No,
if you want spin and you want to grip, you bowl that much slower.
You talked to Kent fans about a bowler called Adam Riley, who was in the England.
Remember him well.
Who did give the ball a lot of air, and they tried to completely change his action. It did not help him, put it that way.
They also tried to change seam bowlers.
I don't know. I mean, obviously there is coaching, Ed, isn't there? But I wonder
He
how
got
much
spoiled in natural
well,
ability.
that's the balance you need, isn't it?
A few Glamorgan bowlers have come back from loads of different actions. Yes, Harris to start in the over, bowls, and Compton turns it onto the onside.
I think the thought at that time with spinners was, whatever you do, you need to keep the runs down. Whereas attacking spin bowling doesn't work like that, does it?
It's one-day bowling.
Yeah, quite.
You're encouraging.
But Denley 34, Compton 18 so far, 52 for none. Is he bowling quicker, Kellaway, you'd say, today than he's bowled before, do you think?
Oh, I think so, yes,
Yeah,
as Harris bowls again. That's Harry's Compton up as he jabs it into the offside and there's no run. Yes, is it because possibly the slowness of the pitch that
Maybe.
the coach might have said, yeah, try and get it through. You might want to skid through and trap somebody LBW or bowl him. So there must be some method in it, and they've always they've discussed a lot. Yesterday we saw them a totally different bowling side after lunch, Glamorgan, than they were before. Harris is in, bowls, driven. They think of a run.
Sorry. I thought he was going for that then. He was a good third of the way down the pitch, was Ben Compton, wasn't he? But yeah, I guess Ben Kellaway can bowl right and left. He can probably bowl fast and slow, can't he? So
Yes.
he's a talented man.
No alarms as yet for the Kent openers, which will please their coach and their teammates after this very disappointing first innings. Yes, Harris comes in and bowls, and this time Compton takes a stride. I don't think Compton would be a buzzball player, would you?
Definitely not. No. And actually, the run of hundreds he came as he changed clubs from Nottinghamshire to Kent. A lot of people were talking about him in the England reckoning, but that really was when the new coach had come in and suddenly, for Compton, there was no chance he was going to get into that team, no matter what he scored, because he's scoring them in the wrong way, I suppose you might say.
Harris bowls, and again we see Compton just coming forward. So there have been 5 dot balls in this over.
Compton started this innings 71 at 929, 71 off 1,000 runs for the season.
Last ball of the over as Harris comes in and bowls to Compton. Compton is forward for the 6th time in 6 balls, nudging it up to mid-on. In this situation, that's exactly what's needed.
Yeah.
Just get your boundary, the odd boundary, and keep on tiring the bowlers.
As I said before, psychologically for Ben Compton, this is fine. He doesn't mind not scoring runs. He's happy to occupy the crease and pick off singles and
his captain's quite happy with him.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they've 4 centuries this season. He's as I said, I think Daniel Bell-Drummond on 600 odd is the next highest scoring batter in this side. So he's done a great job so far. Kellaway to Denley, forward defensive, skews out into the onside, fielded by mid-wicket, and there is no run. Once again, Kellaway, little paddle from Denley, big appeal for LBW. Oh, it's a good chance of run out.
I think if
and,
it hit
some great backing up there. Has it hit Denley as it's gone through? I think we might have just scuffed him, but yeah, huge excitement there. I mean, he's gone for the paddle. I mean, it's easy to criticise when it doesn't go well, but it just feels like he's playing so well in a very orthodox fashion, Jaden Denley, but looking for runs down.
Give it a chance, isn't it? There?
Kellaway round the wicket to Denley.
He was nearly run out.
That's a single taken out towards mid-wicket, and they will get through for this one. Sidearm throw by... is that... Oh, it's Colin Ingram. I thought it was Van der Hoogten back on the field for a moment, but it's not. So I'll take a single. Yeah, absolutely. And then nearly run out in the big appeal. I'm not sure if Jaden Denley got slightly caught up with what was happening, but as you say, just wandering out of his crease, got back in time. all that leads to, well, nothing at all. Dot ball, 53 for none. But excitement for Glamorgan. Thought they might have had their man there. It's even quicker, if you like. An arm ball from Kellaway. It's flicked down leg side. Glanced for 4 by Ben Compton.
Yeah, I think he's bowling a little bit too quick. I honestly do. And there must be some sort of reason.
Yeah, it's definitely worked off the pad by Compton there. He's played it latish, I suppose, which might account for Ben Kellaway's excitement. Oh, I've got the squeaky chair now. Yeah. It's Carlson and Tribe at slip and short leg. I thought they'd changed the position for a second, but they'd just gone to retrieve the ball, hadn't they? As Kellaway bowls a little bit short this one on the back foot. Compton drives away into extra cover, fielded by Zain Ul Hassan, and they'll take a single, 58 for none. We said that this is a good start from Kent, particularly after the collapse they had, although these two weren't necessarily the problem within that. And they need a platform, and they need to eat up some of these runs. Still 114 behind. Glamorgan in the box seat. This is turned off the pads by Denley behind square for a single. And this over's gone for 7 in total, I think. Yeah, end of the over. Kellaway at none for 15 off 3.2. Of course, he took over that late in and over from Tim van der Hoogten, went off with what looked like a foot injury, a toe injury maybe. Denley 36, Compton 23, 59 for none.
Yes, and Glamorgan, we've said it before, with Crane taking 11 wickets in the match in the second team, okay, it's a totally different opposition. But they would be ruining the fact that they haven't included him. David Harrison, in his interview last night with Nick, said that they thought the pitch would be a little bit quicker than it was.
Sure.
So you can easily make a mistake. James Harris conceded just 1 run from the first 2 overs, will continue, and he will be bowling to Jaden Denley. Bowls the first ball to him, and it's defended up to mid-on. Harris put his hands on his head as if to say, well, if you'd missed that. Straight delivery. He's got a rhythm now, Harris. Normally he sometimes can be a little bit loose at the start of his spell. Slip is coming out. There's nobody to keep company at the moment. So Glamorgan intent, as Kent were trying to do, of blocking the advance, if you like, of Kent's batsmen. Harris bowls, and this is played out into the covers where Kellaway picks up and denies a run. Our man is on the field, 3rd man. And he is down in front of the small stand by the river, and a fine leg. 3 on the onside, as there is on the offside, saying a single. Backward square. And no, there's nobody out on the deep covered boundary. Harris in, bowls. Denley is half forward, in his feet movement there as he just pushes it back down the pitch. 59 without loss, deficit down to 113, still a fair way behind. And as we've seen in this game, wickets can fall in a bit of a hurry.
Yeah, interesting pattern to this play, isn't it? Perhaps the ball harder, it's just slightly easier to play in some ways.
Yeah, that's a nice looking shot, but straight to cover with Carlson fields. Well, if he'll have a ball off spinner, bowled a fair amount last season, but he has hardly bowled this year.
Back to smart James Harris, just changing the field. All that sand's coming a little bit from the long leg boundary.
Here is Harrison, just the single off his bowler, and well, he squared gently up there as he tried to play him away, and it ended up at extra cover, looking to play it away on the onside. And he is going to have a word. No, he wasn't. Compton has marched down, and he's only going to do a bit of prodding. I don't think it pitched as short as that. 59 without loss. Denley going nicely on 36, Compton 23. Harris to complete the over. Bowls. Good delivery, good length. End of the over, another maiden, so he's about 3 overs for 1 run, 2 of which have been maidens. As Callaway marches for his spot, and we have got 17 overs remaining, and they have to be bowled in an hour and 9 minutes to be on time. That's well within their compass.
Yeah, the over 8's at +2 at the moment, indicates they're going quicker than that. Ben Callaway's continuing, that'll certainly help. The other run rate, 59 for none. We were, it's about 7 o'clock when we finished last night, I think.
5 to 7.
5 to 7, there we go.
Yeah.
Which is quite the norm for county championship days, between 6:30 and 7 o'clock. So the spin of Callaway, still the short leg and the slip in. They've got men on the drive, mid-wicket, cover, mid-on, mid-off, then backward point. It's cut away by Compton out towards the boundary rider on the offside, who is Hassan, throws it back in. And they take a single. And Compton just quite happy, as you said. His pressure release, just a single, rotates the strike. Both left-handed batters, these two, as Callaway
square arm.
Callaway to Denley defends it back to the bowler. So I got some sort of emergency alert on the telly. What's going on? Driven by Denley. That is a good shot into the offside. They think about a second. Looked like it was worth more, though, as you say. It was a good shot into the covers, isn't it? But Hassan is perfectly placed to pick that one up, and it's just a single.
Interesting little battle between the off-spin and the 2 left-handers.
Yeah.
But, no appreciable turn as yet.
Hasn't really got one to beat the batters yet either, as you say. 61 for none. Denley, Compton facing. One bounce to short leg, ace of tribe. And there is no run. Bright sunshine now to finish the day. Good breeze as well. The flags being buffeted around. Callaway to
That's the ball. Much slower.
Yeah. Slower, given lots of areas. Tall as well. He delivers it from a very high position. And that's dot ball. Compton treating that with a degree of respect and suspicion. And again, given more air by Callaway. Taken more or less on the full, maybe just on the half volley by Compton into the onside. End of the over, 61 for none. Denley 37, Compton at 24. And as he's saying, Ed, 16 overs remaining. The ideal, or the pace of these matches, is supposed to be 16 in an hour, which rarely happens with all the seamers on, but before we obsess too much of the time, we've had a good day's cricket already, I would say, in terms of...
Carlson just showing the ball to umpire.
Is that the problem?
Baldwin then just showed it to him and said, "Oh, well, do I have to carry on?" Yes, the umpire said.
Worth checking.
Jace Harris, who's about 3 accurate overs for a single, will continue, and he'll be bowling to Jaden Denley, who's on 37. Here he goes, first ball of the over, and Denley pulls down, and the first bounce down to fine leg. It was in the air for a while, and the obligatory shout of catch. Well, it was nowhere near a catch. And he gets a single. Takes the score to 62 without loss. Denley, Compton rather, waits as Harris comes in and bowls to him. Brings him forward. You must have seen this forward prod a million times from Compton over the years, Matt.
Yeah, absolutely. He's likened him many times to I mean, it's high praise, but Sir Alistair Cook, in that he tries not to play when he doesn't need to. Perhaps a limited amount of shots that he wants to play, and happy to stick to
defend,
those.
yes. Harris in, bowls, short, and goes through. The batsman thought of playing, then decides, quite rightly, not to. 62 without loss. Deficit coming down. It was 172. It's 110. And these two have done a very good job for their side.
Yeah. He's actually played his centuries this season. 4 of them have been quicker than the ones that he's played before, Ben Compson. I put that to him, having been given that stat. And he just sort of looked at me plainly and said, "I've not changed anything. It's just the nature
consequences."
of the beast." Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, that's interesting.
And he was just like, "No, I'm just doing the same thing I always do. 62 for none." But
Slip has moved in. As Harris bowls, and this is defended again by Compton.
we're certainly not talking breakneck speed, though. We're not.
No.
We're not talking Brendan McCullum speed, certainly. But
Well, this is what you need for 4-day cricket. If you can establish somebody to get 100 around there,
and
most
particularly
games.
Kent finding themselves in trouble a number of times this season. They need someone to occupy one end and he's certainly done that very well. So yeah, 62 for none. Going to be off very shortly. Nick, you coming for a 5 o'clock?
Here's the next ball, and it goes through to the wicket keeper. I'll just describe this one ball, and Nick will jump into the vacant seat.
I will be off stage.
I'll
stage right.
Yeah.
Just briefly do an update for BBC
Yeah,
Radio
no problem.
Kent. In fact, I could do that now, couldn't I? Rather than get in the way.
Harris has conceded in his 1 ball, 4 overs less 1 ball, just 2 runs. As the sun beams down on Harris as he bowls and beats the outside edge for the first time in the innings. He's bowled a very good spell so far, as James Harris hasn't conceded a boundary, and the score remains on 62 without loss as Nick comes in to join me.
Yes.
Hard work for the bowlers on this
Indeed,
pitch.
especially without Tim van der Hoogten.
Yeah, he just walked off briskly like a sergeant major, so I don't think it's ankle or anything, maybe a toe or something, and he's probably taking the opportunity now of putting his feet up because he's not bowling.
Indeed, but somewhat concerning if he's unable to bowl in the rest of the game, certainly. As I was intending to do a lap of the ground, but got chatting and didn't, but it wouldn't have counted anyway because I didn't have my phone. Callaway balls, that's up in the air and should be caught, and it is taken at mid-wicket.
Gave his wicket away.
Jayden Denley goes for 38. Ben Callaway makes the breakthrough. It's been an excellent day for him. And where did that one come from? After a good hour and a bit of no chances at all, and all of a sudden Jayden Denley's hit one up in the air.
Taken by Billy Root.
Well, that was
Well.
all very peculiar. He'd been playing very nicely, Jayden Denley.
Do you know, I think it was youth. He's only 19 and a half, said Matt to me earlier on. Okay, you may say, we can't forgive him for that, but look, where were we at 19 and a half? He's batting beautifully, and that does open the door, because we got Chris Benjamin coming in, and possibly no Denley again, and then all of a sudden you start wondering. But Glamorgan will be delighted with that. Callaway.
Did seem very much out of the blue, didn't it?
Yeah.
Because they'd been batting fairly confidently.
Well,
Glamorgan a bowler down, and thought, well, Kent might survive these couple of hours until the close and knock off maybe much of the deficit. But it hasn't happened quite that way.
I did say I thought the key would be Callaway, and he's proved the point. The only thing was, I thought, why is he bowling so quick? I suppose if you bowl slow on this is so slow a pitch. But I also mentioned possibly that Richard Dawson, the coach, is a former test spinner, might have given some him some advice in the tea interval.
Neil G on X hoping that the journey for him is good around the M25. Well, we've got 1 wicket for you, Neil. When I say we've got 1 wicket, I actually mean the Glamorgan players have got 1 wicket, because we have no influence at all over these affairs.
I got a 5-4 in the first innings. Next start, he got the first wicket. So now, just look at this field. A leg slip, a slip, and a short leg. Pressure on Benjamin.
Yes, all of a sudden things change. You have to get really well set. It seemed as though Jaden Denley and Compton had done that. Compton is still
surprise, wasn't it?
Out there defending away.
Well, you can allow him to defend if he's not scoring runs and go at the other end. Interesting cricket.
Yeah,
15 overs.
Callaway's bowling figures are going to be confusing for the rest of the innings as he bowls to Benjamin, who drives to mid-on. And I say that because although he's bowled 2 overs...
I was looking at that. It's 14.5. What's going on?
2 balls in this over is actually 0.4 on the board, 4.4, because he bowled the last 2 of Van der Hoogten's over, and Benjamin is on the back foot defending back to the bowler, and well, already in minds of the last game against Gloucestershire, where he bowled an awful lot in the second innings. That's fired in and turned away on the leg side by Benjamin. Dot ball. Callaway bowled 38 overs in the second innings against Gloucestershire, with Mason Crane not able to bowl in the second innings because of injury. Mason Crane hasn't been selected for this one. Oh, that's flighted, and Benjamin missing the drive.
That's what I was saying, flighted as well.
He's got a reasonable amount of variation, Ben Callaway, hasn't he?
Good bowler. And a bit of left arm spin.
Got the left arm if needed. As Benjamin defends again, and it's a wicket maiden for Ben Callaway. 5.2 overs, 1 maiden, 1 for 17. Van der Hoogten bowled 6.4 overs before he marched off, really. I'm not sure whether it didn't quite see from my vantage point at the time what part of his body he seemed to be.
Well, at the start of the over, he just bowled the ball and went down and rubbed his foot and pawed the ground a bit with his foot. And then with the next 2 balls, he was in discomfort and, as I say, marched off. Didn't limp off. So I think it's something, it might be a blister, something like that, I don't know. I'm no expert at injuries. Impressive start to Harris's first 4 overs, conceding just 2 runs. He starts another over and bowls. And Glamorgan will be quite glad, quite happy, because Compton just stays there. And if they block his shots, which he doesn't really attempt unless it's really on, they'd be quite content to keep him there, as they can chip away at the other end. But he must realise that he's got to try and score to get this deficit, which is still over 100. James Harris round the wicket, wide of the crease, bowls through to Cook, get there in the end, and there's no run.
England with no further successes. Of India's past 200 with 3 wickets down.
Pant there.
Pant still there.
Is he slogging away, I wonder?
Mr. Pant has 28 off 38, so not particularly 1-4-1-6.
Harris bowling very accurately bowls. That's driven up to mid-on and just blocking his shots very well. Fernando Fields gives the ball a good rub on his leg.
Sudarshan is at the other end on 46. Their partnership is worth 61 to date for the Indian 4th wicket.
That's not a bad score, is it? 200 for 3 after being put in. 3 dot balls. Somebody is moving and Compton is not happy. Please sit down, sir.
They're in the 66th over of the day at Old Trafford.
Harris round the wicket, bowls, and that's played around the corner up to Hassan on the mid-wicket boundary, and they take a single, and Harris has 2 balls to have a go at the new batsman, Chris Benjamin, who is yet to score. Benjamin made 23 in the first innings before he was LBW to Callaway. And I hope that they'll keep Callaway now bowling until the close, because he'll have another 6 overs.
Or more.
Glamorgan drop another 2 tonight, they'll be more than happy. Benjamin, right-hander, that's a change, as Harris goes over the wicket, and that's driven nicely through the covers. That might just run away for 4. Yes, I think it will cross the boundary ropes now. So as soon as he goes over the wicket to the right-hander, Harris, who previously had conceded just 3 runs from his first 4 overs, is struck for a boundary.
In the England-India under-19s test, a remarkable victory dash, it would appear, from the young Indians. England declared their second innings on 324 for 5. Kent's Ben Dawkins made 136. Akant Singh 20 not out at the end.
Harris in, bowls to Benjamin. Benjamin is on the back foot, plays it out into the covers and doesn't take the run.
India are 213 for 2 in 26 overs.
Is that at Beckenham?
That
No.
is no, that's at Chelmsford.
Fast scoring ground, but
Yeah,
that's
they're going
a hell of a
at
score.
8 and over in red ball cricket.
Pass ball, Nick.
Young Akant Singh is among those suffering in the England attack, as those here at Sapphire Gardens won't be writing down quite such scoring rates, but nice to see someone on our screen and stream taking full notes.
Bid you farewell for a couple of hours.
Couple of hours.
Minutes. As in comes Matt to join Nick.
Ed'll have a break. Ben Callaway is in, and Compton is on the back foot, and there is no run. So I presume that match is it's in its 4th and final day at Chelmsford, as that's cut away nicely by Compton but fielded by Ul Hassan at backward point, and there's no run. India still need another 139 to win. They're 216 for 2, going at 8 and over, and well, that might have seen a token declaration from England, and India said yes please, we'll have a go. Compton steps back and plays that one fluently through the offside. Fernando is sweeping on the cover boundary, and it's just a single. 68 for 1. Kent are 104 runs in arrears, and Glamorgan have an over 8 of +2, but they might well get extra overs in today. That would be very pleasant if they did. 12.3 overs remain mandatory to be bowled. We might have a 6 o'clock packing in. Callaway into bowl. Benjamin forward on the offside, no run. In the top of the table match in Division 2, Derbyshire are now 173 for 4 in reply to Leicester's 398 all out. Benjamin back on his stumps, and Callaway stands for a moment, hand on chin, pondering. Benjamin playing deep in his crease, and obviously as the wicket starts to wear, there is some danger involved, as that is edged but safely by Chris Benjamin. He'll pick up at least a couple of runs, probably 3, maybe 4. 4 it is, as the ball trickles down to third man, and is fielded by Richard Dawson, Glamorgan coach.
He hasn't snuck on as a 12th there.
No, not unless you're allowed 12th men in navy blue gilets and polo shirts these days. 72 for 1 are Kent with that boundary for Benjamin. He's on 8. The deficit is exactly 100, and with only 1 wicket down, it's been a decent enough start for Kent in this second innings.
Of course, looks like they will almost certainly be without Joe Denley, so you might say that's 72 for 2 at this point, effectively.
Derbyshire have just lost their 5th wicket, and it is young Nye and Aaron Donald for 31.
Harris round the wicket to Compton. It's a short ball just outside the off stump. Compton flexes as if he's going to go for it, then thinks better of it, leaves it through to the wicket-keeper.
And that's a 4th wicket for Rayan Ahmed, who hasn't been bowling much recently. Didn't bowl
I was
against
writing him
Glamorgan.
off, wasn't I, earlier in the day, saying he's a batter now, but there we go. That's
Not welcome for Derbyshire, but certainly welcome for most supporters of county and England cricket.
absolutely. If he can do it all, that's not a bad thing. Here's Harris, and it wraps against the bat of Compton. Quickly takes the bottom hand off. Has that jarred the bottom hand against the bat? I don't know, but certainly reacted strongly to that. Having a heavy ball there.
Yeah, I mean it was top-ish of the bat. It didn't look too.
I think he's fine. He's not wringing the hand or asking for the physio. So just a reaction to that delivery from James Harris. With Kent 72 for 1, Compton 26. Benjamin has 8 so far. Round the wicket comes Harris to the left-handed Compton. Kieran Carlson is the slip, the captain. He defends it up to Asa Tribe at mid-off. Still very conspicuously wearing the fielding pads. He's walking a little bit like he just got off a horse. So, I presume as you're walking the fielding pads, make it difficult to keep the ankles together, as it were. Be interesting to see what happens if he needs to sprint from mid-off, but all that to come. Here's Harris to Compton. He's going to have to do it now, in fact, and Compton pushes it past him, and Tribe is in full flow, actually, going towards it. That's a great effort. Well, that's the upshot, even in the fielding pads. He stopped it going for 4, and they've come back for a well-run 3. But great effort from the other fielder, as I said, in the fielding pads.
Yeah, I think if I'd been Asa Tribe, I'd have been saying, where's someone else then to follow behind him for the flick back that looked inevitable? Because he flung himself over the boundary as the ball was flicked back inside the ropes, and then had to pick it up and make the throw himself. Yes, might have been someone else helping him out.
Yeah, no sign of any assistance there. As Harris bowls to Benjamin, a right-handed batter, just kicking the ball down to point on Hassan Fields. And Carlson actually at mid-wicket at the moment. It's Ingram who's the slip for Glamorgan. 75 for 1, Kent.
Just the 4 bowlers used so far. No Leonard, no Ul Hassan.
It's interesting. Leonard obviously one of the front line of the seam attack. Harris to bowl to Chris Benjamin. Yorker length, blocked out by the batter. It's a shout from someone. Was that Kieran Carlson? Put his hand up.
Oh, he's excitable, Kieran.
I was going to say. Felt quite, what's the word, batty from that for the LBW appeal, but I don't mean that. Sorry, I don't mean that as it in a little bit crazy. 75 for 1. End of the over. Benjamin 8, Compton 29. Kent still 97 behind, 97 short of making Glamorgan bat again here at Cardiff.
Yep, but Glamorgan with a lot of work to do really in this game, despite having that big half-time advantage, as it were, after first innings of 172 runs, which is exactly the size of the biggest stand involved in that. Callaway is in to bowl to Compton, and he's played that one gently on the leg side, and there is no run as the sun comes out.
Just looking at that the Indian under-19s chase against England, they need 134 runs. It's saying here minimum overs remaining 37.4. Well, if they're going at 8 and over, that's what, 4 and over, something like that.
Yeah, easily gets
less
more
than that. So yeah, crikey, it's a chase.
As Callaway bowls and Compton pushes forward back down the pitch. Yeah, certainly going for it in what England might have thought was a fairly conservative declaration. Callaway bowls and Compton plays that back down the wicket. Yes, young Akash Singh has come in for a little bit of stick along with everyone else, I think.
Yeah, his medium pace has been treated with disrespect.
Oh, that's short, and it's turned from Callaway. It was a wide ball, but Compton nearly got out to it as he prodded rather flat-footed outside the off stump through to Cook. He'd have kicked himself if he'd got out to that, because it wasn't a great delivery, to be honest, but it tempted him. Compton remains on 29 off 79, and that's now 29 off 80 as he's steered it to cover as Eddie Byram, the subfielder, exchanges passes with Chris Cook. Byram on after the withdrawal of Tim van der Hoogten. Compton forward, defending. Made over from Ben Callaway. Right, we have 10 remaining in the day's play and 43 minutes for Glamorgan to bowl them in. Are we going to get an extra over if Callaway keeps bowling and we avoid too much bird life? As is that a young girl shown
There we go
on the screen?
Looks like it, certainly.
Anyway, Ned Leonard, apologies to BBC audio-only listeners who won't know what we're talking about, but on our screens there was a young girl strutting around the outfield at deep extra cover. I don't think going to be, not likely to be disturbed in the near future. Leonard will be Glamorgan's fifth bowler.
So it's about to make its way off the playing surface there, which would have been very respectful cricket.
Probably be, yeah, it should do. All goals, please make their way from the playing field so that play may continue.
That's Leonard, 22 on his Glamorgan shirt. Buzz, gets a pad maybe from Benjamin, trying to work it into the onside. He certainly got excited. He was trying to clip it into towards mid-wicket. There's a good deal of space there going across the line. Ben Compton has something urgent he needs to say to Chris Watts, or maybe just having a nice chat. He's a genial man, Ben Compton. Leonard now turns at the Cathedral Road end, bowling to Chris Benjamin, slip in behind him, shorter ball. Benjamin thinks about it, keeps the bat low though, through to the wicketkeeper, and there is no run. 75 for 1 Kent. So Chris Benjamin, better known as perhaps 4, 5, 6 in the order, batting at 3 in this match. Joe Denley out of the reckoning with that calf injury. I'm not sure what sort of emergency will bring him back to the crease, but I think it'll have to be quite severe for Kent. Cut away. That's a lovely shot from Benjamin. Talking about the bird life, the pigeons, that has disturbed just forward of square on the offside. Oh, they've had enough. That's it. Pigeons are off. If you're going to treat us like that, Chris Benjamin.
Tut tut. No respect at all for your common or garden Percy pigeon. Who are you calling common?
They're done for the day, I think. The goal is safely off the playing surface now, so it's going to be absolutely fine unless Chris Benjamin decides to swing enthusiastically at this one, facing Leonard, and that's a decent shot. It's not going to quite pierce the field on the offside, and the covers, and James Harris comes round from mid-off to field, waiting to throw it back to his captain Kieran Carlson, who's at mid-on. Gardening by both Benjamin and Compton. There's been plenty of that. Simon Cook talking in language that I wanted to understand last night, the director of cricket from Kent, talking about shifting plates, not necessarily cracks in the pitch here, but perhaps a little shift in the surface as Leonard bowls to Compton, back to the bowler, and there's no run. 80 for 1 here. It's been a great day for, well, 2 Indian sides there. India's senior side, 212 for 3 against England. The under-19s trying to chase down 355 for victory. They're not far off, 227 for 3. That's Leonard bowls. He goes short. Compton thinks about it, about swinging or hooking that away, but leaves it through to wicket-keeper Cook. End of the over, 84-1, 9 to come on this second day, which has been an interesting one.
Yeah, overall, Kent have fought back pretty well since the lunch interval, haven't they? Because Glamorgan edged the first day. They very much took the first session. 125 more added before Ingram was dismissed. But Callaway going straight afterwards. Van der Hoogten and Harris out cheaply. A little flourish from Leonard. Cook really ran out of partners because he was out playing a shot that he wouldn't have played normally. Trying to hit over the top. And Callaway is going to have to earn his corn, particularly with Van der Hoogten
Good point.
absent from the attack. Callaway bowls and Benjamin drives back to him, and there is no run.
Yeah, as I said, he just was adjusting his boot before he went off. That's why I wonder it might be a toe injury, Nick, but I think you'll find out at the end of the day's play.
As forward comes Benjamin and defends to cover, where Eddie Byram gets in a bit of a mess and misfields, but it doesn't cost any runs. Nice bit of pretty bright sunshine now. Probably the brightest it's been all day. Kent 80 for 1, 92 in arrears. BBC Sport Online, BBC Sounds, as Benjamin gets a nice floaty one from Callaway and smacks it away for 4 runs through the covers up towards the ground staff area, and that one was rather asking for it as Callaway got his line wrong and Benjamin duly took advantage. Moves to 17 off just 19 deliveries, so he's pushing the scoreboard along, and Kent have almost wiped out half the deficit. Benjamin on the back foot defends. So Kent 84 on the board, 88 in arrears, and Glamorgan really need another couple of wickets this evening, otherwise this is going to turn into a long hard grind for the bowlers. As Benjamin drives to mid-on and there's no run, but this game has proved that wickets fall in clusters. Kent losing 6 wickets for 7. And Glamorgan's wasn't as bad, but their bottom half did fall away somewhat. 6 wickets for 77. Benjamin defends to mid-wicket. 4 runs off the Callaway over, with 8 overs remaining for play. Minimum, possibly 1 or 2 more. Kent 84 for 1.
Yeah, set up well for day 3. See if Kent can get through this remaining 8 overs without losing another wicket. I think, as you say, they'll say perhaps they've had the best of 2 out of the 3 sessions today. But we'll just see some video of Joe Denley. How's he moving? He's on his feet to the right of that photo. Oh, there we are. He's telling Adam Holyoke a fantastic story about some batting there. Not quite sure what's happening.
He looks in reasonable nick, but he is in his training gear rather than his whites, so
Yeah,
he's
absolutely.
not coming in any time soon.
I mean, the fact that he was walking around the outfield, they may just be keeping him loose, and if it's a strain, but whether he'll be able to. It's gone through Compton, that one. It's a quick one from Leonard. This next delivery, first of his second over.
4 byes.
As I was going to say, it's not hit anything at all, has it? It's midriff high as it goes past Compton, down the leg side. He's sort of, I think it's unsettled Compton. It's got big on him.
It's unsettled Cook
through.
as well. It's arrived at Cook on the half volley.
Yeah, absolutely.
And in trying to take it cleanly rather than just get in the way,
Yeah.
he's given away the 4 byes.
I'd say it's a good delivery. It certainly rattled Compton a little bit, but it has gone to the boundary. 88 for 1. Compton has 29 so far, and just guides that one down backward of square. Good length delivery for a single, but he root fields on the boundary there. So more to the total, 89 for 1. And yeah, elsewhere, I know from reporting the Sussex and Surrey games that they've been hampered by rain. They're still off the field at Hove. Essex 4-5-1 for 7 against Sussex, belying the two sides' league positions in the top division. They are 247 ahead of their hosts there. India 217 for 3 against England. That's Leonard Bowles, the bat and pad from Benjamin trying to get forward. India have lost another wicket in the under-19s, 2-3-4 for 5 in that colossal chase of 355. They have lost one more, so 2 new batters effectively at the crease. And so it looks like an exciting game at Chelmsford. Plenty of runs, as Nick was saying, looked like a defensive, conservative declaration by England, which India have gone forward 8 and over. So Leonard to Benjamin, cuts that away. It's a really good stop. It's at Byram, I think it is. At backward point, the sub. That should have gone for 4. Well, sorry, it would have gone for 4 if he hadn't stopped it. Such was the stop.
Yeah, timed it well, didn't he?
Yeah, he really did. It was whistling away. Great stop by Byram.
Right in line with Richard Dawson and David Harrison, the
Yeah,
coaches.
That'll please them. Somerset beat Durham by 5 wickets today. It was all over in a moment on a pitch which gave some assistance to the bowlers, I think it's fair to say. Here's Leonard to Benjamin. That's just guided off leg stump, just straying there, Leonard, and that'll be 4 runs. A glance, regulation glance by Benjamin, helping it down to the boundary. Hampshire are replying to Nottinghamshire's 5-7-8 for 8 declared. They are 33 for none in that one. It stumps at Scarborough, Yorkshire 3-7-6 for 5. I think they did get on the field against Surrey today, but not for very long, I think.
That's a shame for the folk of Scarborough and the visitors, because they always have quite a big visiting contingent there.
Yeah, quite so. The remaining First Division fixture. Worcestershire 3-3-3 all out. Warwickshire 184 for 8, struggling a little bit in reply. Derbyshire 185 for 7 against Leicestershire, at Derby. Still 213 behind the league leaders of Division 2. Bouncer from Leonard to finish the over. 93 for 1 Kent. They're 79 behind here. Gloucestershire 129 for 1 at Cheltenham. Trying to scale the Matterhorn of Lancashire's 557 all out in that game. Not to be outdone, Middlesex made 625 for 8 at Northwood against Northamptonshire, who are 60 for 1 in the final session of day 2. It's Matt Cole and Nick Webb with you, ably assisted by Ed Bevan in this day 2 of a sunny Sophia Gardens between these two sides, Glamorgan and Kent.
Coaches Richard Dawson and David Harrison on their perambulations in a clockwise direction. 93 for 1. Looking to get a few alternate angles. And Fernando is going to come back into the attack. Sitha Fernando from the River Taff end. Tim van der Hoogten was operating from, but he is off the field. And Kent 93 for 1 with half an hour to play tonight. 7 overs technically remain. Could be 8. But with the seamers on, it may well be 7 still. So 14 wickets fell yesterday, just 7 so far today. Fernando bowls and Compton steers it down to Ul Hassan at backward point. There's no run. 93 for 1. Denley the man out for 38. Rather lost patience trying to hit Kellaway over the top, skied to root at mid-wicket. Ben Compton shows no signs of losing patience. Chris Benjamin is providing all the impetus that Kent might need to knock off the deficit, 21 off 26 deliveries. Fernando on his way. Bowls. Compton pushes to cover. Asa Tribe. Has he still got the fielding pads on from his short leg duties? I believe he has.
Yeah.
I thought he might have discarded them with Fernando coming back into the attack in place of Kellaway. The two fast bowlers on. He's not likely to be fielding short leg anytime soon. Glamorgan have no slip. They have 2 on the drive at mid-wicket. As Fernando in the evening sunshine is in to bowl. And Compton, is not really in control of that one. He's almost sneaked through. Inside edge, pad, ball dribbled behind him. But thankfully for Ben Compton, not towards the wicket. Just behind where he took guard. So short mid-wicket's the new slips. Not sure that Fernando would have been expecting to bowl his 6th over of the innings without any slips. Bit of pace from Glamorgan for both ends, 2 of their faster bowlers, as Fernando steaming in bowls, and Compton just turning the bat on that, running it down through the slip area to Ned Leonard beneath us at fine leg. Single taken, 94 for 1. 78 runs behind. Chris Cook clapping his gloves enthusiastically in a general cheer up everyone, let's keep going sort of manner, because Kent put the brakes on Glamorgan's progress in this match. The Welsh side were in huge control, it seemed, just before Colin Ingram was dismissed on the stroke of lunch, but since then Kent took another 5 wickets in the afternoon session and have only lost 1. Fernando bowls, Benjamin plays that one ever so gently to mid-off, and Billy Root watches the ball trickle towards him in the manner of a golfer, a crazy golfer maybe, hoping the ball will trickle through the windmill and over the garden bridge and end up in the hole, avoiding the ice cream wrappers along the way. 94 for 1. I expect Root is a more serious golfer than that. Most cricketers seem to be. Fernando is in bowls, and Benjamin hits it hard down into the ground. Bounces up to Kieran Carlson. 94 for 1. There are 6 overs remaining on today's play, and play will have finished by the time Matt and I get our last radio updates in at just after 6 o'clock. And
what the heck?
What the heck,
yeah.
Indeed.
We'll be searching for hen's teeth later. And the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow.
Edward Bevan will
94 for
Matt.
1. And watching out for flying pigs. No, it could well happen. So it'll be Leonard to continue. I'm just imagining the conversation between Richard Dawson and Setha Fernando. Yeah, come over to Glamorgan. You'll enjoy bowling to these fields. Were you looking for the false drive at mid-wicket? So, international fast bowler. This one's just pushed into point by Compton, who's on 31 from 90, 21 for Benjamin. Just trying to keep their shape, I suppose, from for the end of the day here. 94 for 1, still trailing by 78. Glamorgan, a wicket, or dare we say, 2 wickets?
I think a wicket will be quite happy with. They'll have 2 days to take 8 wickets.
Yeah, absolutely.
Or of course,
Or maybe even
the
7.
way
yeah.
Compton is going, he's not going to run away from them.
Leonard round the wicket to the left-hander, and forward defensive up towards mid-off. There's no run.
With all the runs that Compton's got this year, do you think sometimes he puts a bit of pressure on his fellow batsmen?
I mean, to be honest, he's standing at the other end, not scoring at a great rate, but trying to hold the side together, I think. So, yeah, I don't know if
It's difficult with that, isn't it?
Yeah, if it necessarily puts pressure on them, but so Leonard to Compton, no ball from the young fast bowler. I suppose the only thing you could say is, I mean, I think it would be a very harsh criticism, but if he was, because he scores very slowly, do other batters think that they have to race along?
Yeah,
but
that's what I was thinking.
I just think that this Kent batting lineup has been mentally brittle. I think, the pressure they've been under last year, they barely won a game. This year they started well, but the pressure told them pretty soon. And short ball, another no ball from Leonard.
Yeah. I hope he's not going. Leonard, I think it was at Bristol, Nick will correct me, but 14 or 18 no balls. Dreadful. And in the second innings, he rectified it. And ever since then, he's hardly bowled. Well, a handful of no balls, but he's bowled a couple here.
Yeah. So in my rule change to cricket, Kent will be allowed to just say those are 2 legitimate deliveries and take the 4 runs, because they want to end the day. But there we are. Driven by Compton, he's really mishit that one into the onside, but absolutely safe. A couple of bounces to try. That's my thought, having seen Kent try and survive so many tricky situations this summer. I've decided, Ed, that if you bowl a no ball or a wide, and the batting side decide they don't want an extra delivery in that over, you should be allowed to add it. But, I'm not sure. I'm not sure how it will work on the score sheet. That's the only thing.
It's complicated enough as it is.
I was going to say, yeah. I'm just adding complication. 98 for 1. Round the wicket comes Leonard to Compton. Let's back down sharply on that one. He's probably a decent pace, Leonard, isn't he?
Yes. Yeah, he can be quite brisk.
Looking it up. The captain has maybe just told him.
The reason I said that, and perhaps it's being a bit unfair on Compton, he scored 31 in 30 overs.
Yeah.
Whereas if he played a few shots, and they need to score. We've been emphasising this. Some people would hit some balls he gets for 4, but he's intent on defence, isn't he?
Yeah, that's true. And, Leonard bowling to Compton, defends that. I mean, it's he's occupying the crease, and Kent surely can't win this game, so looking for a draw. But as you point out, more runs means you take your total past the opposition and
Put a little
take
bit of pressure on last innings,
that takes time out of the game as well, because they're going to have to bat once you're ahead, I suppose. So 74. They trail by 98 for 1. Though looking at the 4 centuries he's got this season, and I said that the 900 odd runs, I really fear for what Kent would have looked like without him. Here's Leonard to Compton. That's a lovely
shot.
cover drive, that. Languid almost through the offside, piercing the field, 4 runs. So he hits the odd shot. 35 from 97 though. 102 for 1. Chris Benjamin has 21. These two came together when the only wicket so far of this innings fell. Jaden Denley having, I think fair to say, a rush of blood off the bowling of Kedaway. Had gone really well for his 38, and then top-edged a slog sweep to Billy Root. Harmless in the end, got himself underneath that one of 38. That was 62 for 1, so these two so far have put on 41 together.
And it'll be Fernando to continue from the far end. And Glamorgan really have to be patient. Just bowl and bowl, pick up the odd wicket. They know that they've got the weather and the time on their side. 2 full days left. That's a lot of overs to be bowled. And Kent not actually racing away, but they made a dent in this, but they still trail by 70. As Fernando comes in from the river end to the right-handed Benjamin, bowls to him, and Benjamin goes back on his stumps and defends back down to the bowler. 21 to Benjamin. Compton's on 35, and Denley made a very attractive 38 before his court mat had a rush of blood. The exuberance of youth. Yeah, as he tried to hike him away and up in the air. It wasn't the easiest of catches into the sun, but he's got a good pair of hands, as Billy Root. As Fernando turns at that far end, comes racing in towards us and bowls. That's not timed at all by Chris Benjamin, who tried to hit it through the covers, and it was well stopped there by Colin Ingram, who's out in the pastures. He doesn't normally field there, he's generally at slip. Very safe slip fielder, but he dived there. Fernando bowled accurately here. 7th over, 0 for 21. Took just the 1 wicket in the first innings, 1 for 43. And in fact, he got Compton out. Here he is again then, Fernando, in, bowls. That's a good length ball, and the mid-off is a little bit deep, and the return comes in, but Benjamin is safely home. The route there at mid-off is a little bit deep for Benjamin, because he likes to attack. 103 for 1. We've got 17 minutes left. Just 4 overs after this, and probably finish bang on time.
Yeah. They said there were no more miracles left in the modern world, but tonight, just maybe. 103 for 1.
Glamorgan striving to get a second wicket, which they'll be very happy with, because they know this pitch is still playing well. As Fernando to the left-handed Compton bowls to him. Oh, and he has a rush of blood there. Tries to square drive him through the offside, and lucky not to get a nick on. Losing a little bit of concentration there. It's been a long day for Compton. He's been on his feet all day. He's losing, as I say, concentration that he's showed. Fernando coming round the wicket to the left hand. Compton is in and bowls, and this time is guided down to the third man boundary, where it's picked up one-handed by Lennon and returned. 1 ball to go of this over, and then we will have 4 left. Might just go over 5 minutes overtime, but we won't worry about that. In comes Fernando and bowls, and that's driven and well stopped by the bowler, which tells us that's the end of the over. 104 for 1, still trailed by 68. And Fernando now has bowled 7-1 overs, 1 maiden, 0 for 23. I suppose they're still playing in the test and will play till 6:30, even though they should finish at 6. But there is no way that the punters or the crowd that's in Old Trafford be treated to a full day's cricket because of the time. Probably heard that. Ul Hassan didn't have a bowl. Bowled just the 1 over. Took a wicket with his second ball. He had LBW without scoring.
Yeah,
Useful bowler, produces the odd good delivery and pretty steady.
and good options for Kieran Carlson at the end of the day, particularly, isn't it, to be able to rotate and just put something different in front of Benjamin and Compton, who've settled in, you might say, 42, but what price a wicket here for Glamorgan, just to chip away further. Kent's still 68 behind.
In a funny sort of way, they'd rather get Benjamin out.
Yeah, I can see that.
You know what I mean? It's he's the quickest scorer.
Yeah.
22 off 32. Compton 36 off 99.
104 for one then. Kent as Alassane bowls to Compton. Blocks that, more or less dead bats it. And there is no run. Such an attractive scene here at
Lovely, isn't it?
at Cardiff, yeah. I mean, I just really like this ground generally. Just you feel on top of the action wherever you sit, more or less, don't you? Really close.
Especially down at the river end,
Yeah.
which is the short boundary
Yeah.
side.
Although, sorry, having said that, for this game, the rope is brought in quite a long way from the pavilion. But I think you take my meaning. You do, from my point of view, I just think it's one of these stadiums where you do feel very much part of it. And
If you come and watch the 100, then you can tap the ball for 6 because they bring the boundaries in.
even further.
Yeah.
But and green,
Full bowlers.
green all around. It's yeah,
The outfield is terrific, Nick, isn't it?
yeah.
You'd expect it to be a lot of brown and see the drain marks at this time of year after such a dry summer, but it's in excellent shape.
It's beautiful, yeah. Here is Alassane around the wicket to Compton. Again, forward defensive, no run.
Cock has come up. Standing up. Purely defensive now, making it difficult for
Oh yeah, sorry, I see that, yeah.
the batsman to get to pierce the field, especially Compton. And 3 on either side, stopping them getting a single, third man and a fine leg.
Alassane round the wicket to Compton. Works it up to mid-off. It's a quick run taken. Kieran Carlson, I think in his haste to try and gather the ball, had 2 or 3 goes at it. So they do get through for the single in the end. Compton bringing Benjamin through. He goes on to 37, does the Kent opener. Benjamin's on 22. Batting at number 3, as I said. Known at Warwickshire more at 4, 5, 6. Certainly he's an explosive batter, but came to Kent to play more red ball cricket and is being trusted or tried and
He got a few runs this year. He got 90 odd against Glamorgan.
Yeah, he did okay. And unfortunately for him, he dislocated his shoulder at the start of, the T20, which rather just go back over his scores. But he'd had a couple of big scores before that happened, and just into the onside, fielded by Tribe. So yeah, a couple of 90s. So one against Glamorgan, as you say, in that innings defeat, 94 not out in the first innings, and then 93 and 58 against Gloucestershire. So going well at that point, and then low scores, to be fair, against Derby before the T20, and then, as I said, he's had a break because of the T20, although he played towards the end of it, defying medical science to some degree, certainly defying the coach, if you get my meaning.
Yeah, you said the story.
So Adam Holik was saying, I mean, he was actually laughing about it at the time, and I asked him, he said, well, the medical staff say he's done for the season. Chris Benjamin tells me he'll be back before the end of the T20, and laughed, and we thought at that very much that point, and all the messaging from Kent was, yeah, we think unfortunately this could be the end of the season, but he's worked.
What do you know?
Well, indeed. Yeah. What do the doctors know? He's a miracle. Ball played into the offside by Benjamin, and there is no run. 105 for 1 then, trailing by 67 here, Kent, in the second innings. Benjamin 22, Compton 37. So yeah, I mean, he saw basically that left shoulder is still troubling him, but he is has decided he wants to get back as soon as possible and made it possible.
So 67 in arrears. We've got 3 overs left this evening. It's 10 to 6, and with the Seamers bowling, probably will end bang on 6 o'clock. We shall see. As Fernando takes off his sweater, gives his cap to the umpire, and will proceed to bowl his 8th over. He's bowled quite tidily. 1 maiden, 0 for 23. 105 for 1. Compton 37. And Benjamin 22, and it'll be Compton to face as Fernando will continue from the River Taff end, coming in round the wicket to the left-handed Ben Compton. In he comes and bowls to him, and it's guided. He's played that shot a few times, down to Leonard on the third man boundary, and they settle for a single. Changing the field for the right-hander. Night watchman, get your pads ready and get them strapped. It'll probably, who would have been in next in any case, it would have been Bell Drummond. Yeah, you don't want to risk him tonight for a couple of overs if the wicket fell, would you?
Parkinson's done that job before, so it may well be him.
But for the moment, it's over the wicket as Fernando bowls. But it's a quick delivery. Goes over the shoulder and thuds into Chris Cook's gloves. Jess Johns have been out for the day. Glamorgan got an useful lead of 172 thanks to a 172-run partnership between Ben Kellaway, who top scored with 90, and Colin Ingram, who made 86. Followed by Cook with 36. The tail wagged with Ned Leonard scoring 25. And in 42 for the ninth wicket, with Cook 3-2-7. As Fernando is in and bowls, and that's driven up towards mid-off Root Fields. 15 balls left this evening. A lot can happen in 15 balls.
Yeah, I'll be hoping so too.
.106 for 166 runs behind. The talk will be bang bang, as we've heard.
Yeah.
Here's the next ball. That's played gently into the covers, and even Benjamin, who's an attacking player by nature, will decide, I shall play for the morrow here.
Yeah. One brings two. That's the one, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah, come on, Bob. 36 for 5. And
Yeah, exactly. Just
when it's 40 for 1.
Start talking, yeah.
Or whatever, or the other way around.
3 down here, boys. 3 down.
Yeah.
Etc. Any of it work? Not sure.
I feel like you can say, can you change the way that you
sledge?
Yes. In comes Fernando, bowls. This is played defensively. He thinks of a run, but Eddie Byram, it wasn't Eddie Byram, it was Colin Ingram racing in like a 22-year-old, not a 40-year-old, intercepts, and there's no run.
Well, you were talking about England sledging earlier. Maybe they're just working on it. They're trying to make it more creative, which is what we'd all want, isn't it?
I think I'll watch the highlights of this tonight and see what's going on.
Yeah.
4 down, are they?
Having a wobble, apparently. Although 243 for 4 looks pretty good. Rishabh Pant is off with an injury. Injured his right foot. Yeah, retiring hurt.
Last ball of the over. Fernando comes in to the right-handed Benjamin, but he just digs down on a well-pitched up Yorker. End of the over. 2 overs left. 106 for 1. It's 5 minutes to 6. Timed this well, haven't they?
We have indeed. I tell you what, that second under-19s test is a fascinating one. They are nearer. They need 92 off the best part of 28 overs. That's not a problem. They've just lost 2 fairly quick wickets, so it's 263 for 6.
Why did they leave them such huge target?
Well, I mean, it is a huge target, but as Nick was saying, they were going about 10 overs. They were going at 8 and over, so they were
228 overs.
They were absolutely chewing it up. So 263 for 6. They're getting close now. So yeah, it seemed conservative, but the Indians are going so fast that it's looking competitive now. Compton turns it to square leg, and it's fielded by Colin Ingram off the bowling of Zainul Hassan. Conceded just the 1 run off his first over. So yeah, looking like an exciting finish at Chelms for both sides in it. All 3 results possible. Haven't used that for a while.
All four.
Yeah, that's true, with the tie. 106 for 1. Back in his crease goes Compton, defends it off the middle stump. He's decent length ball from Rothesay, and there is no run. All being shined right now by... is that Tim Van Houten? He's back on the field then?
Number 64.
Yeah,
That's
indeed.
it.
So mid-on, may not bowl tonight, but means he won't have to wait too long tomorrow, having been off the field. Looks like he's moving okay too. Just wondering if it was a toe injury.
We were
maybe,
saying it was just something.
maybe it's just been patched
blister
up.
or something like that. He just strode off. As I said, like a sergeant major.
It's good news for Glamorgan though, obviously, isn't it? Having him back in there.
Start up tomorrow morning, and
Yeah.
night's difference, of course, makes a totally different thing on things. As they got to start again.
Rothesay, 9 balls available at the end of this second day. Benjamin plays it back at the bowler.
Does Compton play? I mean, this in
Compton, sorry,
sincerity
that's it, Benjamin. Compton, yeah.
in one-day cricket.
He plays quicker. He still plays...
No, does he play in the 2020 or the?
not in the Blast.
No,
No.
no Blast.
No. Didn't play in the One Day Cup last season, but that was to do with his contract. Round the wicket, Rothesay, defended by Compton, back at the bowler. In that, Kent very much wanted him to sign a contract, as I understand it, and he was holding out.
Doesn't
And
he want to play one-day cricket?
he does.
Yeah.
Yeah. So what I'm saying is,
The contract was.
but for the following season,
Yeah.
but he was holding out, hadn't signed the contract at that point. So Kent said, ostensibly, we're not playing you in the One Day Cup. So he sat and cooled his heels for a time. So Rothesay to Compton, defends it off the offside, off the off stump rather, back to the bowler, and there's no run. 106 for 1. No, it was a big part of the team that won it in 2022. So yeah, he bats faster in that certainly, but once again he's looking to play through a large part of the overs, 30-35 to anchor while the other players
He has a job.
score. Yeah, absolutely. And as I said, it has worked in the past. Certainly did when they won the tournament. But
Returning to bowl at the river end,
Oh,
Ben Calloway.
Ben Calloway then. So
We might
the
have two overs.
final over of the day.
well, yeah, it's probably the final.
Well,
but
wait a minute. What if they take a wicket and
That's
it's,
what I'm
and it's
saying.
5:59? They can't go off, can they? Can they? Someone
good point.
Someone consult the rules and
Yeah,
regulations.
and came back.
But can they do it at the end of the day? What happens? Do we fall into a black hole if that happens?
No.
Finishing before 6 o'clock. We'll see.
Yeah, they're trying to prolong it. I think this will be the last over. Yeah, it's about a minute to go. And Benjamin will have to forgo his attacking instincts because this is the last over. And there is a leg slip, a short leg and a man bat pad on the other side. 4 on the round the bat as Nick comes back to join me. Here's Calloway then. In he comes and bowls to Benjamin. Benjamin is forward a la Compton and just nudges it away on the offside. He wants to try and get Benjamin on the back foot if he comes, because you can smother anything that comes up. In comes the next delivery, the second, and again an identical prod up to mid-off. It is now dead on 6 p.m. As Calloway comes in, bowls again, tosses this one up a bit more, and again it's blocked. I suspect the next 3 balls will also be blocked. Calloway thinks, shall I go left arm round? How's he going to bowl? Right arm round the wicket.
Yeah, this would be time for a cheeky left arm, wouldn't it?
In he comes then, and bowls. It's driven, not timed, and it's fielded by Fernando at mid-off. 2 balls go then at the end of an interesting day's cricket. Callaway in, bowls short, clipped away, and very well fielded by Ul Hussain there.
He was going the wrong way there, wasn't he? Going to his right and then dived back to his left at short mid-wicket.
Last ball of the day. As, he decides, is he going to bowl left arm round, or is he going to bowl right arm over? No, right arm over it is to be. In he comes, bowls to Benjamin, and Benjamin plays back down the pitch, and that is the final delivery of the day. Another interesting day, at which Glamorgan gained a very useful lead of 172, but some resolute batting, especially from Compton, have taken the visitors, Kent, to 106 for 1. They trail by 66. Should be another absorbing day tomorrow. Compton's on 38, and the other batsman, Benjamin, is on 22. And a quick word from Nick before he prepares for his report.
Yes, it's been advantage Kent for the last 2 sessions. Glamorgan having a really good morning again to get firmly in the driving seat. Kent fighting back hard with ball led by Matt Parkinson, and then with bat to reach 106 for 1. They trail by 66, and commentary will resume at 11 o'clock tomorrow morning. Radio Wales update to follow shortly. Players just ended for the day with Kent 106 for 1 in their second innings. That's still 66 runs behind, but the visitors have fought back really strongly after conceding a first innings deficit of 172. That was exactly the tally put together by Glamorgan's 2 top scorers, Ben Callaway, who made 90, and Colin Ingram, who made 87. Kent fought back with the ball, and they've done a good job with the top order of their batting as well. Kent 106 for 1 overnight in their second innings, trailing by 66.